walks away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
See, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junlin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hog work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the nano 2. This might just be enough.
What's going on, everybody? OWCS Asia about to kick off. I'm Achilles here alongside Wolf, and we'll be going through all of the matches that we have here today as we're back on land. We've got all the teams that qualified for this major here in Seoul, South Korea, battling it out to see which of our teams are going to be representing the Asia region over at DreamHack later on.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty epic week, or weekend, I should say, and then we're going to have the finals next week, so there'll be a week break between.
Very good point.
Finals are going to be in Busan. It's going to be a really, really fun event. Finally get to see some of these upgraded Japanese teams, see if they can take on some of the Korean rosters as well that have dominated all year long. We'll see if Falcons can ride the momentum from their domestic win here in Korea, as well as some of the Pacific teams now challenging to find their place potentially at that Stockholm tournament. So this is basically the land before the land for all these teams.
And no matter who wins, no matter who's going over as that first and second seed, the thing that we can ultimately take away from this is that we don't have enough slots. But still, we are going to be sending our two strongest teams to be the representatives and to likely take DreamHack. Let's just be real here. But the big question is, which one of those squads is it going to be? Because Crazy Raccoons near the end of Korea starting to kind of tumble down a little bit there, whereas Falcons kind of resurging and getting themselves back up to the top of the region and kind of just becoming the team that they always should have been.
Yeah, and we saw Falcons have similar tumble to what happened to Crazy Raccoons, of course, at the end of Stage 1, but then they recovered and they played well after the seeding tournament where they didn't take it as seriously as we were kind of hoping for them to, but really seem to be in form right now. And obviously, we have some patch changes and some big things coming through. We're not just going to see Ramatra Immortal mode every single map, no matter what. But Falcons were very good at that. And
yes.
I think even with some of the nerfs coming through, they might still be able to pull some of those strategies off. But I'm excited as well for what the meta will look like, because Korean teams often have a very different read from the Pacific teams, the West, and then everyone copies Korea eventually. There's a little bit of lag there, so we'll find out in our first series what Falcons' read is on the meta and see if everyone has different ideas, because going into this tournament, obviously some teams be scrimming with each other, some teams would avoid scrimming with each other. If you're on the upper side of the bracket, you're like, I don't want to scrim with Falcons, I have to play against them in round 2 if we win our first match. So we might see Korean teams have completely different ideas about what this meta is going to look like, or it could just be more Tracer, Ashe, Winston dive, which I think is what I expect to see a lot of today.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, there at the bottom of your screen are your viewership incentives active until the 29th and then the 5th. So just while the tournament's running, these are the things that you're going to be able to get. 6 hours, it's not too bad. So it seems like overall, I think a lot of you are going to be able to get that today.
Yeah, I would say pretty likely. We do have 4 best of 5s today, so that should probably run 6 hours, you would imagine. Although
Probably.
Today could be the most one-sided day of the tournament if our expectations have anything to say about it, because we do have a lot of inter-region play, and last LAN, the OWCS Stage 1 Asia tournament, didn't really have teams able to stack up to Korea as well as I think a lot of people were hoping. I hope that changes this time around, especially with teams like Nyam coming out of Japan that really leveled up and overperformed, I would say, in a big way towards the end of that tournament to be here in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, what we were talking about it consistently throughout the run in Japan, the glow up from Nyam going from being that bottom team, dropping, series to the likes of Namakuji Bros when Nozzle was still playing, to now being just such a strong squad and qualifying to come over to LAN. It's been a fantastic Cinderella story for them in Stage 2, but of course we got to look at the overall schedule for the year as here we are, Stage 2. We've gotten through every single thing on this graphic aside from that one there on the right. Asia, the major, it's all about the start.
Every time we put that graphic up, sometimes I look at it, kind of roll my eyes a little bit like, okay, well, we know everyone's going to Asia, but when they put it up on day one of Asia, I'm like, oh, we're there. We got the golden font now.
Yeah, we need like a "you are here" type thing. Like if you're in a mall looking at a map,
yeah,
just to let catch people up a little bit. But
this
here's how everything shook out in the Korea bracket. It's just been dominance from the side of Falcons.
It really is. Big upset win over Crazy Raccoon in that upper part of the bracket. I think most people did not expect that Crazy Raccoon would lose that matchup. They did crush Poker Face to, of course, clinch their way here to Asia. And then upsets again here on the Japanese side. We did talk about this moments ago with Nyam actually making their way through this bracket. LAZULI ended up being the champions, which was, I think, surprising if you looked at how the first few weeks shook out, but towards the end, they looked like a very strong team.
Yep.
It is crazy to me that we actually don't have Varel or Insomnia here as our representatives from Stage 1, because they were the strongest teams throughout the season, but neither of them were able to get it done when it mattered most in the playoff bracket.
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate circumstance is just that if you're going to end up in that wild card, you're going to have to play against the top squads from Pacific as well as from, Korea that are also in that wild card. And Poker Face was just indomitable in that, as we'll get to that graphic in a bit. But as far as Pacific, the way that shook out, we saw Bleed taking an early tumble with 99 Divine, being able to get that 3-1 victory over them, sending them into the lower bracket, where Bleed was able to beat Full House, who, of course, then went on to surrender their spot in the last chance qualifier. But then Bleed bouncing back in that grand final, getting the 4-2 victory over 99 Divine, reasserting their dominance in Pacific. And both teams, they still, come into this tournament looking relatively hot, but how far can they go this time around? Because we saw it in the past back at Stage 1 when we did the first major. Most teams, it was like, okay, we took a map off a Korean squad. That's a positive. Can they go further than that this time?
That's a big question. And in the Wildcard tournament, you mentioned Poker Face did end up winning that final spot. I think a lot of people shocked to see Fnatic's name not on this list, but if you've been watching Korea, you saw the team had a lot of struggles. Getting rid of Viper really seemed to hurt them massively. So unfortunately, they did not qualify. They're not here. And looks like the org may be stepping away from Overwatch for a little while. We'll see what happens next year. Taking a look at the bracket, we have obviously these 4 games today. That's going to be the start of the bracket. You can see the schedule, so we'll have 4 games tomorrow as well, the winners and the losers. So tomorrow will be the first day teams actually get eliminated here from OWCS Asia.
Yep.
The big one I'm most excited for today is definitely Nyam versus Zeta, because Zeta is a really strong team, obviously coming out of Korea, but also a Japanese org, playing against the new underdog storyline that of an actual Japanese roster in NyamGaming. So that's the one I'm most hyped for.
Well, look at this. We have some glow ups here in the map
Yeah.
pool. 4 control maps now available, with Busan being added into the rotation. Midtown is back. No changes there on the side of push, realistically, as we do have everything available. I guess Esperanza does come back through, but there's no new maps to really show off. But we have Flashpoint as well as Clash that can be selected. So sharing map type, I assume. I actually don't have clarification on this.
Yeah, I assume it is. Because it has the slash there, I think so. You have the option of picking New Junk City Saravasa, if you want to take the Flashpoint option, or you can go to Hanaoka or Throne of Anubis if you want to go Clash. But I think that will be the overlap in the best of 5. If someone picks like Saravasa, you can't go to Anubis after that.
Yeah.
That would be my assumption. As here's the schedule for today. Team Falcons, 99 Divine, and Crazy Raccoon Bleed Esports seem like they could be one-sided affairs. I'm hoping not, but that is my expectation. And then LAZULI versus Poker Face. That one's kind of hyped for me. I think Poker Face may be massive favorites, even though they're lower seeded technically because they came out of Wildcard.
Sure.
And then you have the Nyam versus Zeta I talked about earlier. Those are the big ones for me.
네,
All
안녕하세요.
right, well, let's go ahead and hear from the players.
팔콘에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 해피라고 합니다.
팀 팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 한빈이라고 합니다.
팀 팔콘에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 치우라고 합니다.
팔콘에서 DPS가 맡고 있는 스토커입니다.
팀 팔콘에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 필더라고 합니다.
Hey, my name is Sir Majid. I play flex support for Team Falcons.
팀 팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 스머프라고 합니다.
우승하게 돼서 정말 기쁘고요. 아시아랑 스콜럼도 우승해 보도록 하겠습니다. 저는 오히려 시즌2가 더 쉬웠어가지고 우승하는 게 제타 팀이 조금 변수가 없는 팀이기도 해가지고 게임할 때 좀 더 생각할 게 없어가지고 좀 더 편했습니다.
이제 준호를 넣고 러쉬 조합을 가져가게 되면은 한빈 형의 러쉬 쪽의 압도적인 탱커 능력이랑 나머지 이제 받쳐주는 능력이 확실히 좋다 보니까 메타 때문에 우승한 건 아니어도 메타가 좀 확실히 도움 많이 준 것 같긴 합니다.
네, 경쟁전에서 해보긴 했는데 제 취향은 아니었습니다.
스토커 선수가 잘 안 맞는다고 했는데 탱커랑 힐러 밸류가 많이 나오는 맵이라 그런지 탱커랑 힐러는 아마 좋아하지 않을까. 일단 저는 좋아합니다.
저는 5세트의 클래식 맵이 남아있으면 저는 무조건 고를 것 같고 한빈이랑 똑같이 저도 빠른 게임을 좋아하기 때문에 제가 만약에 고를 수 있으면 고를 것 같아요.
제 의견은 똑같습니다.
저는 저라고 얘기하고 싶은데 제가 응원 진짜 열심히 잘했거든요. 근데 이건 한빈이 주겠습니다.
그럼요. 왜냐면은 우리 팀에 이제 사실상 레전드 선수 해피 선수가 말하는 건데 틀릴 리가 있겠습니까?
굳이 뽑고 싶은데 제 팀을 잘 몰라가지고 죄송합니다.
이제 스테이지 1에는 제가 없었는데 이제 제가 들어왔으니까 이제 그 무관을 유관으로 바꿀 수 있지 않을까 생각합니다.
딱히 그건 각오 같은 건 따로 없고요. 그냥 나머지 경기들 다 우승해서 이제 무관이간 타이틀 없는 그런 팔콘을 만들고 싶습니다.
얘기를 안 드리고 싶어요. 계속 그렇게 생각하셨으면 합니다.
I think our strongest point is playing fast, especially for this meta. There's a new hero, Juno. We have the best Juno to choose, so I think that's how we won last stage. Hopefully we keep doing it in next stage. No, I don't think we need it.
우선 지난 시즌에는 이제 저희가 초창기다 보니까 저희끼리 문제가 좀 많기도 했었고 아직까지 고치진 문제가 좀 있긴 한데 이번 시즌에서 이제 전보다 좀 많이 나아졌게 됐고 저희끼리 많이 성장했다는 게 느껴져가지고 이번 시즌만큼은 꼭 다시 우승해 보겠습니다.
저희가 이제 대회에서 이제 한 번씩 맞아주니까 저희가 약팀인 줄 아시나 본데 사실 이게 저희의 본 모습이고 그렇게 계속 얕봐주시면 감사하겠습니다.
제가 알기로는 지금 상위권 팀들에 저랑 나이가 비슷한 친구들이 좀 있거든요. 다 끌어내리겠습니다.
팀적으로 휘청거릴 때나 성적이 안 좋을 때도 진짜 너무 많은 응원을 받아가지고 저희가 이렇게 또 우승을 할 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 계속 이렇게 응원해주세요. 감사합니다.
저희가 성적도 안 좋을 때도 있었고 휘청거릴 때 좀 많긴 했었는데 그럼에도 불구하고 계속 응원해 주셔서 정말 감사드리고 내년이나 내후년에도 계속 좋은 모습 보여드릴 테니까 꾸준한 응원 부탁드리겠습니다.
감사합니다.
Well, there you go. Falcons, good to hear from the players feeling confident coming into this tournament, but not going to be underestimating their opponents by any means, but they will go ahead and make their way out onto the stage. So we will get ready to see if they're going to be able to continue this reign of terror and this dominance that has been on display for the latter half of Stage 2.
Yeah, mentioning the meta did play a small part. They felt like the meta definitely helped them win. They didn't win because of it, but it was definitely a meta they enjoyed. And we'll see with on this patch, the live patch, if they can continue that momentum or if they'll play a completely different style. The Juno being a huge aspect of this, because we have fans from all over the world getting in on the action as the studio is still filling up. People are filing in. We've only got one elevator to get up there, so it takes some time.
Yeah, it does take a little bit of time to make their way in, but 3 p.m. in the afternoon here on a Friday. A nice sunny day here in Seoul, South Korea, so people still going to be wandering through, but you bet your asses by the end of the day, that thing is going to be packed.
I guarantee it.
디바인에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 오프너입니다.
I'm Light, support player for 99 Divine. 저는 Light입니다.
My name is Color Hicks, DPS player for 99 Divine.
My name is Momo, support player of 99 Divine.
안녕하세요. I am R3K and I'm a tank player for 99 Divine.
다시 한국 경기장에서 경기를 할 수 있어서 굉장히 기쁩니다.
Very happy to be able to make it to Korea once again and I'll hope to show a better showing this time. We played at a level that we definitely could have played much better. Even though we did 3-0 the Japanese team, I think we should have been able to at least take a map off a Korean team.
I think the biggest difficulties faced with a multinational team is always going to be a language barrier, especially when communications get fast and hectic. Meaning can be lost when you need it to be there.
Try more deal with my teammate to practice my communication.
He helps the team a lot with communications and where enemy positions and the tempo as a tank player. So what I learned from opener the most, even in scrims in competitions, is his tempo calling. This is the most important thing I learned from him.
전체적으로 선수들 스타일이 달라서 모두가 하나의 생각을 할 수 있도록 통합을 시켰던 게 많았어요. 각자 어떤 걸 잘할 수 있는지 그 부분을 중점으로 봐줬던 것 같습니다. 이번 메타에서 정말 강력한 팀이라고 생각을 하지만 이길 수 있다고 보고 있습니다. 메타빨인 맞죠. 왜냐하면 한빈 선수가 잘하는 라마타를 할 수 있으니까 아무래도 메타빨을 좀 받지 않나 생각을 합니다. 우리 팀이 딜러를 잘 묶을 수 있다면 이길 수 있지 않을까 생각이 듭니다. 지영, 내가 맨날 졌는데 이번엔 내가 이길게. 소기가 다재다능한 픽을 많이 하기 때문에 주목해주시면 좋을 것 같고요. 저희 팀에 비밀 병기가 되게 많거든요. 그 점 주목해주시고 저희 경기 즐겁게 봐주시면 감사하겠습니다.
I think one benefit of being a Pacific or a Japanese team rather than being a Korean team is the amount of fun we can have and the mixture of cultures. Win or lose, we will definitely have a smile on our faces and give it all we have. Potentially see a couple maybe non-meta decisions, but yeah, we hope to show you guys a good time.
I think play for fun is the most important. If we not play for fun, we cannot win.
저희를 상대적으로 약팀이라 평가하는 분들이 되게 많은데 그 예상을 좀 꺾고 언더독의 자세로 경기를 준비하겠습니다.
감사합니다. Thank you for the warm welcome to Korea. We are definitely enjoying our experience. Thank you very much. We will take one map off you guys without a doubt. Realistically, all 4 Korean teams are just meta slaves. If once we find the right composition, it'll be too easy.
High-level Korean team games are always so structured and boring. I think our games are going to be much more fun and we look good doing it.
반복되는 메타, 반복되는 영화만 보느라 좀 지루하셨을 텐데 저희가 재미있는 분위기와 재미있는 게임으로 여러분들을 재밌게 해드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
If you're not having fun, you can't win. Truer words never spoken, but there we go. 99 Divine will make their way out onto the stage. Get ready to go up against Falcons. A very tough draw for them as far as the teams are concerned, but like I said, guaranteed to take at least a map off you guys, if not more, so we'll see if they can hold up to that.
I think Light actually said that, almost his exact words last stage as well when he came to LAN. Very funny guy. Love to see him competing here again.
Good sense of humor.
Yeah. They had a pretty similar situation bracket-wise to what happened in Korea, in that Falcons upset Crazy Raccoon. They upset Bleed, but in the Pacific region, it's double elimination. So they actually were defeated in the finals, whereas Team Falcons went on to win the whole thing. So kind of parallel universes, it feels like, between the two regions there. Well, they're looking to get some more revenge here, as Team Falcons' starting lineup today will have Hanbin in it. He has been fantastic on the Ramatra. Fielder and Chio support line, keeping him alive. It has just been such a treat to watch Falcons. As the players said on Divine, 99 Divine, they play a boring style. It's solved for them, but it is so efficient.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's been indomitable. I mean, in their run through the Korea playoffs, dropping 3 maps total, 1 in each of their series, being able to get the grand finals with a 4-1 scoreline. It might be very standard, it might be boring to some, but my God, it is certainly effective for the side of Falcons. But 99 Divine, looking to pull off the upset. Some opener was saying we'll come in with that underdog mentality. I believe it was opener that said that. We'll come in with that underdog mentality and catch them off guard. Light, despite his fun musings and everything like that, not going to be starting, as Soggy looking a little bit different.
Yeah, will not be appearing on camera today. But Color Hex and Soggy, the DPS line of this team, are so incredibly talented. Color Hex is a player I had the pleasure of commentating in Overwatch League so many years ago. He's still a top DPS player, and someone that I think if they are to take a map off of Falcons or even potentially upset them, I think he's going to be a pivotal part of this. Soggy was one of the best players coming out of Pacific, if not the best player in Pacific last stage as well. So I really, really am looking forward to seeing them duel against the DPS players of Falcons.
Alrighty, well, it is now time to hear from our team reps. Let's go ahead and pass over to Quest.
Thank you very much, Achilles. We are here with the first day of the OWCS Asia Stage 2. And we have the 2 team reps on stage, or one each representing Team Falcons and 99 Divine. And on 99 Divine, we have opener.
자, 코리아 1위 팀 그리고 퍼시픽 2위 팀의 경기가 펼쳐지는데요. 그런데
versus the battle of the Korean first seed versus the Pacific number 2 seed.
끝난 걸로 알고 있어요. 자, 그런데 한국 1위 팀
of course, Pacific schedule ended very early, so watching from the above, did you expect Falcons to win?
이번 메타를 팔콘이 좀 많이 잘하더라고요. 그래서
I didn't think that Falcons would win, but I think that they played really well, especially in this meta.
떠도는 소문에 의하면 팔콘은 주노 메타
Of course, the chatter out there is saying that Team Falcons, it's, you know, it's just because of Juno.
팔콘이 잘한다고 생각을 하는데 그거의 장점을 주노 메타로 인해 더 잘 활용할 수 있게 된 것 같습니다.
I think that absolutely that they were able to utilize the Juno meta really well.
자, 이렇게 계속 승리를 가져올 수 있었던 이유가 뭘까요?
Of course, what was the reason? The next question goes to Chio. What was the reason behind why you were able to always take the wins off opener?
그렇군요. 자, 그렇다면 오늘
He says basically it's team diff and player diff.
우세할 것이다라는 게 있나요?
What's the one thing that Team Falcons would be ahead in? I think all around, I think we would be ahead. And I think that it'll be a tank diff between Hanbin
자, 그렇다면 오프너 선수
and R3K.
치오 선수와의 대결에서는 항상 패배했기 때문에 이번 경기는
So in the pre-match interview for opener, he said that, oh, I always lost to Chio, but this time I'm going to win. So will we be able to see that performance? We have a lot of surprise picks and non-meta picks prepared for this match, so please look forward to it.
한타를 질 것 같으면 치오 선수를 잡으라고만 할 거기 때문에 기대하셔도 될 것
And
같습니다.
even if we lose a team fight, I'm just going to say, okay, take down Chio along the way.
첫 번째 경기인 만큼 많은 팬분들이 응원을 해주실 것으로 예상이 됩니다. 팬분들께도 한마디 부탁드릴게요.
And lastly, please say a few words to the fans.
응원해주셔서 정말 다들 감사드리고
Thank you so much for cheering for us and supporting us.
더 큰 경기니까 더
And this is a stage where a lot teams from overseas are playing as well. So this is the international stage. So please look forward to our performance. And for openers,
처음인 팬분들이 많으실 때 즐거운 경기 그리고 또 재미있는 경기 보여드릴 수
있도록 for many of you, this is the first time watching our games. So. And just please expect a lot of fun games and a lot of chaos. And that was the first matches for pre-match interview for the first match between opener and Chio. And before we head into the game, I'm going to send it back to Achilles and Wolf.
Thank you very much. Quest, next time you come in to do the translations, I need you to intro with this as your captain speaking. So I know you guys could hear us having a nice little giggle in the background, but we couldn't help it. You're cracking us up in the chat. But here we are. Falcons aims for the throne of OWCS Asia Stage 2. And right now, they very much are the front runners.
They certainly are. I would say, you know, that Crazy Raccoon can bounce back. They are a very strong team, but I think given the way Falcons were playing in multiple metas towards the end, I would say they have the slight edge. Like, they're the slight favorites, right, over Crazy Raccoon. But who knows? Anyone could upset, and that's what we're here to find out, is who's the best team in Asia. And usually that extends to the world, but we'll have Stockholm to decide that officially. The Falcons looking terrifying right now, and they also have such a great coaching staff. They have such a deep roster they can field. And if there was a day to play Majet, it could be today, you know? I mean,
Sure.
he might end up playing today. I'd love to see it.
Could very well happen. I mean, obviously, there is a ton of depth here on the roster, substitutions in every single role available to pull from, and you never know what Krusty's going to be pulling out. But on the opposite side here, we do have 99 Divine, worth mentioning for Sagi. Reason why he's not in the graphic, it has to do with his military service in Singapore. So that's the reason why he you know, is appearing as Symmetra and is not present in this photo.
That's right. He's not allowed to.
But he is on stage. He's
yeah.
real.
Yeah, he's not allowed to appear in official photographs and stuff like that. So that's the context there. 99 Divine, I think expectations fairly low for this team, but sometimes that's when teams like DAF last stage surprise you. Remember DAF took that first game. I was inspired by Clear's Diva. This team could do the same. You know, they could show up with a weird meta read. We're going to Busan, which we haven't seen all year. That's finally fixed and available. So, you know, the sky's the limit. If you've got a really good strategy prepared here, pull it out, pull out all the stops. You're playing against Falcons. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be fun, as they clearly stated. But maybe you have a good read on this team. You have the answer.
All right, well, Busan back into the mix here for Control. Falcons picking it off the rip. Curious to see if the submaps are going to dictate any change in play and composition here for the side of Falcons, or if they will just be running, you know, Ramatra pretty much the whole way throughout.
Yeah, that is the big question. Will we see more Winston? Fielder is so flexible. His Ana is incredible. So Falcons are going to be the first team to give us a taste of what maybe the Korean read on this meta is. But again, with strength of opponent not so strong in the first match, they might also just keep playing Ramatra even though it's nerfed and just kind of hide what they have planned for the tougher matches ahead.
Sure, could certainly do that as well. We'll see if that is going to be the case as we get ready to go into the game here. But already some big Hanbin and Smurf fans out in the audience. That's a fantastic drawing.
Yeah, very cool Diva art there.
Gloss on the player of the match as well.
Yeah, very detailed.
And then Smurf in a Smurf hat.
And the heart is complete as well. It's a little shaky, but it's complete as well.
I mean, that's a good friendship right there.
Yeah.
When you just can cheer for both tanks on the same team, and you don't have to worry about clashing against one another.
Yeah.
For the Smurf fan, though, she might have to wait a while to see him play. If Hanbin continues to be as good as he has been, if they continue to run the Ram and have success with it, then we might not be seeing as much of Smurf.
Yeah, maybe they'll have to wait for a little 6v6 show match where they can play together and unite their hands and make a heart like it was Overwatch 1 days. Sign on the right there, a little Korean flag drawing, says fighting for Republic of Korea, hoping that all Korean teams do well. And it's a very cool drawing. I like to see it. It's basic, but it's cool. And he got the bars right, which a lot of people mess up.
Oh, I mean, if you put a gun to my head and told me to replicate it, I would not remember which ones go where. I would absolutely end up dead.
I once posted a Korean flag image, and and it was incorrect. But then people on my tweet, like Koreans, were arguing about which one was correct. And like,
because I didn't even know.
I was like, wait, was mine right or is it wrong? Because I just saved the image and posted without really checking. So yeah, even the best of us can get that one wrong, but he did not. I believe that is absolutely correct. And yeah, she got married. They're married. That's why they were showing the rings. Those are his. Those are her bucket list items. A lot of Falcons fans here. Happy fan at the top. And one on the sign says Falcons will win.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see. I think that, especially if they come out on Control and they really get a strong start in the series for the side of Falcons, I won't be too shocked if we just see the world tour of the roster and get everybody cycled in. But otherwise, I mean, Happy, he's come in a couple times and has had some strong performances, but it's pretty few and far in between when we have seen him, you know, put out into the lobby. Because, you know, I think Happy, I think of Widowmaker, and that's something that even on Circuit Royale has kind of been falling away.
Yeah, it's definitely less common, less popular right now. We're seeing a lot more Mei compositions in general. People have moved away from the Widows, just Ashe. Sometimes Sojourn, but very rarely. There was a sign that, if you guys saw that sign earlier that said only Falcon at the bottom, it was like today and tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, only Falcons. I don't know this reference.
I don't know what that means.
But I'm sure Gigalore knows, maybe? I think Gigalore knows.
Perhaps. It looks like just sorting some things out here on the stage so that we can go ahead and get the action underway. Don't see the admins stepped up with the players, so perhaps we are just waiting for final checks to be able to get things going.
I don't see anybody like touching monitors or keyboards or anything like that, so I imagine if there was an issue, it's just been recently resolved while we were looking at fan signs, and now we are about to head in, doing that panning shot, which is always a good sign. Well, mostly a good sign. Like this shot, a little bit less. I'm like, this one's a little bit worrying. We're not panning. We're just looking. I'm like, that one's the one where you should be a little bit concerned.
Yeah, you don't know what's going on with this one, but I think that we should basically be just about set and ready to go. So Busan to kick things off. And, oh, well, now we're back to the fans.
It's okay. Be patient with us, guys. We'll do a little hangout.
It's better to do it before we get into the game rather than in the middle of the game.
I'm trying to figure out the story with the sign on the top right with the dogs.
Like the dogs?
Yeah. It says win for me at Kodia at the bottom. So, but I don't know what the reference is with the dogs. Probably just a meme. I don't know. The crazy raccoon drawing is pretty cool.
It could be like a cacao emote pack.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
There's a million different things that it could be.
Yeah, that's what I'm guessing.
I can barely keep up with English memes, let alone Korean ones.
I was trying to figure out, like, are there two teams that she's referencing from Korea with those, but I don't think so. They didn't look very raccoon-like, the animals. So.
I miss the old days of Korean Overwatch memes, like the Yorisa.
Yeah.
Where it's just Arisa, but she's a chef.
Yeah.
And then, what was the other one?
Bining wasu.
Yeah. The Baptiste meme, where it's just like, your noodles are ready! Every time he ults.
Yeah. A lot of memes about high noon and being Hanu. It's Hanu. This is a nice plate of Hanu. Yeah. I think we're ready. Dubstep button time.
Dubstep button has been pressed. Get hype, get locked in, because it's time to kick off the action as we go to Busan. Looks like we're going to be kicking things off here on Sanctuary.
Wow, it's been a long time.
Has been quite a while. Let's see what the comps end up landing on for now. Hanbin showing the diva.
I would love it to be a soldier diva composition. And do I get my wish?
Is this for real, though? The Widowmaker from Proper as the gates open up.
Okay, all right, this is quite wild. We have the Alari as well, so a lot of explosive power in ultimates, and if they can win the first fight here with the surprise Widow pick, if Proper gets a pick, then they set up the pylons on the point. It's so difficult to crack. 99 Divine, on the other hand, just running the Ash Tracer. Proper struggling to actually get those headshots.
Ooh, it's a little bit of damage there onto Color Hex. So far, though, no deaths to be found. Looks like Falcons widely just pulling away from that right side approach. Tuck back and get ready to wrap their way around over onto the point. Now can clash once more here against 99 Divine. Points unlocked. No one really paying attention to that quite just yet. Wanting to win out the neutral fight and at least find some kind of opening pick here. As R3K just going to be tucked back, goes up and over the top, dropping down, keeping things contested here. Are Falcons, not allowing the cap to come in quite just yet. Proper still looking for a sightline though. Up close here into his face is Soggy. Looking to try to pressure him off the angle, but it's going to be R3K able to find one. As Stalker will get taken down, and that's going to be the first cap going the way of 99 Divine. Proper, however, is able to find Ray Momo on the back end. Gets Color Hex as well. And that's really good return fire here from the side of Falcons.
Yeah, and R3K also in trouble, should be demeched. Oh, just barely kept alive by Ray Momo. And he actually looks like he's going to get out.
Yeah, Opener actually just chugging along to try to keep him alive, and now Opener seemingly losing his life. Yes, Hanbin is able to get in on top of him.
Okay, that was a wild set of exchanges, but Proper, he was the reason why they lost the first cap, because he wasn't able to get value, but was able to get it right afterwards as 99 Divine do not respect him after they get the cap. And he's like, no, I'm still alive, I'm still here, and I will still take your heads off. And they actually get a fast retake here. In terms of ultimates, really only that remake online right now. As the orbital ray so far away for both of them. We'll get it in this fight.
Color Hex back over onto the Widowmaker, an old classic here, old comfort for him. try to match up against Proper, but now Infrasight going to be online, so it's a huge advantage here for Proper. Over the side, not really finding any big targets. Was expecting Raymomo to swing out a little bit wider since I'm unable to find that kill. But in the meantime sends out that self-destruct. 99 Divine in control of the point here, taking up once again, but Opener and Raymomo both going to be taken down. That's the support's now gone. Arthur K sends out the self-destruct, but cannot make it back into the mech. Looks like Fielder with a headshot will be able to put him down, and now they will pressure out Color Hex as well. So right back into control here are Falcons, maintaining the lead.
Yeah, Proper just having that extra line of sight was massive, and Opener had to place his orbital ray in a really awkward spot. It was fairly low value compared to Chio's, which was directly where everyone was getting that damage boost. Now we have a little bit of beautiful tracking to come through here for Stalker as well in this next team fight. So if R3K can't shut that down, I mean, this is basically a guaranteed fight win, and we're ticking up past 60% now. Color Hex is also not able to find a line of sight just yet to actually go for a pick. I think that's their best option. He's just not able to find it.
Dancing around the edge there. Just can't quite line it up. Fielder going to be taking a bit of damage. Chio as well under some fire, but Proper able to find one. Saki going to be taken down. As Nana was committed there onto R3K, but it doesn't lead to much. Pop shot attempt up and over the top here. Proper not quite sniping him out. Point for now has been cleared out, but Flip is not going to be coming through. R3K at the same time is going to be taken down. Raymomo again has his head taken off. Proper finds the pick, and now it's going to be 90% crested here for the side of Falcons. Soggy able to find one, takes down Fielder with that pulse bomb, but now they're going to have to get ready to try to force out this overtime. But Soggy's dead.
Yeah, that's really rough. I mean, Color Hex has this Infrasight, but they're just going to hide. They have point control. And I mean, there's so many different ways to buy time. I mean, they have the remake. R3K down.
Get that pile driver off. Stalker does get traded out as Raymomo's able to find one with the swap here over onto the Kiriko. But they need so much more. Overtime starting to bleed down. The retouch does come through. Fielder trying to get on top of Color Hex, ends up losing his life. Solid headshot there from him, but the point needs to be contested. Touch does come in. Back into the fray. A pixel off, being able to find the snipe there on a Proper. Just can't quite put him down. They turn their sights over to Hanbin, but he's got the self-destruct here in the back pocket. Hack coming through. Stalker swapping over onto the Sombra. Gets that hack across onto R3K. Chio going to be taken out, a trade out of here on these supports for now, but there you go. Point has been cleared. Took a little while, but eventually it ends up plummeting, and that's going to be the first round going the way of Falcons.
Besides the ultimates that happened after the map had concluded, they used 3 ultimates. 1 Infrasight and 2 orbital rays. They did not need to remake. They did not need to use the Illari ult either, the Captive Sun. There was no tac visor. And I think this is just Falcons' way of saying welcome to Asia, welcome to Korea. An incredibly dominant performance from them. Not a whole lot of traditional team fights. Almost felt like guerrilla warfare between the Widowmakers and Sagi trying his best to punish Proper. It was successful a few times, but Falcons just had control and they did not let it go. And they had so much more in the tank. They didn't use half of what they had.
Alrighty, well, for those asking if that was a C9, no.
No, the overtime was so late at that point.
Yeah, and 99 Divine just didn't have, they weren't winning the fight. So, either way, looks like Stalker now going to be swapping over here onto the Venture, Proper over to the Tracer, as we have Queen meta here at downtown. Axe across, K going to be taken low. Tombin continues to just pressure him out, ring around the Rosie here on the bench. They are managing to keep him sustained, but Stalker at the same time is able to find Color Hex, and now the pressure just becomes overwhelming. So solid cleanup coming through as Opener will get taken down, and Falcons will find the first grab of the point.
Now this is going to be a much more ult-based composition for both teams coming through with the Junker Queens. So, you know, keep an eye on 99 Divine and R3K, how much he's able to build there. They will swap over back to the Bravita themselves. That's so significantly behind. So if they lose this fight, then Falcons get the third fight with ult advantage with all those ults online. So this one is really critical here. Color Hex needs to get pushed up onto the point so he can actually do damage, try to burst down the DPS line. Unbin here just holding the line and trying to distract her.
Yeah, he knows that he's going to be a bit out of position there. Tries to get in on top of the cast. Can't quite make it happen, so Color Hex stays alive. And torpedoes out from Raymomo. Is able to find Proper. So a solid opening pick to be found. Tracer peeled off. 99 by now. Get the flip here into their favor. Just 31% established for the side of Falcons. As Fielder will also fall. Flashbang across. Burrow going to be coming out, looking to try to put some pressure down here onto Opener, but Stalker, there's not much more that can be done other than to die. So 99 Divine, they win out the fight.
That was a really important fight to win because of the ult economy I was talking about before, but Color Hex looked like he was out of position, but they actually kind of baited using him. He positioned really well, and then they used the Hyper Ring to actually wrap around faster onto the Falcons. Now, Proper swapping over to Genji, knowing that they're a little bit in trouble here. And hope to try to build up a blade, get some executes.
Ooh, Soggy. Having the tuck back. Pulse bomb is online, however. Now trying to get the fade away. Drops it down, but it just hits the floor. Pressure coming through here on a Color Hex, managing to stay alive for a little bit longer. Does get the Deadeye across. Geo will fall. Stalker similarly going to be taken down as Color Hex gets traded out. Unbin now committing in with the Rampage, is able to find 3, both supports as well as R3K, and Raymomo is the first to fall. Answering Rampage on the back end though, catches on the 3 as well. Fielder not having that rally online could be costly as he's pressured here into the alleyway. But he pops the rally, sends it all the same, and is instantly shut down. A big overcommit on the ulti from Fielder, and that could be Falcons' undoing here on this map.
Oh, absolutely could be. 99 Divine just outplaying them here. Once again, Color Hex playing phenomenally, gets the Deadeye kill. And I would have loved the move of Hanbin to go for the Rampage anyways if they had point control, but they didn't. It was a longer fight that they lost, and now 70% here for 99 Divine. The rally advantage is online as well. Color Hex is just killing it right now.
Has it ready to go. Infero the surge forward, looking to try to find a pick, pops out, gets in on top of the cast, the drill dash, forcing him forward. Heal comes in, instantly ult gonna be popped, benching the clip there onto R3K, shuts down opener as well. Huge damage here from the side of the venture, as it looks like the map not quite going to be finished here. Rally ends up getting expended there from the side of 99 Divine, but they cannot hold the line, so Falcons back in control, but they have a long way to go if they want this to be a 2-0.
Yeah. I don't think they'll be able to use that same Color Hex flank play a second time either to approach to the point. We'll see how he's going to get there, because again, that damage fall off on Cassidy is pretty huge, and there's a Genji with a blade at ready now this time, so getting him to the point much tougher this time around. As you can see already, so much of that damage layered through proper is going to have that blade. It's R3K on the flank instead. He's pushed away.
Close the gap here, but now he's going to be at risk. Blade comes out here for the side of proper, down to 5 HP. Tucks back, grabs the Mega Pack, and he's right back into the front lines. R3K being sustained, has the Rampage online, sends it, and catches damn near everyone! The cleanup comes through, the flip getting ready to come back in. A team kill here for 99 Divine. As they are now
chills,
up to 95%. Man. That is a huge play from R3K.
What a play from R3K. Saves the round. No one can touch. We're going to 3. And look at the pop-off from the man. He deserves it. He was popping off moments ago. As soon as that Rampage came through, he knew that fight was won. Incredible plays from 99 Divine. This is the level of play I want to see from our non-Korean regions. Going toe-to-toe with Falcons there. Color Hex doing his job incredibly well. And, I mean, some of these plays were absolutely nuts. And they were able to twice get the Cassidy onto the point. I'm just hyped, man. It's giving me flashbacks to DAF last stage. And I'm hoping they can keep up my momentum here. We maybe have an interesting series on our hands, if so.
It certainly seems that way, and look at this. They said that they had some off-meta picks to come through. Do they actually commit with the Junkrat? It looks like they're going to.
This is definitely a great place to use it.
Alrighty, well, moving forward, it's going to be Queen on the opposite side here for them. Maybe expecting the Ramatra. Either way, Reaper there alongside the Junkrat. Noise comp widely the same here for 99 Divine. Across the other 3 players.
First fight most important for this comp for 99 Divine. They cannot lose this one.
So far, though, Junkrat fighting too much damage, just surged up to 25%. So now those nades are starting to bounce into the correct place, but have to be very cautious, as obviously you are very squishy. But look at this, Hanbin, he's just out into the open. He's by himself. No one there for the peel. And he gets taken down by the torpedo. Raymomo able to find that one now. Just sending in the Satchel Stalker, blown to smithereens, as 99 Divine can once again claim the first cap at the point.
Some of that laissez-faire play from Hanbin is going to be punishable when they have this much damage with the Reaper there as well. Some of the nerfs coming through, you were not as immortal on that tank front line as you were on the last patch. Looking for an isolation again.
One, Color Hex taken down there by Stalker, but now they're just pushing them back as R3K leads the charge. Hanbin, proper Stalker, all taken down by his hand.
I mean, this is a massive win for 99 Divine. They take the fight off the point. They're getting free percentage here, free ult charge. They don't have the big DPS ultimates, but they can rampage in the choke point, and that's the most important part of this. R3K is set up for it here, so it's so hard for Falcons to approach. Yep. They know he has his ult.
The longer you keep them in this choke point, the more damage that Junkrat's going to be able to do. Just keep pummeling them back as Rampage is going to be coming through. Clips on the 2, Fielder immediately dead. A little bit of follow-up damage into the bleed out. He gets taken down. Hanbin now gone as well as Proper desperately tries to escape, but he's just stuck way too far forward. And it's easy pickings here for Color Hex, who comes up with 2. This is a chokehold here from the side of 99 Divine, and one that Falcons seem to be struggling to find an answer to.
They really just don't. They look way more prepared for Mecha Base than Falcons do. I mean, it's been a long time since we've seen it, but still. And Sagi can try to hold the choke now with his Death Blossom. He is going to wait, let them spill through.
6 ultimates online. Shield Bash connecting on the 2. Hanbin Proper going to be stunned up, and Proper gets taken down. Color Hex able to go ahead and find that kill, but Stalker answers back one in kind. 1 for 1 on that regard. As Hanbin gets that Rampage across, gets the anti onto R3K, and leads to an easy cleanup here. But that was damn near everything dumped for Falcons to touch the point for the first time in this sub-map.
Now, Fielder had a fantastic interrupt there on Sagi's Death Blossom. The positioning of the Death Blossom was really good there. If Fielder doesn't react that quickly and interrupt him, then he probably actually does a lot more damage. That fight could have been a lot closer. Instead, he is going to survive. Riptire can just be one opening pick to retake this.
Surprised that he's sending it here now rather than trying to save it to shut down the blade, but just wants to try to find some kind of pick here on the reapproach, but ultimately the Tire is not going to come up with much. Blade here at the ready, up and over the top. Blade now going to be pulled out, gets in on top of R3K. He gets taken down, looking for Sagi, goes into the Wraith Walk. Proper, however, playing it out patiently, tries to get him before the TP comes through. Sagi does manage to stay alive for a little bit longer, but Proper eventually finds his mark as Color Hex gets taken down by the drill dash. So looks like Falcons will be able to go ahead, rehold the line, get this flip back into their favor, but they still only got up to 25% for the first one.
Yeah, it is important that they have half of their ultimates online here. If they win this next fight, they're back in control. They will have big ult advantages across the board. Ray Momo, also because he used his ult way long ago, he is going to have an orbital ray for this fight, so Falcon should be careful about pushing up too hard into him.
Burrow dealing a decent amount of damage there as orbital ray is going to be coming through from Ray Momo, trying to keep everybody alive. Color Hex able to get the melee hit there. It's going to be Hanbin taken down as he will get traded out, but tank for DPS overall, take that here if you're 99 Divine. As long as they can make their way over to the point and get this flip back into their favor, they're going to be forcing out that overtime.
Rampage opportunity here.
Color Hex playing Mystery Heroes a bit, goes over onto the Tracer, wants to get back that much faster here. And Stalker goes underground, ult about to be online, just trying to buy some time, keep things contested here on the point. The orbital right now does come through. Lashes over the side, keeps himself safe at the moment as Hanbin going to be antied out, pops the roar, tries to keep himself alive. The rally now going to be coming through, and RTK ends up getting taken down. The Unburrow here, it's Hanbin. That Rampage now can just be held in the back pocket here for a future fight, but for now, 99 Divine will get themselves up to the namesake number, but the flip comes through.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good team fight for Falcons. A super clean. Stalker buying time, knowing his ultimate was almost online. Health pack coming through from Fielder, and that ult to keep him alive so he could Tectonic Shock and help him win the longer fight. Proper also building that Dragon Blade up. Falcons definitely in control right now. It's going to have to be a big Death Blossom. He was shut down last time by Fielder. We'll see if the second one is the charm here for Sagi. He's the main character of this fight.
Almost pulls him out of position there as Color Hex similarly nearly gets taken down. Rampage across though, linking on to multiples, but Sagi's able to go ahead and cleanse that off himself with a Wraith Walk, but Ray Momo still ends up getting taken down. Rally not going to be enough to try to save him. 99 forced out here on either side as Fielder under some pressure. May just be taken out, but no, it's going to be Opener who falls first and foremost as the blade gets pulled. The second one to deflect in. Sagi dead. R3K going to be cleaned up. Close, but not quite close enough. 99 Divine pushing Falcons here on Busan, but cannot quite close out the map, so Falcons kick things off with a win.
Yeah, very fantastic first map of this tournament. I was very hyped start to finish. Yeah, the first round, Sanctuary a little bit more muted, but the next two were beautiful on both sides. And I love that the observers watched Sagi in that fight for a majority of it, because you could see there was no angle for him, like at all. He's like, I can't Death Blossom here, I can't Death Blossom here, have to Wraith Walk, have to get heals. They so patiently wrapped around him repeatedly. And then the second he has finally the angle, like when they're like, okay, now you have to touch the point, now you have to contest, he's instantly deleted. Everybody focuses him down. The blade is pulled, and he's just deleted by Falcons in that moment. The Falcons handled that situation so incredibly well, knowing the one way they could lose if they all get Death Blossom. They split, they wrapped around, they were super patient. Great play by both teams.
Yeah, I mean, overall, there's still some uncharacteristic mistakes here from the side of Falcons. Hanbin being out, getting stranded, picked off at the start of the map. Not something that we're used to seeing, because, I mean, keeping Hanbin alive has been one of the big reasons why Falcons have come into this tournament as, like, the #1 team, as the team that's expected to potentially be #1 at the end of this LAN. So some things that need to be shored up for certain here from them. But for 99 Divine, clearly they have that fight in them. They have this prep, these off-meta picks coming through. Ended up, delivering a very contentious round there on Mecha base with the Junkrat. So I'm looking forward to more of that.
Yeah, I hope we get more of it. I think, the Junkrat concept was good. I think the Riptire could have been used a little bit better there. I think if that ends up getting a first kill, then maybe actually we're looking at a 1-0 here for the side of 99 Divine.
Could very well have been. But either way, 99 Divine now have their map pick. We'll see where they elect to take us, because Clash is available. We'll see if that's going to be coming up after the break. And we are back. We are one map into this series. The players back on stage, ready to jump into the action once again. 99 Divine, close but no cigar there on our opening map of Busan. Falcons were able to get the victory, but it was very, very close between the squads. I mean, yeah, R3K in particular, good lord. The Junker Queen is really, really clean from him. But curious to see what 99 Divine want to do for their next map. As we can see, as far as the data is concerned, nothing really on Escort. 50-50 on 2 of the push maps here. Obviously, no clash information for any team.
Yeah, I feel like Blizzard World, based on the stats and based on the fact that it's Color Hex and his Widow's really good, could be something they want to opt into. Otherwise, we really just don't know right now. If they're not comfortable on Clash, you could take the opportunity to deny it by picking a Flashpoint map right now. It's going to be Runasapi.
It's going to be Runasapi, okay. So push to come through. Runasapi will be our second map. Let's see if they have anything else up their sleeve. Something tells me Junkrat probably not going to be seen on this map.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think the Cassidy has been working pretty well for them, though.
Sure.
And I would not be surprised if Color Hex sticks with that. They try to protect it. No Winston to be seen just yet, and obviously a little bit tougher to run that on this patch, but I wouldn't be surprised if that gets pulled out here on Runasapi as well, because it has been so popular. Falcons, I think, like you said, there were some uncharacteristic mistakes from Hanbin. I feel like, you know, they're relieved they won that first map, but I think the coaching booth probably a little bit tense after that first game, as there were some mistakes made, some good punishes there from the Falcons as well, or sorry, from 99 Divide as well.
All right, well, players looking like they are ready to go. No changes yet from the side of Falcons. Will just be the same 5 players carrying forward into the next one. As we should be hearing that dubstep button. And there it is. We are ready to go. Runasapi. Let's see if 99 Divine are going to start turning this series around. They guaranteed us a map win versus a Korean squad. Are they going to be able to get it here versus Falcons? We're about to find out. For now, I feel like we might just have another little Junker Queen matchup here between the 2 squads. Color Hex on that cast, as you mentioned.
Proper sticking with this Genji, so they're going full dive with this, or rush, as they would like to call it, with this style. And the objective is kill Color Hex for 99 Divine. It's to keep him alive and allow him to do that burst damage to the DPS when they come through. That is the tug of war, the tightrope that 99 Divine has to walk. He's already layering the damage in so incredibly well here.
Solid opening volley there from Color Hex. Continuing to maintain pretty damn clean accuracy here. It's a kite back though, as we see R3K, a bit of spot of bother there, but answering damage back onto Stalker is going to be good, but still manages to come away with 1, peeling off that Tracer that was trying to pressure him out. So a solid turnaround here for the side of Falcons. That opening pick, now R3K going to be once again in a rough spot. Axe across from Hanbin, claims the kill, and that's going to be the push now started up here for Falcons.
Yeah, unfortunately R3K's sacrifice wasn't enough to save Color Hex. He wanted to sacrifice himself so that they could actually get retreat, but yeah, unfortunately this is going to be a disaster, as there's going to be more staggered deaths and more distance for the Falcons on this first push. As they definitely had the right idea about how to retreat there, but it's just too punishing with a Genji. Every time that elimination comes through, you get another Swift Strike reset, and it's easy pickings, as well as a lot of Dragon Blade charge. So Falcons feeling very good about those straggler kills they were able to pick up. Soggy looks for a flank.
Swinging around. 33% away from that pulse bomb. He's into the back line, nearly getting the kill there on the field. The shield has come up. Geo kites back, sends in the orbital ray. It's going to be able to find sustain here for the rest of the team. Pulse bomb online could still open one up. Dashing forward, looking for the stick, finds it, and that's going to be able to take it down, but it's at the cost of opener. Color Hex Ray Momo will just fall here to the wayside. Hanbin just going to look to try to clean up the remainders here, but checkpoint has been obtained here for the side of Falcons, and this is a very strong start for them here on Runasapi.
I really appreciate how Soggy approached that. He's going to swamp over the Venture now, but very patient. Nearly one Clips fielder forces out the orbital ray, but his team committed to the fight anyways after the ray was down, so it was kind of a zero-sum game there. Trading those ultimates out is going to feel good for Falcons because they have the superior ones and they have such a huge advantage right now. As Rampage is the next look here for Hanbin if he can find a lineup.
Okay, poke and prod it at. keep him alive. Rally now online. Color Hex going to be taken low, but there you have it. Tectonic is going to be coming through. The rally is not enough to try to keep him alive, so Stalker able to go ahead and find the quick kill. Rampage now across Hanbin, just connects onto Soggy, who I believe goes into the ground and keeps himself sustained. Rampage in response here from R3K, clips onto 2, but torpedoes come out. She able to find one. Robert still just right-clicking away, dashing forward, trying to get in on top of this Brig, who now has no other recourse, nowhere to go. Opener will end up falling. It's the rest of the team now kiting back over into the spawn room to try to keep themselves safe and alive here, but the bot continues to push now on the final stretch.
Yeah, and because of those stragglers that we saw again, like the late pickoffs with the chase down, the Swift Strikes, I mean, without even a blade, this might have actually been the map losing fight for Divine, because this next setup is so good for Falcons here. They just end the map if they win it. They're playing respectfully now outside this archway, trying to look for an opening for Proper. If he can isolate the supports, it would be map winning.
Trying to get that flashbang out as well would be huge, and now Color Hex is going to be taken out. Chio taking some damage, but answers back in kind. 2 kills found here for the Juno. On the side of Falcons, his blade goes hunting and is rewarded with some blood. Opener will end up falling. Stalker going to be taken down as R3K continues to try to keep things competitive here, but eventually he's just going to be left on his lonesome. Respawns coming in, Axe across once again, just to try to poke and pressure him down. Hanbin will have to backpedal, so for the first time, really, Falcons are going to have to go for a bit of a reset.
Yeah, finally, some reprieve here for 99 Divine. And, you know, we did see Proper utilize the Dragon Blade in that play. It was successful, but not enough to end the map, so you're kind of going, all right, now we could sigh, breath of relief, you know, we could set up an ult advantage here, fight on the corner. Here's the Deadeye first.
Pulled out, seeking target. Shield is too far forward. It's going to be Chio, actually, who ends up getting taken down. Not Fielder. Rampage, however, still going to be committed to here by the side of Andre. Flips onto 3. R3K going to be the focus, and he will get taken down. Just not an opportunity to try to utilize his own ult there. The bot not going too far away. Those forward spawns still going to be maintained here for the side of Falcons. Is now Momo just going to have to die, as it's a bit of an extended team kill. Will still come through on the graphic, but 133 meters already established. Falcons now looking to go ahead and finish the job.
99 Divine are going to have to use these ults here to keep themselves alive, but it means they won't have ults in the tank to try to regain control. So it's just, again, an uphill battle here on Runasapi. They fight a very ult-efficient fight. That would be best case scenario, namely R3K to set up a big Rampage. There
Rampage
it is.
is going to be monstrous. Next they're on to 4. Stalker into the ground, keeps himself safe for now as the rally rolls. Fielder going to be shield crashed, however, his opener pops his own, gets the stun, and Soggy's able to go ahead and collect the kill. TP's in deep though. So trying to get on top of him, but looks like Hanbin, he gets left out to dry, and that is going to be the cleanup. So first relative fight victory here for the side of 99 Divine, who can finally start getting some distance on this bot.
Yeah, it's the best case scenario as well. A very ult-efficient fight. You know, they wipe Falcons. They've got full control here of the cart. They're able to now start to set up a forward position here. But they need to win this next one. If they do, there's hope. You know, this is the fight that is a must-win.
Little gate going out. Death Blossom into the backline. Chio going to be caught out as that orbital ray gets committed to. Gets picked off. Blade down in response here. Proper looking for a target. Able to find one as Momo gets taken down. Victor K as well, similarly going to fall. Has to tuck back. Burnt away at there by that dynamite. Soggy's still going to be able to go ahead and find that elimination, but he's keeping forward, trying to go on the hunt here, trying to clean up anything that he possibly can, but eventually will just have to die and reset.
Yeah, and the thing about this setup here for the Falcons is, like, because they already basically have checkpoint or checkmate in terms of distance, they don't even have to push up and fight aggressively. They can kind of say, oh, you come out of spawn, we'll waste some of your time. They have so much agency now because that fight was lost for 99 Divine, and they don't really have great tools. Like, Bob is not going to be what saves you here, and I mean, Color Hex is holding it, and it will be useful, but Falcons can just retreat and play defensively. They don't have to do anything.
Dynamite up over the top, and okay, Bob now going to be sent out. Been getting whittled away at, just sprinting, running it down. Knows that he is going to be dead, so just surrenders there.
Really unlucky timing to peek and go in on that dynamite there, but ends up being high value. Bit sloppy though from the Falcons, I will say. I don't think they needed to force there, but they did, and they will lose some distance here as 99 Divine are trying desperately to try to get to that first checkpoint. They'd pick up a ton of ult charge on that fight as well for Opener. And his rally is going to be instrumental if they are going to get the upset win on this map.
Oh, Soggy immediately nearly was taken out there in the blink of an eye. Deflect finding an immense amount of value there, but similarly, again, HP bar is being whittled away at here on the side of Falcons. Hanbin being sustained for now, but Chio will fall. Momo able to find that opening kill here. Trading out against the enemy Juno. Rally now going to be popped here from the side of Opener. Wanting to keep this card rolling, this bot pushing rather. As Izzy on Bro, the instant shield bash, and that's going to be Stalker taken down. Raymomo able to collect. Matching rally still committed to here from the side of Falcons. Field, they're trying to keep them in this fight. Axe across, though, is continuing to whittle away at Hanbin, but they just can't quite kill him off. Knife goes in, pull forward, Rampage in the back pocket, committed to by Hanbin. Sends it, connects on the 3 with the follow-up damage. Just isn't quite there until Proper gets into the back line. Finds one, Opener going to be taken down. This RTK does commit with his own. Fielder going to be taken down, but they need so much more to try to continue this push. The time at the same time is just getting whittled away at. Down to 2 minutes remaining here in the clock. Hanbin will get pressured out. R3K able to find one as Soggy goes back into the Wraith Walk, tucks back behind this bot Proper, trying to keep things contested, trying to stop them from getting over to the checkpoint, but eventually he will lose his life as they are going to have to go for a full reset now.
Now, Falcons did, in this really extended fight, burn a lot of that time. So if they win this next fight, they're going to be feeling really comfortable. They also built the Dragon Blade, right? They have the Tectonic Shock. So there are really good things about this extended team fight loss for Falcons. And every time they commit ultimates after somebody dies, I grip my seat a little bit tighter when Fielder's rallying, when it looks like a lost fight, when Hanbin goes for these rampages. But it is working. They trust each other so much. Here comes that Tectonic Shock angle for Stalker.
See if he wants to commit to it. Hasn't sent it quite just yet. Waiting to see what kind of value they can get off the blade. And it's going to be Opener taken down, so still going to be a solid. But no, ult does get committed to. Charge is going to be expended there. As clips there onto Raymomo. Peeks back down to find R3K as well. And now Falcons, they stave them off. The checkpoint does get reached there for the side of 99 Divine, but there is still so much distance that they have to close.
Yeah, and they just don't have control. They're basically going to have to win every single team fight for the rest of this map if it's going to be theirs. They can't afford one team fight loss. And as we saw in Busan already, sometimes winning one team fight is all you need, but they couldn't quite cross the finish line there. Falcons just need to get one W here, and then they go to match point. And ColorX had a high-value Dynamite and then a Bob last time.
The Falcons have everything that they want. They just move the bot forward to get themselves those forward spawns. Now we'll look to just go ahead and fight here on this street while maintaining those. As out to the open there is Chiotics. Just a bit of damage, but the kill can't quite come through. Bob going to be here on the corner, but finally everybody can just tuck back away from this one. It's going to be layering in too much damage. Rampage goes in. 3 players going to be connected on. Soggy goes into the Wraith Walk. RTK having to tuck back down to 60 HP, but they just cannot keep him alive. Stalker arrives, takes him down. Torpedoes in onto Raymomo. Finds the elimination, and with 10 seconds remaining and the team kill coming through, that's going to be Falcons collecting the win here on Runasapi. They're actually moving the bot forward. Can they get the touch?
I don't think so.
Swap onto the Tracer. Now they will be able to force that overtime, so still a bit more to be played out here as Rally and Orbital Ray both get layered in. Blossom here at the ready for Soggy, sends it, claims one. Stalker going to be taken down proper. Hanbin all down to about half HP. Seems like there's still yet some fight left here. Some gas in the tank for 99 Divine as they will be able to win this one out. Not quite allow for the map to come to a conclusion. Falcons, had they not moved the bot forward, would have just won. But now there's an opportunity.
When you said touch, I thought you meant finish the map for Falcons. But yeah, 99 Divine did end up getting the touch there. But now they have the bot control again. Have to win every single fight here. And Falcons do have the rally, right? They do have the Tectonic Shock, which Stalker is waiting to set up here on a good flank. Proper doesn't have the blade, but he will be able to build it in time because there's a lot of distance that needs to be crossed here for 99 Divine.
What a comeback this would be, though, if they could actually pull it off to try to bring it to parity and tie things up. But ultimate in from Stalker, and R3K immediately gets taken down. Hanbin just a knife across, able to go ahead and find that elimination. Raymomo, Soggy all falling to the wayside as now the overtime will bleed down. There's the team kill, extended a bit, some more fight there on display from the side of 99 Divine, but it is still Falcons moving up 2-0 in this series.
Very strong showing from them. And I don't know if I want to call it trust or if it's disrespect. Like, it's one of the two. But some of these fights where you end up seeing a member of the Falcons get picked. Sometimes it's the support, sometimes it's Hanbin, and then everyone else commits ultimates and they win the fight 4v5. Has happened so many times in this series already. And every time I go, no, don't do that. Like, don't do that. That's ruining your ult economy. You're still going to lose the fight. And they pull it off each and every time, even with the missing piece there. And it's just crazy how much these players trust each other and how confident the calls are. It's not like Hanbin is like, I have a good angle, I'm just going to go. You know, he knows that this is a winnable fight. Like, if I hit a big ult here, we get some purples, even down a DPS, we win this one. I'm going to do enough damage. My supports are going to keep me healed up. You know, these types of moments that you see from the Falcons are worrying that they got in those situations oftentimes. But it's like, you know, it almost feels like they can win this series with one hand tied behind their back at times. And that's a terrifying thing to think about for what the rest of this tournament looks like for them.
Yes, it certainly is. But for 99 Divine, now in a do-or-die position, need to pull off a reverse sweep if they want to be victorious here. But for now, we'll look to see if they can at least get that first map win that was very much promised to us from the side of Light. Looks like every man's making promises and then isn't playing, so he doesn't get to deliver on them.
Who knows? Maybe he'll get subbed in. For
Might
the
see some
map.
substitutions. It certainly is something that could happen as we get ready to go into this. But it's going to be last map pick here for them. So push out of the equation. Flashpoint. Clash still available. Fielder himself said I would pick it in as a map 5. So, no. Maybe we can get there. Maybe that'll happen. But we'll have to wait a little bit longer because first we're going to go to another quick commercial break, so don't go anywhere. And we are back, 99 Divine, here on their last legs in this opening series of OWCS Asia. And there's only four game types left to pick.
Yeah, I mean, like Flash and Flash.
Flash and Clash.
Yeah, I was gonna try to combine it, but I Clash Point.
Clash Point? Sure.
It's you're not wrong in that it's still, for the tournament's sake, the same map type. It's not actually in the game the same map type, but 3 left. Could go to Escort here if 99 Divine would like to. They haven't been able to get a whole lot of momentum, so perhaps playing something a little bit smaller, bite-sized objectives like Flashpoint or Clash could be where they want to go, with how the momentum has been working for this team. And it is Throne of Anubis!
Okay. It's not a Game 5 scenario like Fielder was talking about. It's here to try to start a reverse sweep. Throne of Anubis picked by 99 Divine. We're going to be getting our first look of some Tier 1 Clash play.
Yeah, this is kind of exciting. Also, to see some of these old maps reworked makes me happy. Temple of Anubis was always one of my very favorite maps. I actually was a 2CP enjoyer.
Same.
I did enjoy it. I liked it. People joked that it was like 5 CP, 6 CP back in the day, but now it actually is 5 because you got to get 5 to win the map. So can be even more. It's fun.
You know, they said they had off-meta picks. They showed us the Junkrat. Now they're going with some off-meta stuff in the maps themselves, as we do have a substitution. So Light is going to be stepping in for a Momo.
You know, trivia, Light played the last time I cast a Clash game when we had the show, the Venture Show match, and he played on it. So he has a lot of experience on Clash. On this very stage, Achilleos.
Righty.
I'm glad they're giving him some playtime. Maybe he'll be the one to get the map off a Korean team.
Just, I don't know, just write the Falcons players' names in your Death Note or whatever. It's the worst joke. I hate myself. Anyway.
I can't save you.
I'm glad that we have some fans here representing and showing their support here for the squad, because they need it to try to turn things around. Let's see, though. Light stepping in. He was the one who promised at least the map victory. Let's see if he is going to be able to deliver on said promise.
I mean, the vibes on the team look very good. They look very happy. They look very ready. Light's pumping everybody up. Color X is getting involved. All business on the Falcons side, as they had a few mistakes on that last map of Runasapi, but we're able to get it done.
Alrighty, well, we are ready to go. So here we have it. Throne of Anubis to try to start the reverse sweep for the side of 99 Divine. A must-win situation, as we will get ready to see what these comps look like. But yeah, I mean, just given the hovers, expecting more Junker Queen head-to-head.
That is the expectation. It's that type of map. I do enjoy seeing a little bit of a Moira hover here. I actually think could be quite strong on Clash because of how fast you can build it and the buffs on this patch, but never mind.
Joe, you can also build quickly an Orbital Ray.
That's true. You know, it seems to be stronger than the Coalescence, but I like Coalescence. Anyway, Hanbin on the point first. And once again, Sagi playing that Reaper, and they're playing the Junkrat strong on Anubis. You can get those choke points to control, but winning that first fight, again, is so key. So then you get the choke point to control.
Satchel not coming up with any connection there. Just continuing to spam away here, just neutral up, straight up the row, as Hanbin going to be taking quite a bit of damage. But it's going to be RTK who ends up falling proper, able to go ahead and collect that kill, just playing around here on the jump pack, just up and over the top now, looking for the backline flank. TP out, with the tank going down, it looks like Falcons very much poised to go ahead and get themselves this first cap.
Yeah, really close call there for Hanbin again. Almost got cut off. Sagi had a nice angle there, but unfortunately unsuccessful. Now trying to delay the capture, and will be punished for it.
Oh, and that's going to be Sagi taken down.
No,
Back to the face, opener, and he's falling as well. And there's a decent amount of pressure being applied to Fielder and Shio in the back line, but they just cannot find those picks. Instead, it's just going to be another one-sided affair. Some time to try to go for a reset here, but they're continuing to lose players. So these staggers are going to be brutal at the point now unlocks.
That's probably just B, unfortunately. You know, if they had just let Sagi die, there's still time. I mean, yeah, there's still time to regroup, but now, I mean, you're trying to fight into this choke point, try to get a touch here. No Tracer, no chance.
The thing that's also brutal about this game type is that, you know, going for these resets, these swaps, resetting that ult charge is going to be a little bit brutal to try to deal with. Fielder does end up getting taken down, but they go ahead and they burst the bot. Sagi will fall, and the cleanup can now continue as quick little sprint across here from the Malga, but ultimately R3K, there's just nothing to do, nothing that can be done.
I think the idea behind what Sagi was trying to do, where he was looking to deny the cap, was that they could then force the fight in the choke point, but everybody dying means you just give this up. I mean, they went for the swap to Bastion because it was their only hope to win that fight with no ults. Now they're stuck in this weird Bastion comp. At least they have point control, but Falcons in so much better of a position. You're only having to use that Rampage in the last fight.
Nearly a Reptile online could potentially find some value here in close quarters for the side of Color Hex, but needs to keep himself alive. Some pressure coming through here from Stalker. Now pops the ultimate, sending it immediately. Crashes into the shield here of Opener, but the rest of the team is still just falling. He's got to keep the shield raised to try to keep himself alive and cannot peel for the rest of the squad. Reptile are going to be cleared out. Proper able to go ahead and eliminate that one. The first tick are going to be snatched up here for the side of Falcons, who are looking to bring this series and this map to a very swift conclusion. Second one gained. Pulse bomb in. Opener going to be taken down. Color Hex will find one as Fielder falls, but Color Hex is immediately traded out. Soggy going to be taken out as well as anything that they have to try to extend this point. It is just being swept away. As, yep, just one after the other, beaten and battered back. That's going to be Falcons getting the full cap here on Throne of Anubis. Our first look at it, didn't get to see it for too long as Falcons close out a 3-0 victory over 99 Divine to kick off OWCS Asia.
Yeah, the punish play from Team Falcons is just too good. And for 2 maps in a row, you know, some of these staggered deaths really did a number on 99 Divine. On Runasapi, the Genji chase downs were massive. And this one, trying to force that fight in the choke point, I can understand the idea there for 99 Divine. I don't think it was a bad choice, but they didn't have enough control, and it felt like a last-minute decision, and then everything just fell apart, and then they ended up losing several points in a row. You could see it on Opener's movement there on the Lucio. He's just spinning around to go for the touch. They knew that one was donezo. Falcons continuing to dominate. Not looking perfect, though, by any means, despite a swift 3-0 here. Definitely looking like they could potentially bleed, whereas a squad not immortal, not fully warmed up, perhaps, but I think they were having a little bit of fun as well. Stuff like pushing the cart to give the overtime and all that. We'll see who ends up being POTM, but I think I have a pretty good idea.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's going to be Hanbin, actually.
Huh.
That's not what I expected.
I will respect all voters, but I will also tell you, Achilleos, that when we voted, I said to you, I looked at you and said, I think I would be okay with anyone but Hanbin today.
I mean, he had some key moments, you know, especially, I'd say Runasapi. There was tons of moments where he's just like, no, I can rampage here.
Yeah, no, his decision-making was wild and very all over the place, but he trusted his squad, and sometimes he was able to save team fights just by rampaging at the right moment. Like, he had some good decision-making. He was also punished a lot as well. I thought Proper was more consistent throughout the series, so I voted for him.
Yep, we both went for Proper. No matter what he was playing, he was just a menace. The Tracer there at the very end, the Genji throughout on Runasapi, as well as, you know, playing Widowmaker on that opening round of Sanctuary was just consistently finding headshots, consistently just picking off that support line. I think Ray Momo ended up dying to his Widow at least like 3 or 4 times. So we went for that, but this was a little bit of a hard one to really pin down as well, because I think you could make a solid argument for Stalker, who was doing wonders for them.
Chio also had a really good game. Like, his orbital rays were really good. Yep. So I was like, yeah, Chio, I think if they voted for him, I would have been okay with it. Supports don't always get the credit they deserve, and Juno is not one of the supports that often gets very much praise because of the simplicity, but we'll take a look at some of the highlights here. A lot of these are going to be just, you know, rampage turns like this one. You can see Stalker is almost dead. Chio's out, and he turns the fight with this rampage. These are the kind of rampages you and I are talking about, where he saves fights that look surely lost. And he definitely had, especially on Runasapi, some of those big moments. All the highlights are from Runasapi as well.
Yep. It's just... Hey, what time is it, Junkie?
Okay, one more here on Anubis as well. It's time for the rampage, Achilleos. Yeah, because she can't answer you right now. She's busy.
All right. Well, we do have, of course, our interview with our player of the match. So let's go ahead and get ready to hear from Hanbin as we pass it over once again to Captain Quest.
Very much, Achilleos. We are here with the first player interview, your cam interview of the day for OWCS Asia Day 1. We have Hanbin on stage for Team Falcons. Please make your introductions.
팀에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 한빈이라고 합니다.
And this is Hanbin.
네, 한빈 선수 반갑습니다. 자, OWCS 아시아 첫 승리를 정립하게 되셨습니다. 시작이 굉장히 좋은데요. 승리 소감.
Of course, Team Falcons are off to a great start. So, how do you feel about capturing the first win of the day, of the tournament?
개인적으로 제가 좀 못했어가지고 POTM일지 몰랐는데.
I didn't expect to receive POTM because we almost lost map 1 and it feels like it was my fault.
빛을 발했던 한비 선수였는데요. 상대 팀이 경기 시작 전에 깜짝 선물을
Before the start of the interview, of course, 99 Divine said that they have a surprise pick prepared. And of course, we saw heroes like Reaper and Junkrat. So how did Team Falcons react?
정크렛은 이제 스크림에서 자 가끔 이제 해외 팀들이 썼었거든요.
Teams from overseas, they actually play Reaper and Junkrat sometimes in scrims. So, but
리퍼 제자리 TP가 조금 놀랍지 않았나?
I was actually pretty taken aback about the
하루가 아니었나 싶습니다.
about the blink step
자, 그렇다면 오늘 좀 경기를 펼치면서
from the other
팀원들의
team.
반응이 어땠나요?
그냥 왜 힘들지? 사실 제가 못 하고 있었는데 조용히 있었습니다.
So how did the team react during map 1 when you almost dropped it? And he's like, wait, why is this much harder than it seems?
자, 오늘 좀
And they didn't realize that it was the it was Hanbin underperforming.
오늘 한빈 선수 POTM에
That's Hanbin?
항복을 기여를 했어요. 자, 사륙각이 정말 대단했습니다. 좀 이렇게 사륙을 쓸 때 어떤 걸 주로 보시나요?
Can you talk to us about the rampage angles?
스킬 빠진 거 뭐 정콩 시프트나 뭐 리퍼 시프트 오늘은 뭐 그런 거 약간 생존기들이 빠졌을 때 바로 공 쓰는 거.
I think I saw the angles when they didn't have their abilities, especially the ones where you blink away or survive, or allows you to survive, is on cooldown.
그리고 또 오늘
And he can definitely say that it was a tank diff today.
어땠나요?
Can you talk to us about playing in Clash?
실제로도 빨리 끝내서 기분이 좋습니다.
It's a mode that ends. It's a very quick mode, and I expected the win.
저희가 항상 치고 박는 거 좋아하는 팀이어가지고 맵이 또 좁은 맵이기도 하다 보니까 재밌는 것 같아요. 저희 팀의.
Of course, I think the Clash maps are fun because we like to scrap, and it's a small map, so there's a lot of action.
팬분들께도 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
오늘 와주셔서 정말 감사하고 응원 오늘도 해주셔서 정말 감사하고.
Thank you so much for supporting and coming all this way to support us. And we'll make sure to work hard and do well in this tournament.
오늘 너무너무 수고하셨습니다. 승리 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 이렇게 첫 경기.
And that's it for the first POTM interview of the day. We have more matches coming up, and before we head into match 2, I'm going to send it back to Achilles and Wolf.
Thank you very much, Quest. Yes, we have many more matches. Coming up next, we have LAZULI versus Poker Face, Japan versus Korea. See who comes out on top of that one when we come back from the break.
Time for the down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hard work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the Nano 2. This might just be enough.
Hello, we are back here in the white void as we get ready to go into our second series of the day. Just saw Falcons taking down 99 Divine in 3-0 fashion. That contention that we saw in the first map, a little bit lacking on the other two. But now we have LAZULI versus Poker Face. So one of our big squads coming over from Japan, going up against the Wildcard contender.
Now, if we continue to see Junker Queen on every map, because it's been quite popular so far today.
That's a good meta for Leonoptrix.
Yeah, so Leonoptrix is the tank player, formerly of Insomnia, now for LAZULI here. One of the best tanks in Japan, frankly.
Yes.
But especially on Junker Queen. Like, he is the best Junker Queen player, I would say, in the region. Like, KSG can give him a run for his money from time to time from Varel, but Leonoptrix is very good. It looks like a very strong meta for him. So I'm hoping that they can show up here, because we did see otherwise last stage, Japanese teams just not able to match the Korean teams at all.
Yeah.
And that was kind of true of the Pacific teams as well. But I'm hoping that we could see something different today. Nevis as well on this roster used to be a tank player. Sometimes he plays support. He plays DPS. He's scheduled to play DPS today based on what I'm seeing. He's listed as a DPS, but he can play whatever he wants. But
yeah,
he has been incredible on Cassidy recently as well. So, if both of those picks are going to be seen today, maybe they'll play similarly to how Color Hex was playing the Cassidy, Junker Queen setup. Very strong meta for LAZULI, so that makes me hopeful that this won't just be a one-sided affair. Even though Poker Face came in as a lower seed from Wildcard, they're in the tougher region.
Yeah, I mean, they swept their way through that wild card. It was not quite close between any of the squads that went up against Poker Face. They were able to very handily deal with every single squad that came their way, including Varel, who had previously been at the top of the Japanese region. So strong team in their own right. Belos Faria, also somebody who does have quite a strong Junker Queen. So I think that if this is going to be a meta, that's going to be a really fun matchup to watch between those two in that front line. But yeah, we'll see what happens. But first, let's hear from the teams.
ラズリでタンクをプレイしているボサムです。ラズリでタンクをプレイしているレオノプテリクスです。ラズリでサポートを担当しているサクメです。
라줄리에서 메인딜러를 맡고 있는 히든이라고 합니다. 라줄리에서 서포터를 맡고 있는 슈이라고 합니다.
라즈리でサポートをメインしているキルゼルチです。
ラズリーで DPS を担当しているネイビスです。
自分はステージ1でもインソムニアというチームでアジアステージに来ることができたんですけど、今回このラズリというチームメンバーと一緒に日本予選で優勝してアジアに来ることができて、とても嬉しい気持ちでいっぱいです。
そうですね、個人的には強い人たちを集めている状態だったので、優勝できるかなっては自分個人は思ってました。
정말 좋은 영웅이라고 생각이 들었고 연습을 좀 다른 팀보다 더 빠르게 해가지고 약간 팀에 도움이 되지 않았나.
日本のオフラインに出場するのは初めてで、日本人のファンの方を前にするとすごく緊張したんですけれども、多くの人に応援されているという実感を持ててとても嬉しかったです。
僕が出てた試合なんですけど VS バレルの試合でまだどこの日本チームもそのバレルのチームを勝ったことがなくて、2年間無敗だったバレルを倒した時が一番印象に残っています。正直に言うともう何も考えられないぐらい嬉しくて、ただ叫んでました。 가장 많이 연습하고 노력한 팀원은 그래도 네이비스지 않을까 싶습니다. 레이라는 캐릭을 안 했는데 갑자기 이제 하게 됐고 연습을 하는데 되게 힘겨움을 많이 겪은 친구이다 보니까 그런 것 같습니다.
シーズン終盤の方はジャン確認を多めにプレイして、POTM をたくさん取れたりと、自分の中でも結構うまくプレイできてるという自信もついて、100% 中で言ったら 90% ぐらいを上げたいなと思ってます。OWCS JP で出し切れなかった残りの 10% はアジアというステージで 100% にしてぶつけていきたいと思います。
うちのチームもラズリも強いチームなんで、ポーカーフェイスにも一泡吹かせれるかなと思っております。
해봐야 알긴 하지만 그래도 밑에서 올라온 포커페이스지 않나. 벨로스레아 선수가 감정적으로 게임하는 부분이 있어가지고 그런 부분을 좀 노리면은 혀를 찌를 수 있지 않나 싶습니다. 그러니까 우승 선물은 저희가 또 받는다는 소리 같고, 그리고 부산 경기는 혹시 제 옆자리에서 같이 보자는 소린지, 규태야 너는 그냥 세게 하고 나머지 선수한테만 살살 해달라고 말 좀 해줘.
僕たちのチームラズリは今アジアの中で一番強いと思っているので必ず優勝してます。이제 괜찮아 내가 왔다.
ここまで来たことも日本の方々のファンの方々が応援してくれて本当嬉しいこともあります。そしてアジア来たからもう再戦を作ってやってみます。
はい、見せれるように頑張ります。
今アメリカで大活躍している大谷選手も言っていたんですが、憧れるのをやめましょうというように、我々ラズリもゼタや CR の強い選手たちを前にしてもおじけずに勝利目指して頑張っていきましょう。
ラズリの一人一人が日本で一番強かったからです。なぜ我々が日本で一番だったのかをアジアで証明してみせます。
Alrighty, well, here we go. Lazuli getting ready to make their way out onto the stage. I like that, though. The quote from Shohei Ohtani, basically saying you can't put these teams on a pedestal. At the end of the day, you have to just look at them as any other opponent. You cannot give them additional respect, have additional fear, just because it is a team like Crazy Raccoon or the sides of, Zeta Division as well as Falcons, because if you do that, you're not going to be playing with full confidence.
It's not the right mindset to think a team is unbeatable, right? And I like that as well. Should we play, speaking Japanese, switching roles, I'm very impressed to see that. And you see, I mean, for us, we've cast these players for so long, but in an online environment, to actually see their faces always makes me really hyped. And talking about Nevis, putting in a ton of work, learning Mei from scratch, switching roles to DPS, we practicing Juno earlier, giving us the reasoning behind why he's been playing support instead of DPS, because he's a fantastic DPS player. It took some time to adjust, but now looking like they're closer to full power. And Leonoptrix not even saying he's 100% on his Junker Queen. He's like, yeah, I gotta start playing it again towards the end of the season. He's incredible on it, though.
포커페이스에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 카루라고 합니다. 포커페이스에서 힐러하고 있는 빅사입니다. 포커페이스에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 벨로스레아라고 합니다.
포커페이스에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 프라우드라고 합니다.
포커페이스에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 제우라고 합니다.
포커페이스에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 심플이라고 합니다.
포커페이스에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 자스민이라고 합니다.
포커페이스 DPS 최세한입니다.
4등으로 진출해서 일단 살짝 아쉽긴 한데 그래도 붙어서 다행이라고 생각합니다. 제우 선수랑 프라도 선수가 아직 성장기이기 때문에 키도 많이 컸고 실력도 많이 성장한 것 같아서 그 부분이 좀 크지 않았나.
평소에도 잘하는 모습 보여드리고 중요하거나 위험할 때도 한 번씩 해주는 모습 보여드리고 싶습니다.
일단 제일 기억에 남는 건 시대 결정전에서 제타와 팔콘을 둘 다 잡았던 것들이 생각이 나는 것 같습니다. 저희 팀은 약간 안 좋은 기억이 있으면은 즉각 지워버리거든요. 이번 아시아 스테이지에서는 모든 경기를 다 기억할 수 있으면 좋겠습니다. 일단 제타 제일 먼저 기억에 남기고 싶습니다. 친정팀 부수는 게 제일 재밌으니까.
팔콘이 제일 잘하는 것 같고 지금 메타는 팔콘 빼고는 다 비슷비슷한 것 같아요.
메타빨 맞는 것 같고요. 근데
그 팀을 이제 깨냐 못 깨냐로 이번에 아시아 성적이 좀 나뉠 것 같고, 또 이제 그 팀이 잘할 만큼 빨아먹을 수 있으면은 그것도 좋을 것 같아요. 저희 팀 프라우드 선수가 지금 비밀 병기 하나 연습하고 있는데 그거는 전략 노출이라 말해드릴 수 없을 것 같고요. 많은 기대만 부탁드리겠습니다.
저희가 코리아 스테이지에서도 그랬듯이 재밌는 조합, 재밌는 경기 많이 보여드렸었고, 이번 아시아 스테이지에서도 저희가 여러 비장에서 준비해서 많이 올 테니까 많은 기대와 응원 부탁드리겠습니다.
상영아, 우승 기념 선물은 대한극장에서 주고 부산에서는 우리 경기 재밌게 보렴.
제타전? 제타가 좀 그런 것 같아요. 무조건 이겨야 된단 마인드. 개인적으로 희성이요. 희성이가 고점이 되게 높은 선수라고 생각을 해서 견제가 되는 것 같습니다.
힘들게 올라오신 이제 퍼시픽 일본 여러분, 한국 오셨지만 아쉽게 관광만 하시다가 돌아가시게 될 것 같습니다. 이제 저희가 부산으로 경기하러 갈 거기 때문에 경기 보러 오시는 김에 부산도 한번 관광 시원하게 즐겨주시면 될 것 같습니다. 보통 해외 선수들 같은 경우는 경기하기 전에 서로 쳐다보는 경우가 많았어가지고 눈빛부터 기선제압을 하면은 이제 긴장 없이 잘 해낼 수 있습니다.
이봐. 레전드. 와, 레전드.
가보자.
건니치와 재팬.
와, 지렸다.
이런 거 해야지.
지렸다.
휴가 빨리 받고 싶으면은 그냥 대회 대충 하고, 그거 아니면은 다 같이 열심히 해서 스톡홀름 한번 가보자.
대회를 한 달 정도는 해가지고 쉬고 싶긴 한데 쉬는 거는 죽어서 쉬겠습니다.
RIP 심플. 잘 가라 지성아.
저희가 첫 경기가 일본 팀일 텐데 첫 경기부터 한일전이라 절대 질 수 없고요. 열심히 해서 우승 한번 이뤄보도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 이번에 첫 국제전인데 열심히 준비해서 좋은 경기력으로 팬분들 응원해 보도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
고맙습니다.
Alrighty, well, Poker Phase getting ready to make their way out onto the stage. Another roster that has an immense amount of depth behind it. We'll see which 5 are going to be starting here for us in just a moment. But for now, their opportunity to bask here in the spotlight as, like they said, first international tournament for a lot of these players.
Yeah. And, you know, Karu actually used to play in Japan as well, so he has some experience with Leonoptrix. I believe they were teammates last stage. Really exciting to see him back on the stage here for Korea now. And, I mean, this roster basically comes in as a relatively unknown team to a lot of people, but a team that's very strong, has a big legacy in contenders here in Korea, an org that has been around for a really long time, so looking forward to them. Starting lineup here for LAZULI, we'll have Nebis on DPS, Shui on support. He was listed as such, and it came up officially like he's the support player. He said he's the support player for LAZULI in the opening interview. Really saying, like, I'm Juno now. Like, that's me, that's my role, and I'm not going to be playing Genji. And Nevis put in the time, he put in the effort to become a DPS, and his Mei has been fantastic. He performed incredibly well in the playoffs. I am hoping for big things for this team. I really want to see them do well.
Very much the same with you, and I had some curiosities about what we'd be seeing from the side of Poker Face. We don't get too much of Jasmine, as Bellistria does have a lot of the bases covered, but it's mostly in regard to that DPS lineup, because we've been seeing Choi Se-won, you know, on the bench from time to time with Jaewoo starting, even though they have some fairly decent overlap in what they do play. But it's going to be Choi Se-won who does start, so Jaewoo going to be on the bench at the beginning here.
Yeah, Simple and Fixa on the support lineup. No Karu to start things off, and this is not a surprise. And Bellistria, like you said, pretty good at Junker Queen himself, and we'll see how he does perform. But it looks like it's time for an interview with Kilios.
That it is, so we'll go ahead and get ready to hear from our team reps. So once again, we'll pass it over to Quest.
Thank you very much, Achilles. This is Captain Quest speaking. I hope the mic quality gets better over time, but of course, we are here with the second pre-match interview of the day. Between Pokerface and LAZULI. What's the first question going to head in? What are your thoughts on Pokerface as a team?
포커페이스가 제가 전에 있던 팀이기도 하고, 그리고 오랜만에
Of course, I was part of Pokerface before.
경기를 하고, 또 이게 한국말로 들으니까 이게 또 모든 게 다 반갑네요.
But
네,
hearing everything
이렇게
in
히든
Korean
선수가
and just
반갑다고
kind of being in the
했어요.
familiar place is
벨로스라
very welcoming.
선수는 어떻게 생각하시나요?
사실
So,
처음에
what
상대를
does
들었을 때
Bellusteria
일본
think?
1등 팀이라 해서 이제 큰일 났다 싶었는데 상대 팀 닉네임에 히든 써 있는 거 보고 이제
I was actually very scared that when I just saw JP number 1 that we were playing the JP number 1 seed, but then I saw Hidden's name and I was like, phew!
벨로스라 선수가 사전 인터뷰 때 부산은 우리 경기 보러 관광 와라 이렇게 얘기를 했어요. 자, 이 얘기를 어떻게 생각하시는지
Bellusteria in the
궁금한데요.
pre-match interview, or in the interview, earlier interview said, okay, well,
보는 사람은
your gift for winning the
벨로스라인 거죠?
championships is
자, 이렇게
Bellusteria.
서로 한 방씩 주고받고 있습니다.
And he's gonna.
반면에 히든
So
선수는
you know, there's a bit of a trash talk.
세게
Sorry, I
해도
missed
쉽게
the
이길
latter
수
part of
있기
the
때문에
answer.
나머지 선수에게만
But this is
살살
just a bit of a
해달라고
friendly trash talk
부탁해라라고
going on
했는데
between the two
오늘
players.
어떻게 하실 건가요? 세게 하실 건가요?
사실
So is
오늘은
Bellusteria
세게 하는
going to
것보다
play at 100% today?
히든 팬미팅식으로 하지 않을까 싶습니다.
자, 오늘 이든 선수 정말
Not only am I going to play at 100%, but I'm
자, 이든 선수
only
일본
coming for
2위와
Hidden.
한국 4위
It's almost going to be like a fan meet.
많은 분들이 지금 궁금해하실 텐데요. 그렇다면
Of course, a lot of people
우리 팀
will be
자랑
curious
한번씩
about
들어보도록
how
하겠습니다.
the JP number 1 seed will be playing against the Korean number 4 seed. So
어떤 상황이 와도 좀 즐기면서 게임을 하는 것 같아요.
네, 자,
what are the differences between the JP and the Korean teams? And Hidden says, I think we have more fun.
그건 모르겠고 상대팀 히든이
That's for
잘생겼습니다.
Bellusteria.
네.
I don't know about any of all that, but I think Hidden's very good looking.
머리 샤라웃 해주셨습니다. 자, OWCS 아시아 스테이지 2 첫 경기인 만큼 현장에서 그리고 온라인에서도 많은 팬분들이 응원을
Of course, this is the both teams' first match in this venue and in OWCS Asia Stage 2, so please say a few words to the fans.
팀보다는 살짝 부족한 점이 있다고 생각하기 때문에
We might be Japanese, the number 1 team in Japan, but of course there are things that we are falling behind the Korean teams, so we'll do our best to take the win today.
하겠다는 우리 히든 선수 만나봤고요. 그렇다면 벨로스라 선수는요?
제가
As for Bellusteria,
코리아 그 플레이오프에서 다음
During the
주에
Korean
대한민국에서
playoffs,
뵙자고 했는데 그 말하자마자 바로
I said,
저버려가지고
okay, well,
다음 주에서
let's see you
부산에서
next
뵙자면
week
못할 것 같고
in
난
this
오늘
venue.
경기 최선을 다해서
And
이겨보겠습니다. 감사합니다.
so I'm not going to make any early promises, but I hope to see you all in Busan, and I will work hard today.
지금까지 라조리의 히든 선수, 포커페이스의
And that was the second pre-match interview between LAZULI's Hidden and Bellusteria, Poker Face's Bellusteria. And before we head into the game, I'm going to send it back to Achilles and Wolf.
Alrighty, thank you very much. And yeah, I mean, defying the odds. It's kind of the story here for LAZULI as well as NyamGaming from Japan coming into this tournament as well as the stage, because it's just been beyond anything we could have comprehended.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see a team like this, you know, rise to the occasion and defeat the old leaders, the old representatives, and say, no, it's my turn. And, you know, Leonoptrix getting back-to-back opportunities here at our big Asia lands. We'll see what he can do in what's looking like it is likely to be a Junker Queen focused meta, at least here from what we've seen so far. Shui swapping roles, Nevis swapping roles. Big things could be on the horizon for this team if they can perform well. And, you know, I wish them the best, because the Japanese teams have always been very special to me because we commentate them, right? We never get to see their faces up close. We never get to see them on stages like this unless they qualify, unless they make it here. So let's see if they can seize the opportunity they have.
Certainly don't want to squander it, but on the opposite side, I mean, Bellusteria with some nice cheeky smack talk over to Hidden, saying like, I was worried. But then I saw Hidden was on the team, and I was like, oh, okay, we're fine. Which is some nice little banter there between the two. Clearly, Bellusteria is coming into this one maybe a bit more relaxed.
Yeah, I do think that, you know, last stage and at EWC we had Yeti, right? We had a team that was very wild, right? Very unpredictable. I think Poker Face is a lot more disciplined as a squad, and I think, you know, Fnatic underperforming is kind of that dip of like reminding you that Yeti did have those inconsistencies, right? Poker Face comes in here, I think, as a strong 4th seed, and one I think that, at least for me, I'm happy to show the world, you know, as a Korea caster here for OWCS. I'm happy to share how strong this roster is, some of the legacy of this roster, and I hope that also they can perform well, you know? I think both of these teams come from a point of like going, let's see how far we can go in this tournament. And we do have a clear favorite in Poker Face, but the meta is strong for LAZULI.
All right, well, Lijiang Tower coming through here from LAZULI as that higher seed. Of course, they do get the map pick, so not going to be seeing Busan again. Let's see what does happen, though, on Lijiang Tower. And again, this kind of piques my curiosity, just given that Choi Se-wan is going to be starting as opposed to Jaewoo. They do have that overlap. Maybe it's going to be Choi Se-wan coming out and flexing onto something that
Genji.
isn't quite a flyer. Yeah, maybe perhaps that Genji to come through rather than sticking to the Pharah Echo that we come to expect from Jaewoo when he's in.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good read, Achilleos. I think that's likely right now. And Proud is a fantastic DPS as well alongside him. That's where things can get a little bit tricky because Nevis mastered Mei, right? And it was a Mei meta just a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
It's not really looking like it is right now, and he's still locked in on DPS, so what he plays and how well he performs is going to be a big question mark. I'm expecting the Cassidy, like I said before, because that was his other pick he did very well on in playoffs. And if you want to just play Cassidy Junker Queen, it worked very well in our previous series for 99 Divine, so that could just be the angle. Very straightforward sign.
But it doesn't say if they're cheering for him. Maybe they're wishing for his downfall.
Is there something hidden on the second sign behind is the question.
What do you got? Are you baiting?
Wait.
Oh.
Foreshadowing?
Oh, okay. Well, we'll have to wait. Maybe they just have that second sign because they're not sure who else they want to cheer for quite just yet. So they're still giving it some more contemplation. Is okay. We have a group effort. Can they align it?
And Jaewoo together.
That is fantastic.
Very cool.
Oh, yeah.
And the Bellisry even comes with a Hammond plushie.
Yeah, we got a little wrecking ball just chilling out there. I like it.
Yeah, it's very cool. It's decently aligned. It's one side's a little bit low, but
they're working on it, getting it there.
It's time. This is one of the two series I'm really hyped for. I want to see LAZULI, really show their potential here. I want to see the Japanese teams actually make a dent this time in the Korean squads. If they can here, who knows what this tournament could look like.
Get ready to find out, just waiting for the music button to be pressed so we know that things are going to be underway. I'm being told that the game is, in fact, ready. So Lijiang Tower to start things off here for our second series of the day of the tournament. As we have LAZULI, #1 squad from Japan, going up against Pokerface out of the Wildcard. Looks like for now, Bellisry maybe just coming out the gate here with that wrecking ball.
Yeah, I mean, that is a pick he's more known for.
It was with the Mei.
Yeah, so LAZULI kind of living in a past meta here, but it is what they got here with. So, very different look than our first series. Choi Se-wan will stick with the Pharah. No Genji here. Proud back onto the Tracer. And this ball Pharah dive can be quite effective. It's all about target selection, though. And Choi Se-wan and Bellisry need to communicate who they want to pick first.
Oh, he's landed right in behind Nevis. That's a decent amount of damage there across. Now just jumping forward, direct hit there on Shui, takes him low. Continuing to poke and prod here from that right side flank, joined by Proud there on the ground. Teleporter will go away as for now. Still that first opening pick eluding us, but this is LAZULI very much shoved away from the point, so now they're going to be TPing forward to try to get their way cut back in. Wall goes up to try to cut off the pinch coming through here from Pokerface. His fists go up, Lijiang just trying to stay alive.
So they get the cap.
Cap is theirs. They're ticking up here for the moment. So Pokerface looking to just kind of realign themselves before going in towards the point. A couple shots in, though. Shui taken down low and will get cleaned up. Bellisry in perfect position to go ahead and find the alley-oop. Down to support now as Choi Se-wan up and over the top. Dodging out of these shots here from Sakame, who does get that final tag, so will be death from beyond the grave there. Trades that back, but now with Lijiang falling here to fix it, that's going to be Pokerface getting themselves a pretty quick flip, you would suspect, is Hidden and Navis are in pretty bad positions here. Ice Block will go ahead and buy them some additional percentage, but ultimately Navis should fall here, and will do so as Bellisry is able to collect the kill. So now Pokerface is going to be grabbing control.
Yeah, no, this was pretty expensive for LAZULI, the staggers there to try to keep the percent up, but I think getting up to 35, worth it in the end. Ultimately, Nevis also building up most of that Blizzard, so I do like how they were able to slow that down. It's going to give Pokerface a ton of ults, but they were already kind of in the lead in that regard, so feels decent here, but Pokerface now in complete control.
A little away from Ray from Shui here is online. He's also the target right now here from Proud, who goes ahead, sends in that pulse bomb, but will not find a connection, so kill not to be found quite just yet here. LAZULI still continuing on the reapproach as Lijiang is looking for picks up a little bit of damage down onto that enemy brig, but Shui is going to fall. Simple able to find that elimination here as Barrage now online for Choice1, just trying to stay alive. Kites back, Navis at the same time. Going to be taken down by the pile driver. TP up onto the high ground, TP back, but now Sakame will fall. Proud able to find his mark, finds his second, his Hidden will get eliminated as well. And that's going to be the cleanup, as well as the lead gained here for PokerFace, who are now getting ready to move past 45.
See if Hidden's going to swap. I'm not particularly a big fan of that photon barrier usage there. You're never really going to get value out of it unless you're using it on the point. And he does swap, so it looks like that at least gives us that explanation there. They held a lot of the other ultimates, the Nano Boost not used, the Blizzard, of course, not really in a position to be utilized. Belisria waiting to drop down onto this Cassidy they're now aware of. He is the main target here.
Blizzard invested just to try to get out of the opening choke. Zewan just grounded here for now, but still more than happy to just sit in this corner.
Nano
himself
out.
safe. Yeah, Nano goes out onto Hidden, so Electric Cowboy in play. Trying to get that shot across, can't quite make it happen. Has to kite back. Sakame at the same time, going to be taken down as Belisria comes crashing across. Is getting in on top of the cast. Is able to go ahead and take him down. Choice1, a couple of direct shots. Shui will fall, as that is going to be the cleanup, and this is pretty poor timing here for the side of LAZULI. A team kill, waiting to respawn, as it's now about 90% on board here for PokerFace.
Now, see if they can actually stop any touches.
I mean, Hidden's been held at bay. It's going to be one of the key ones that you'd be relying on, trying to make their way over onto the point. Another whip shot now coming through, just trying to keep him staved off as much as possible. He will find access, though. Gets himself over to the point, has to pop that recall out, but overtime is forced.
Barely getting the overtime, but Leo's going to have to ult in the choke.
Sends up the ult to try to get that armor, but still getting whittled away at. Trade out here on these Tracers, both going to be taken down as supports are able to find those kills. Electric still just trying to keep them in this one, but the Annihilation does get respected. They pull back away, it expires. Flip comes in, LAZULI back in control some time. Bought, but Shui is getting jumped on there. Choice1 able to land right on top of his head. Finds Sakame as the follow-up, and now just looks for a little bit more. Pushing him over here to the side. Ice block has to be popped by Nevis to try to stay alive. Leonoptrix now just kiting back around the corner, but just does not have the healing, does not have any support whatsoever to keep himself alive. Once again, the touch coming through, a reset on the overtime here for the side of Hidden. The orbital ray gets called in from Shui, trying to keep everybody alive, including Sakame, who has since swapped over onto the Luzio, just trying to ride along the walls, but eventually Proud is able to hound him down. Shui now at risk, down to his sliver, their own orbital ray, as well as the rally in play. The barrage up over the top. They just go ahead and beat and batter them. That is going to be the cleanup coming through as PokerFace get themselves the first round of Night Market, 100-52.
LAZULI coming in with a pretty dated composition here, and I think, as we will have a small pause here. Interesting to see PokerFace, I think, reading this very well, expecting that they're going to be running the May. I mean, Nevis kind of pointed out in his interview. I mean, it's very transparent that LAZULI have a specific style that we're incredibly good at in playoffs, and then they just run the May. They're like, well, you can't shoot up, basically, with your composition. And his positioning was fantastic. It almost felt like he was surrounding them, corralling them at times, finding these drop-offs where nobody can shoot at the Forest. They're trying to win the tank war. They're playing the Ramatra, right? They're trying to actually break the front line, so they're just largely ignoring Choice1. And then Choice1 is finding these incredible angles because of it. And he's just like, all right, well, if nobody's going to fire at me, I will just land on top of the Brigida and blow her up. So some really fantastic play overall from the Pharah, and even though LAZULI were able to get that first cap, weren't able to maintain control, and that composition requires a lot of ults to function, so once they lost control of that, they had to swap off the Symmetra, it all fell apart. We'll see if they have a different read, though, moving into our second round once we get there.
Yep, being told it's just a simple audio issue, so should hopefully have that dealt with here pretty soon, so we can just get right back into things here.
You think it's an audio issue that's easily resolved, or the player has an audio issue?
Both. ¿Por qué no los dos?
Okay, I like what you're saying. I'm gonna hope that's the case as well.
Being told that it's resolved, we're just waiting for the ready checks here for both of the squads, and then we can go ahead and resume and see which sub-map we do also get here. But overall, I think pretty just, breezy round for the most part here for the side of PokerFace. Losing out of the initial cap. They have to surrender as that Annihilation comes over to just kind of back away, allow it to just expire from Leonoptrix. We'll take a look back at some of the big moments here from Choice1.
Look at how Choice1 and just has full control here. No one can really punish him. But he's approaching Fixa from, not Fixa. Sakame is playing the Brigida from behind, so it's very difficult to react and to actually play around the Pharah, so he really knows the angles incredibly well. When there's no hit scan, no way to knock him out of the sky, it just gets that much easier. PokerFace looking like they want to run the same comp, but LAZULI will put Leonoptrix on the Junker Queen this time around. We'll see if Hidden swaps off of this sim. Yep, we'll be playing the Junkrat. So this
Okay.
is kind of going around. We did see this a little bit in Japan. Taio's squad, MFC was playing it.
Oh boy. We're just like 3 games away from Jake announcing his return to pro play. As Sakame going to be taken out. Fix able to find that one. Choice1 will be grounded. Nice headshot there on the right click from Davis. It's the far on the floor as Leonoptrix just trying to chase out here to the walkway, but he's just being peppered with bullets here from Proud.
Nevis is a little bit isolated as well.
Yep, he's pretty much completely surrounded, and will be taken down. Fix it in position to make sure that he had no routes for escape. He's end up falling, and now the cap getting ready to come through here for the side of Pokerface will be first on the board here on Control Center.
I think Hidden should swap, as I don't think this is going to work anymore. If you lose the first cap, trying to actually fight your way through with the Junkrat is so difficult. He is going to go over to the cast. They're going to run the Cassidy Venture, interestingly, instead of keeping Nevis on the May.
Pile driver in, Hidden. At risk down to about half HP. Does come up with a kill though. Choice1 going to be taken down. Really good return fire. They find some stability here in the HP bars. As Proud continuing poke and prod, trying to draw some attention over towards him rather than the point itself, where LAZULI is trying to extend this as much as possible. Pops the shields, grabs the mega pack, and now Nevis is going to be taken down. As Symbol's able to find that kill. Shoving it back with flashbang in around the corner. Proud going to be headshot, Hidden. Go ahead, let down the enemy tracer, peeling off some more pressure here for his own backline, as LAZULI will be able to go ahead and get this flip.
Yeah, that was actually really nice mag there to come out from Hidden. That pick is what really solidifies their control here. Belisria doesn't have a minefield, so he's kind of just hiding back now. LAZULI in a good spot. Ray kind of misplaced here.
Ray's out on both sides, but Leonoptrix closing the gap, pushing up, able to find Simple, taking him down. Man advantage now here for the side of LAZULI, but equalizes. Choice1 is able to find one. Deadeye going to be popping from Hidden for a target. Leonoptrix in the meantime just playing the corner, and Shui will be able to find Belisria off screen. So suffering a couple losses despite the investments. That's going to be Pokerface staved off with LAZULI getting ready to gain the lead.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, they had to trade the Ray, but it was really poorly placed there for Pokerface. Oh!
Okay, trying to go for the stick. He knew that Nevis is going to be at risk. He's already used the burrow, but he can't quite confirm the kill, so he lives to fight another day.
Yeah, that's another ult down here for Pokerface. Starting to get a little bit desperate. Choice1 finds the angle. Minefield's out. Hidden is in trouble.
Yeah, that he is. Goes in the mine. Ends up getting taken down. Choice1 in the meantime. Just hovering here from above. Looking to try to get these shots through. Rally's going to be popped. Barrage comes out in response. He does end up giving his life for that one, but finally it's still going to be a trade up here for the side of Pokerface. 3 players gone on LAZULI. Leonoptrix not going to be an opportunity to try to send out that rampage here. Will have to be a reset. Lead is gained, but only by 23%.
It was a pretty slow, you know, take, so a lot of time given and a lot of cap to LAZULI, as well as a lot of ults utilized. So if Leonoptrix can find a way to escort Hidden in and hit a big purple with his rampage, then this is definitely winnable here for LAZULI. Only got one more shot at this, though, and if Choice1 actually gets a pick, that would be massive.
Burrows.
Looking for
About
Hidden.
what target he wants to go for. Hidden kind of off to the side here. Looks to try to push him into the corner. Does end up losing his life for that one, but ultimately still helps in more ways than one. Huge value to be found off the engage. That's the lead now gained here for Pokerface.
Yeah, this comp is so reliant on Hidden that he's obviously going to be the main target Pokerface are looking for. It was a really nice set play there. They focus him down. Sure, you know, he gives his life for it, as you say, but it's worth it. LAZULI with a fast reset, though. They instantly just jump off the side. They know that push is cooked. They're going for the next one here. This needs to be a rampage for Leonoptrix to bring this round home. Otherwise, it's going to be 1-0 Pokerface. Let's see if he can find the angle, as Pokerface are pretty well split right now against him. He gets into tracking him.
Proud nearly just dead there in the neutral. We'll have ult coming through here from Nevis to try to open things up, and we'll get one. Picks are going to be taken down. Pulse bomb again from Proud. Not going to be finding value, but Shui still does get pistoled down. He finds it on the back end, so support for support here at the moment. The overtime gets forced out, Hidden, jumped on, dead. Choice1 collecting the kill. Leonoptrix still has this rampage, but just has not been given any opportunity to utilize it. He's going to send it now here in desperation. Only clips onto 2. Proud going to be bleeding down, can't receive any healing, and eventually will fall. Leonoptrix, he finds himself basically alone here on the point, shoved away as the overtime gets ready to bleed. He will end up falling right as Sakame rejoins, Simple collecting the last 2 kills, as Pokerface will find themselves a 2-0 victory here on Lijiang Tower to start the series.
Yeah, second round on Control Tower, a little bit more close, a little bit more competitive, but still, I think Pokerface having a better read on the meta right now, playing something that's more relevant and more recently powerful. And, you know, you see LAZULI trying to go back to some old tricks, but got a little bit stuck because of how they swapped. You know, it's not Nevis who's on the Cassidy in this case, it's Hidden who ends up playing it, and it was not the same setup they used through playoffs because they had the late swap from the sim and stuff like that. So, ended up being a little bit weird there for the side of LAZULI not playing at their best, but they were able to. The one part I feel like of that second round that was most impressive to me was when they were able to get that pick while everyone was trying to avoid the Rampage. Like, okay, you're all split. We can find Fixa, but they still weren't able to group then to find the Rampage value and fell off. But I thought they made some good decisions there despite the deficits they had.
Yeah, it was very well piloted there by Pokerface. So overall, fantastically done, knowing that that Rampage was there, knowing that that was going to be the win condition, and just never giving them the opportunity to be able to utilize it. So overall, very strong start here for the side of Pokerface, but LAZULI, of course, they have plenty of opportunities to still fight back and try to get themselves into the series. But I'm very curious to see what their map pick is going to be looking like coming into the next one. We've already had Clash once. I don't think the Japanese teams are going to be looking to play Clash.
I don't think so, because it just means that if you end up making one mistake, it becomes so one-sided, it's so snowbally that you're just never going to get back in.
Well, we'll see if we are going to be completely wrong when we come back, so we have a quick little break, so don't go anywhere. We're back. We're about to go into the second map here, the second series of the first day of OWCS Asia, as Pokerface able to scoop a 2-0 victory over on Lijiang Tower to kick things off on Control. We'll see what LAZULI opts to go for here with technically their second map pick, as they did have selection for control.
Yeah, and if you look at the maps here for LAZULI, you can see that they don't pick a lot of different maps, and it's actually kind of reminiscent. If you guys don't watch OWCS Japan, which you should, the region kind of plays the same maps all the time. To actually see that New Junk City is in there, it says 100%. I'm guessing that's a 1-0. Like that's not played in Japan. Also, like we really only have a few maps that are played, so you know, it's quite interesting to see. Now, I'm looking at what Pokerface probably doesn't want them to do, and it's like there's not a lot of data. Junkertown hasn't been very kind to them, but LAZULI are not a team that can play Junkertown, in my opinion. So I don't think that Pokerface are going to be too unhappy with any map pick that comes out. They could throw a curveball, do Clash. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, they absolutely could. But I do believe that the New Junk City was a one-off, and I think that they actually might have played that in the grand final itself.
Yeah, it might have actually been.
I believe that is when that one did come through. But okay, surprise, surprise. They're taking us to home territory.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Hanaoka to go ahead and be our second map. So we get Clash once again.
Some Hanamura vibes coming through. It's not exactly cherry blossom season right now, but
yeah, we're a little ways away from that.
Yeah, we got some months ahead of us, but we will see what they've got prepared here, because we saw in our previous series, the first pro game of Clash was the fastest pro game of all time. We'll see if that is repeated here with Pokerface having a pretty dominant start on Lijiang.
That we will. Very curious to see how this one ends up going, because I think it's a little bit risky. I mean, we saw how snowbally it was in the first series for Falcons versus 99 Divine. Pokerface, they are a team that if you give them momentum, they're going to very much run away with it. I think it was in the Wildcard qualifier where Pokerface had the fastest push that I think I've ever seen. I believe it was them.
Yeah.
And it was like sub 2 minutes, and they finished the map.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, they were incredibly dominant in that tournament. So Sakume, and in general, we see a lot of subs actually for LAZULI. They swap things around a lot.
Jasmine's coming in.
Jasmine's coming in as well. I did not expect that.
Yeah, I thought this would just lean into Belosria. I mean, I think he could play ball technically, but I was expecting maybe Junker Queen to
Yeah, I thought he was just
going
to keep playing Junker Queen as well.
So maybe some Diva.
Could be Diva, and I do not think it's going to be Sigma. I think Sigma's very weak on Clash at the moment, but that's another pick that we've seen Jasmine play in the past. I think that we might see a more direct dive composition here. Karu coming in as well.
Okay, so lots of subs coming in.
Yeah. So this is interesting. Perhaps they have been like, okay, we have some Clash experts just in case they pick it against us, so we're going to put them in. That's all I can expect for Jasmine. Karu has played Ana a lot in the past. He's also messed around with a little bit of Zenyatta. I don't think we're going to see Zenyatta, but I'm just curious about these subs and what they mean. For LAZULI, when we do see Kiru in, it's often to play Lucio. So, you know, that's why I was saying we might see a more dive-oriented composition from them going into this one.
I feel like we could have fit this on one side.
Yeah.
Just wanted some participation.
Yeah, I
suppose.
I'm gonna have to agree with you. I'm gonna have to say, like, this is not the most efficient signage I've ever seen.
Think about the trees!
But it's really reminiscent of one of the Shine Mark signs we had earlier. I wonder if it's the same artist. You know, the other sign that we had.
Like the little gloss on it
Yeah.
with the Diva text we had. Could be.
It's a little it's a little bit detailed, you know? So because we have subs chat, it's going to take a minute for us to settle in, make sure everyone's settings are working correctly and stuff like that. So thank you for your patience. As I'm looking at this situation here for LAZULI, and I think if you get crushed here, momentum is so against you. You know, I think this is a risky pick. It's so momentum based because of how ult charge works, and also LAZULI is a team with like Nevis role swapping and stuff, where they like to swap a lot.
Yeah.
And this is a map type where that is the most punishing thing you can do, is to swap and lose your ult charge and fall behind on tempo.
I mean, we saw how costly it was in that first series. You know, 99 Divine were first forced off of what they were trying to run at the beginning.
Yeah, then they were just
so
constantly
far
behind the 8-ball. Yeah, like they swapped a Bastion for the desperate contest, and then they're stuck on Bastion, and then they lost the map incredibly quickly. It's
a big risk to have come through, but We'll see. I think, yeah, a lot of it is going to be just gambling on being able to have like a nice, sturdy, and solid composition from the outset that you can then try to set up that, you know, that steamroll that you can come through with off the rip. So, very curious to see what these compositions are going to be looking like. And again, just surprised to see that LAZULI was willing to just go for this, because like you said, in the Japanese region, it was pretty standard as far as what was being played. A lot of the teams like the same maps.
I was like, it's Surabasa, right? I mean, we always go Surabasa.
It's a lot of Surabasa. It's a lot of, you know, Runasapi. It's a lot of King's Row.
It was also a lot of Samoa randomly. It was random, but it just happened to always be Samoa for a long time.
Yeah, just coming in for work.
Okay,
so wait, Samoa 3 times.
Any hidden message on the other half of the he in the beginning of this? It says hidden.
There is something drawn there.
See, there's something there. I think that there is something hidden on that they're keeping from us. I think maybe on the other hand, a little nod as well. I'm like, maybe, what are you hiding?
Maybe they had a typo, or they messed up the drawing, so that's why they're just like, quick, put it away.
It says step aside, Cassidy, Widow. I'm going Symmetra, Junkrat, and Torbjorn. That's what it says for hidden there. Which we did see a little bit of the Junkrat and a little bit of the Symmetra.
Yeah.
But did not work out, unfortunately, for him.
Well, it looks like players still taking their time getting everything ready to go.
On the like sparkly part, or like the splash parts, it says Tungyuk, which is like shocking. And then there was something on the left side. It looks like another splash type like word is there.
This is upside down.
Let's see if we can still read it. No! I wanted to read it upside down. Now no one will ever know I can read upside down, Achilleos.
Okay, well, clearly, you know, fan of Korean teams. Got Crazy Raccoon, Falcons, Zeta Division, as well as Poker Face that they are cheering for with a nice little Kiriko drawing.
Nice calligraphy.
I was going to say, I mean, I can't read it,
yeah,
but
me too,
it is very nicely drawn.
It could also just be inaccurate. I wouldn't even know, but it looks very clean.
It just says like toothpaste.
It says Achilleos go home. I'm like, whoa, that's messed up, man.
I didn't even know that they had like kanji for my name. But yeah, I mean, I know that you were attempting to learn and read Japanese.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was trying to learn kanji, and then I was like, all right, let's get some of the basics down first, and then we'll do kanji later. And I was learning some of the kanji for names, and it's just like it's hard. It's really tough. But yeah, maybe he tried his best. Like he was like Achilles, home, and then you know, car, and then like the kanji for like right now.
Could be. Could very well be.
Subtle messaging. Oh, the dogs are back.
Oh, the dogs are back.
But it's, I mean, because this one's a catch-all sign for Korea, it still applies.
You remember when Who Let the Dogs Out was the biggest song in the world?
Yeah. It was
like 8 years old or 6 years old or something like that.
I remember my first time hearing that song, and this is going to sound so bizarre, was when I was on a plane and I had my headphones plugged into the radio that the plane had. You know, like you could choose the channel of which radio station you want. And it just kept playing like only like 6 songs for the whole flight. And I think I was flying to Florida, so it was like a short flight for me. But I just kept being like, I can't wait for Who Let the Dogs Out to come back on again. It's coming back. It's looping around.
I don't even remember. What was the artist's name?
I don't know.
This is... Oh, all right, I'm going to Google.
A little Googling is happening.
Maybe Chad will catch it for us before I can pull this up, but...
Baha Men.
Baha Men. I was thinking it was something boys, but then my brain was saying Venga Boys. And I'm like, that's not them. Venga Boys is, you know, Boom Boom.
Yeah.
As well as a bunch of other tracks. Going to Ibiza and all that kind of stuff. But yeah,
the Venga Bus is coming.
Good Lord. Yeah, that was so very long ago.
We like to party.
We like to party. It's forever known now as the Six Flags
song
if you're American.
Like, it's the Six Flags meme, yeah.
Yeah, you just think about that person dancing dressed up as a grandpa.
Yeah.
But it looks like the players are at long last ready to go. And we'll see what clash looks like here between LAZULI and Poker Face as we get ready to jump into this one. But already a bit of a precarious position for LAZULI. Perhaps this minor curveball will catch Poker Face off guard.
Yeah, we'll see what their game plan is going to be here. I think this is a risky choice they may come to regret.
Alrighty, well, the button has been pressed. We are ready to go. As we jump into map number 2 here, let's see if Pokerface are going to look to deliver another sweep, or if LAZULI, as the #1 seed from Japan, will be able to tie things up.
Now, the playstyle for LAZULI with this Mei composition is very ult efficient, and it's very oppressive when you start to get a lead. So we'll let the fans go first before I do more comp talk. But
Jasmine is hovering the Sigma.
Yeah. Shh, quiet now. No voice lines now. We're doing the analysis. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Now we're looking for Orisa, which is one that I actually thought about. Was buffed, but okay.
But if you think about Orisa for Pokerface, you're typically going to be thinking Belisria.
Yeah, that's what's bizarre. Well, either way, Hidden's going to play the Hanzo. Now, this is something he's shown us before. Not the greatest meta for it.
FCC2 on the team.
Yeah, no, I know. G-Clef and I were talking about this the other day when he was playing it last time around, I believe on Lijiang. But either way, no real great answer for Choi Se-won, again, in this comp. And he just finds a backline.
Yeah, slow field from Leonoptrix is able to find Karu, so will get taken down, but Choi Se-won equalizing as far as the kill is concerned. So Hidden taken out. Leonoptrix eventually felled there as Proud able to weave in some damage here alongside Choi Se-won, who's now going to be at risk here on the low ground, but he also starts streaming through. Simple able to go ahead and keep him sustained as Karu rejoins the fray, and everybody from LAZULI is going to be shoved back as this first cap gets ready to come in.
Yeah. You can see Choi Se-won, like, again, just completely uncontested. And if he goes low, there's no... This comp for LAZULI is so slow. He's just like, oh, let me just chill. Simple, can you heal? He's like, I got you. Then he's like, all right, I'm back full. I'm going at it again. They can't lock me down. So Hidden swaps over to this Ashe, which is going to be much better at dealing with the Pharah, but only if he can get line of sight.
Jasmine trying to lead the way. Spear going wide there. Continue to poke and prod, trying to work their way in onto the point that is now going to be unlocked. So LAZULI having the inside track for the most part there. Start pressuring it out. Pokerface look to fill that space. Se-won here on the low ground, eating quite a bit of damage. Tucks back around the corner. The heal stream in. Simple keeps him sustained, and Hidden's going to be taken out. Proud able to find the headshot. Orbital right now in play from both of these squads. Just trying to keep everybody alive, and now Deadeye's going to be coming in, and Nevis gets taken down as Choi Se-won unleashes the barrage into the back line. Kiru similarly falling. Choi Se-won continuing to progress forward, looking for a little bit more, and there's just nothing else that Leonoptrix can do. Quick little double take, as I think he thought that he had already killed off Leonoptrix, but Jasmine collects it, and that is going to be point B, going the way of Pokerface as well.
Jasmine, I mean, he just has so much armor as Orisa. It's really incredibly difficult to kill him. It takes so long with this composition from LAZULI. The Ashe just, it feels relatively useless unless unless Hidden can find a pick on one of the DPSs. Jasmine's kind of always going to win out the frontline battle. And Leonoptrix this time has Annihilation, so that'll be helpful, but just don't have any control over the point.
Oh, has to go for the reload, otherwise might have been able to find a punish there on the Nevis, who does keep himself alive here for the moment.
The damage out of it.
Ticking up, trying to get this cap. Leonoptrix going in on the chase. The Annihilation pushing across, but he can't quite confirm it. They're on a Proud. Nevis now is going to be taken out. The torpedoes come through from Simple. Leonoptrix is gone. As Simple's nearly built up yet another orbital ray. The first tick will be found. Pokerface looking for a very swift clash, much like we saw from Falcons earlier on.
Yeah. Leonoptrix is like, I've had enough of this. I'm swapping over the Orisa. That hero seems pretty good. A lot of armor, a lot of damage.
Bob to try to extend things here, keep that point contested. They do manage to shove them back for now, but it's just going to be swooping around that right-hand side here for Pokerface. Spinning the spear, keeping him protected. Deadeye again in play for Proud. It's the spot there, can't quite finish the job on the Leonoptrix, but he's still hovering so very low as Jasmine sends out the ultimate. Barrage will be able to find one. Kira once again going to be taken down as Hidden's able to find the headshot. Puts him out. Leonoptrix desperately just holding on by a thread. Tries to get back out into the open so he can receive some healing. Try to get over to that orbital ray perhaps, but either way, will get taken down. Simple going to be picked off here. It seems like there will still be some stability here for the side of LAZULI. Continuing to fight tooth and nail, utilizing this respawn advantage that they do have, so it's not going to come to a conclusion quite just yet, as LAZULI should be able to get this cap.
Okay, it looks like they finally got it, finally got control. Despite Leonoptrix being out of position and punished, it took them so long to actually kill him. It also pulled Jasmine out of position as well, and the backline got picked apart, so LAZULI do finally put one on the board here, and they are neck and neck in terms of ult charge. The Terror Surge is not really what the Orisa is about in these comps, but have at least equalized in that respect.
Dashing into the back line, trying to go for that pulse, but sees the shield raise, doesn't want to risk it, so does opt to hold on to it.
Yeah, not as
okay, Kiru.
Dangerous.
Nearly just gets eliminated, but Simple will get caught, actually. There's like a lot of attention paid here over onto this flank, and that's now going to be Karu finished off as well, so Nevis eventually just find that kill, but look at the answer back. A 2 for 2, but now supportless means the Proud will be taken down, and that should be the cleanup continuing here. Really solid fight back here for LAZULI, now looking to go ahead and get the cap on B.
Yeah, this is just, you know, straight up a really risky play from Proud. He's punished, and without his damage, they can't win the frontline battle. And LAZULI showcasing that they actually do know how to play this Orisa style on this map. They definitely didn't start with it, but they just have some mastery of it. Okay. It's a weird look to see Nevis on Tracer as well. It's just a completely new hero for him that we haven't really seen from him before. He's not performing too well just yet, but confident enough to pull it out here in this international tournament is pretty shocking.
Just going with what the team needs. So you find a couple of those backline picks as well as drawing a hell of a lot of attention, allowing Simple to get collected. As Terror Search going to be investing here from Leonoptrix, but it might cost him his life, and it does. Jasmine able to put him down. And that's the Orbital Ray committed here from the side of LAZULI. The cap on C for Pokerface will put them at map point. The cleanup will continue, and yeah, there's no denying this one. LAZULI, they're going to have to try to turn this one around, need 3 caps here.
Yeah, the irony of using Terra Surge is it makes you immobile, and there's just no way to kite out and get back to your supports when you go for a play like that. It was a little bit out of position. I think it was desperation, but it cost them the whole point, basically. And now Pokerface, as we move to B, are on map point here, and LAZULI swap back to the Mei desperately.
They have 5 ultimates to get across the line. Deadeye, the first one. Just pushing forward, getting boosted up, looking for that headshot. Can't quite find it, though. As Proud still, the assistance here, Karu will come away with the kill as Nevis gets taken out. Choice A1 going to be traded out the bomb now, invested here from Hidden. But it's not on the point, which is now unlocked. Kiru falling, Shui gone. Supportless here are LAZULI, and on their last leg on this map. Choice A1's going to be coming back in, has a barrage ready to go, and Hidden is isolated and picked apart. Leonoptrix now trying to lead the charge. Pops at 4 to 5 at the HP bar. The focus fire here from Pokerface is just far too strong. They take him down, start working their way up here. Getting this cap to try to bring this clash map to a conclusion. Nevis going to be gone. Rally rolling from Karu. Kiru going to be taken out. They still have a barrage. They still have a Terra Surge. LAZULI have no hope in hell. This map is going to be over, and Pokerface are going to move up 2-0 in the series.
2-0 lead. A pretty one-sided affair. There were some moments of hope there for the side of LAZULI, and they played the Orisa comp decently well, but it's not even just like a hands diff between these two teams. It's not just the mechanics. I think there's an element of better coordination here for Pokerface. They just look like a stronger 5-man unit. They're able to make plays together. They're able to punish faster, and LAZULI is always trying to keep up. I think it was a closer map than I expected it to be, honestly, with you, if I'm honest with you, Achilleos, and that's a good sign, maybe, but this series just feels like LAZULI can't quite break the barrier. Like, they're on the edge of being able to win some good team fights, but can't actually pull it off consistently enough. And I know that sounds like just some generic filler words, but you could see it in these fights where I'm like, oh, there's almost something here.
Sure.
But then the support line is too far away, or like, oh my, Leonoptrix had that one fight really well where he pushed through, and then next fight he's like a little bit out of position. You know, it needs to be more consistent across the board.
It does feel like with clashes, I mean, granted, it's a sample size of 2, but it feels like stagger kills on this map type even more brutal than you know, 2CP was prior. Maybe, you know, if you're doing a full stagger setup on like a Baby Diva, that kind of thing where you have an Ana just hitting the sleep, whip-shotting her back, making sure she can't jump off the side, that kind of thing, maybe that's more brutal. But as far as what we're seeing, I mean, you know, you see Nevis going into the Tracer, trying to get the contest happening on that point C. He ends up dying. The team is nowhere nearby, and then it just ends up costing them suddenly your map point.
Yeah.
So, yeah, way more snowbally, way more punishing. So you have to be that much more cautious and choosy about when you're taking your timings, when you're going in for fights, and when you are going to be trying to, you know, just go for a cap denial, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to take some time. You know, the map, it's just thrown in for this tournament. So we need a lot more samples to really see how this is going to play out. But for now, Pokerface up 2-0. We have a quick little break. When we come back, we'll see if they close it out with a 3-0. Alrighty, we are back, and PokerFace are on the cusp of delivering another 3-0 here as the Korean teams look to assert their dominance here at OWCS Asia. LAZULI sending us the clash unexpectedly, but unable to find that win. Was some contention there, was a bit more fight from them, able to get a couple caps for themselves, but ultimately PokerFace now have match point.
They do, and you know, we'll see where LAZULI wants to take us, because for me, I would have thought like they take us to Surabasa 100%, right? Like, and then they didn't do it. They took us to Clash. It went poorly for them, and now I don't know what they're gonna do. Like, they might try to pull King's Row out, but it's pretty unknown for PokerFace. They haven't played on it this stage.
I mean, we haven't seen LAZULI play any of the escort maps that we have in the pool.
Yeah.
So who really knows? I mean, maybe that's a curveball you try to go for. Havana, Watchpoint Gibraltar, something like that hasn't really been in play for quite some time. But this is a rough position to be in for sure.
Yeah, it certainly is. We'll see what their choice is going to be and whether we have any substitutions or not, because we may see some movement here, depending on it.
I'm guessing that we do, but okay.
Midtown.
It's going to be Midtown.
So maybe not Jasmine. Maybe he stays in.
Fresh back into the pool.
Yeah.
PokerFace are going to be subbing in Sir Majed to play the Alari. But yeah, Midtown to come through.
Yeah, I do like, you know, either Sigma or Diva here as a potential option. If we were going to see Winston, like, this might be the map for it as well, if that's what Leonoptrix was planning, because he improved his Winston a lot. So I don't know what the game plan is going to be, but we'll see what subs we do have. Sakame back in, so that could be an Ana angle for potentially playing Winston if they wanted to do it.
Yeah, my money's going to be on maybe some more Orisa.
Yeah, could be.
Could be that, or it could be just Leonoptrix going back over onto the Junker Queen, both of which could very well be piloted here by Belseria. So could just have that match up coming through head-to-head.
Yeah, and I'd love to see it. You know, Orisa has been out of the meta for a while. She was perma meta in Stage 1 for a lot of it, but in Stage 2 has been very absent with some of the nerfs. A little bit buffed recently. So we'll see if that becomes more standard. The armor that she has base is just so incredibly strong that I think that's the reason why we're seeing her kind of creep back in a little bit when some of the other tanks have been nerfed as well. Namely the Ramatra that was absolutely dominant, and it was ruining OWCS Korea for a little bit there.
Alrighty, well, let's see what happens as the players are ready to go. Midtown to see whether or not LAZULI is going to be able to keep themselves in this series, scoop up a map win, or if it's just going to be PokerFace delivering another day of 3 Overwatch.
Today, on paper... Alright, let the fans go. There we go. PokerFace got in there. Today did seem like the 3 Overwatch day on paper.
Sure.
We had obviously a lot of cross-region matchups that were looking very favored for Korea, and that's just how the start of the bracket goes. And you know, we saw some fight in the first series for 99 Divine. We saw a little bit of fight for LAZULI, but that may just be the world we're living in. LAZULI will start with this May Ramatra again on defense on Midtown, where it's relatively easy to circumvent that type of setup hidden on the Hanzo. PokerFace scout this out, instantly go to dive. Well, at least with this Genji dive aspect here, which is so fantastic into this comp. Let's see how long LAZULI can hold out as Choice One looks for the flank here. Uncontested, just building up ult charge.
Alrighty. Just taking some pot shots here, drops down off the top of the truck. Storm arrows coming across, looking for some damage on the Belseria, but it's going to be a kill on a Leonoptrix. Just picked off, and I mean, that's basically the cap on A, all but guaranteed. Hidden, barely surviving, will be able to tuck back as Choice One looks to go on the chase here and jumps forward. With the help of Simple, they're able to collect. I mean, look how far forward these players are right now here for PokerFace. Completely disrespecting the respawn room right in front of them. They shove them back, and I mean, that's just going to be it. And they even get the stagger on the Sakame.
Yeah, I think LAZULI has just unfortunately proven to us today that they are not meta-proof, and they are playing what they won the playoffs with, but it's outdated, and it is a very weak composition on this map. PokerFace scouted out, instantly swap, and it's just a free win, it feels like, for a walkover 5-minute plus time bank here on Midtown. And now Choi Se-Hwan's like, well, I guess I'll just stick with this Genji. So he's got half a blade. Proud takes Nevis out, interestingly enough. And I mean, Hidden's matching this Widow.
Body shot there as well. This finds the follow-up. Knockaway dead. Leonoptrix gone. Just no front line, no nothing. Basically, as soon as these players respawn, they're picked apart. Cart now just going to be steadily streaming forward. 4 minutes, 40 seconds about to be in the time bank. Pokerface all the time in the world to play around with, given how this is going. So
I mean, look at where they're standing right now. Like, look at where Choi Se-Hwan is. Yeah,
they're already there. They control it.
Yeah, they're there, and they're just chipping away. They're like, you can't even leave.
Yep, drop down, just getting in on top of Leonoptrix, who's since swapped over here onto the Aretha to try to match. And I think goes across. Sakame will be able to wait that out. Meanwhile, I mean, Choi Se-Hwan, they're not even looking at him. Leonoptrix is just running around, and Choi Se-Hwan's just like, cool, I just get to right-click you for free, as Hidden's trying to get a shot there onto Simple, just underneath the bench, but not quite the angle that they're looking for here. Hidden will be able to find one, though, so okay, finally, some semblance of control as 2 kills come in, and that's enough to force a reset.
Yeah, a little bit of greed there from Choi Se-Hwan and Pokerface that far up, but it was worth it because they got the cart where it needs to be. They only need to win one more team fight, and they got the ults. The remaining missing part of that Dragon Blade has now been charged, and they have a nano boost to pair with it. So, I mean, Pokerface are set up to delete LAZULI. I think a well-placed Blizzard, though, could change the fortune here for LAZULI. Well, perhaps not.
It's going to be a solid opening kill. Does have the ult online. Might just wait for Hidden to pop his own, but now Nevis is going to be dead right as the Blizzard goes out. And I think it might have even been canceled. It looks like it has been.
Yeah.
Just able to get that hairline pick. No value found whatsoever, and Pokerface haven't had to invest any ultimates whatsoever.
And, I mean, Nevis is not even swapping over to Cassidy, not changing the composition or anything like that. He just really thought he had an opportunity to maybe slow that down, but he fails. Now he doesn't have Blizzard. That's B, and it's nearly still the 5-minute time bank. I mean, LAZULI did win that one fight after they picked Choi Se-Hwan, but the Nano Blade is still ready, and Nevis is in no man's land.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a rough spot. Does get a headshot across there on a Proud, just trying to finish the job. Says, okay, if I can get one, perhaps my death will be worth it, but ultimately will come up shy of that mark. Hidden will finish the job that he had started. And this Proud does get picked off, but it's still not going to be the highest value. The card is still going to be streaming forward.
I mean, Choi Se-Hwan is just, I mean, he's
just
free.
in there.
Yeah, he can do whatever he wants. Just like on the Pharah, there's just no answer for this Genji. No one can track him, take him out. And so he can set the blade perfectly the way he wants it to be. He doesn't even need to dash first. Can just jump from high ground when that nano comes through.
It seems like he's so well aware about his spacing, just not getting him that opportunity. Nevis, however, will once again be able to get on top of the crowd this time, confirming the kill as Nano is going to be invested. The dash down in the blade, pull Nano onto Sakame to try to get him alive, and now it's going to be an anti here on Leonoptrix, who will get carved up. Hidden, however, with 2 nice headshots, does manage to answer back a bit, and with a respawn advantage, this should still be fine for LAZULI. As Belostria just going to get staggered a little bit, but they cannot find the kill.
Yeah, that was a close call, but Hidden once again coming up big. And without these kills from him, I mean, this would have been over already.
Choi Se-Hwan Sombra.
Yeah, that's an interesting call. It can be quite effective into the Mei if you can find that access, but very easy to spy check with the Mei as well. So see if he can actually find that angle. Surprising to see. Nevis down already, though.
Taking down Belostria. Just getting on top of him. Ice block must not have been available, but now here's the jump, looking for Hidden. Just doesn't have anywhere to grapple. Choi Se-Hwan is there ready and waiting. Shui will be able to answer one back, find the punish, but now they lose out on Leonoptrix because they just don't have both supports focusing on the tank. So he ends up following the card, gets closer and closer. The Javelin will connect, putting Shui down to about half HP. Terra Surge at the ready here for Pokerface. The other ults still a ways off, as Proud does not have this infra site to try to match here. So are going to be operating a bit more in the dark. An opportunity perhaps for Hidden to try to come up with some goods, but he's going to be on the floor. He's sleeping here for the moment, as I believe they were able to layer that one in. Karu finding the kill. Terra Surge coming out. Nevis is able to wait that out with the ice block, as Simple does get traded. 1-for-1 with the respawn advantage, but now Proud able to find another headshot. Nevis will end up falling. Repeaks the angle. Leonoptrix trying to just tuck back at himself over to a safe spot, but there's just no safety to be found here. The cleanup will continue. The cart will glide in. It's going to be 2 minutes and 23 seconds as Pokerface get to the end of Midtown.
Yeah, and I feel like the Sombra could have been anything with how those last few fights went. I mean, it wasn't really that impactful. He was able to kill Hidden that one time, which was, you know, pretty huge considering that Hidden's definitely been the best performing player for LAZULI on this map, but could have just stuck with the Genji. They have so much freedom with the way that LAZULI is playing. And it's Choi Se-Hwan who, all series long, has just been free to do whatever he wants because there's no great answer for the Pharah. There's no way to shut down this Genji. There's no Brig. So he's not hitting the sleep darts because he's not really a support player, or at least he wasn't for most of his career.
Sure.
And I feel like the difference in role to role is just so large when you're playing a composition that's this inferior in what LAZULI is doing. It's not even individual players necessarily, but the comp isn't working. Like, that's why Nevis is getting caught so often, because he's trying to play like the enemy team is also playing Mei, and so he can be that far forward, but they're not. They have hit scan. They have you know, a hyper-mobile Genji, so you know, I would like to see them play something a little bit more recent, but it looks like that's not going to happen.
But this is the other kind of like puzzling thing, is that it is the swap with Sakame playing the Juno compared to Shui, who, because of his history as a DPS player, typically has incredibly strong ult build times and what.
And Sakame played Ana all season.
Yes. So that also a bit of a question mark here. Maybe it's just fully map dependent. Either way, we don't know. Pokerface just going to be sticking here with that Arisa mount, matched here by Leonoptrix out the gate.
Proud just going to be starting with the Cassidy here.
And it looks like Hidden is going to be moving over onto the Ashe once more.
So they have two long-range ways of dealing with the Mei in their DPS lineup. So it does really make Nevis' life very difficult. Hidden's going to have to support him a lot here if he's going to get into position to do anything. As you can see, he's just struggling to close the gap.
Good for that move back as Troy Sewan taking an immense amount of damage there, but he's able to survive. Keep himself sustained, gets a couple direct hits there onto Nevis, but cannot take him down nor force him into the ice block. Sewan on the hunt, drops in, looking for Shui. Gets him down to about 2-shot range, but can't quite confirm the kill, but just casually turns over to Sakame and is able to go ahead and pop him.
Yeah. And now Belsria chasing down Shui. I mean, this is just a rout.
Yeah. Belsria on Arisa, not somebody you want to be encountering in a dark alley, as Nevis not wanting to prolong his death too much. We'll just go ahead and pop out of the ice block quickly, but kill's going to be found, and that's going to be the first volley staved off as a minute's been drained from the clock.
They don't have any ults for this next push, so this will probably end up just being eco as well, unfortunately. You know, in Poker Face, there's not really anything they can do wrong here. I mean, it's so hard to kill Choice One because there's no follow-up. He gets icicled to the face, and then he doesn't die. He gets healed. He doesn't care, and that's the only one who's hitting him right now is Nevis occasionally. As look at Proud. In a little bit of danger.
Nevis is in a really far forward position, pops the wall to get himself out towards safety. Looks like he will be able to survive. Never mind. Caster Blessing for Proud, I suppose, as the headshot does come through. Working through all of these cooldowns as Proud is very much looking great. Has another one there as Shui will fall. Tries to get the chase here onto Hidden. Can't quite get line of sight, but Choi Se-won does. Diving forward with that far, finds that pick. And this full hold continues as Poker Face have now racked up 5 ults.
You're never going to match the time bank, obviously, that
Yes.
Poker Face had, but you can win on this push if played correctly. If they want to play the same way and use the orbital ray on the staircase, get on top of Proud, you can push them out there. Okay, maybe next push. But like it is winnable. Not with this one, but the next one, they have the tools, and the setup they've been trying to use will work better if there's an orbital ray on top of it. Now, obviously, it'll be matched by Poker Face, but Blizzard is there.
A solid kill. One gets taken down. That has to be the go button here for the team. So they're going to go ahead and push themselves forward as rapidly as possible. Orbital ray is going to be traded here on both sides. Sakame ends up falling. Proud finding the kill. Nano now going to be invested here on a Hidden, seeking target. Proud will end up falling. Leading up, fixing to hound him down. There's the Javelin gets spun. Belsria keeps himself protected and then gets that follow-up to take down Leonoptrix. Hidden now clipped there by that final rocket, and we are about to be down to a minute remaining here for LAZULI as Poker Face are just stalwart here on the defense and still have 3 ultimates to utilize.
The fact that, you know, Proud is just able to live for so long despite eventually, you know, falling is kind of problematic here. Karo still has a nano boost, so Belsria can be immortal or Proud can be lightning levels of damage. What's it? Electric Cowboy levels of damage.
Okay, the bomb out the cart, but Nevis going to be taken down as the barrage comes in. Nano is there as well for Choi Se-won, just wreaking havoc here, just keeping that backline completely contained. Disrespects the bomb, moves up here onto the high ground, waiting out some heals. He's poking a prodding at Leonoptrix, who does manage to shut him down. Nice Javelin up over the top, finds the kill. Deadeye now, however, going to be popped, looking for a target, but doesn't get interrupted. Leonoptrix accurate here with the spears to keep his team in this one here as they start working their way at long last over towards the point. They can start ticking up. 20 seconds now remaining though. Belsria down to a sliver, just tucked around the corner, trying to keep himself safe there as they look for the re-aggression.
one very low, will need some time. They have the Ray.
First tick is going to be grabbed. They have the Ray, and Shui is going to be taken out. The heals now cut down significantly as there it is. An explosion of death into the kill feed as Proud scoops up 3. The team kill comes in. And that singular tick, that 95%, is all they will be able to find. Poker Face gets themselves the full hold as well as the 3-0 victory.
Poker Face, you know, coming in as a wild card team here for Korea, still show the same level of Korean dominance we've been seeing at these Asia lands. They had a more relevant, more recent meta read. They pulled the Orisa out first. They were able to be flexible into the Mei, and they countered it and shut it down. And Choi Se-hwan was just crowned king by the coaching staff. Like, all right, you're playing Genji, you're going to circumvent them, you're going to play the Pharah, they can't hit you, and just do Choi Se-hwan things. And he did, and I think he is very much the front runner for player of the match, just because of how much agency they gave him. And by they, I mean LAZULI. They didn't really have a way to shut him down, and he did not miss. He did not lose anything out of the opportunity he was given. So I'm kind of with the guy at top left with the clap and the nod. You know, clean play here from Poker Face. LAZULI, they need a different read when they go into that lower bracket matchup. Regardless of who it is, it's going to have to be something else, not their playoff May composition.
Yeah. Well, we'll take a look here at player of the match and who it's going to be. As there you go. It is Choi Se-hwan. For myself, honestly, especially after that last map, I was all aboard with Proud. I think that Proud was impeccable. The cast was very, very clean. And I felt like Choi Se-hwan had a couple moments of overextension. But for the most part, throughout the series, he got to play.
His Pharah was just so...
It was good. It was
just so
good.
game warping, right? But I actually voted for Belisariya, and I think the tank gap was large, but
sure.
After I voted before that final map, so, you know, I would have changed it to Choi Se-hwan for sure. I thought he had just so much power throughout this series, but look, it was a team gap across the board in terms of coordination. Mechanics-wise, it's hard to say because they weren't playing the same compositions. It's just that Poker Face's comp was more relevant.
Yeah.
And directly countering what LAZULI brought to the table. So I think definitely going to have to be some going back to the drawing board. This is going to be not only a terrible feeling to lose 3-0, but to be like, okay, we can't play what we're good at. Like, that's horrible. It's not strong in this tournament, and we have to rethink everything. Like, we can't use how we got here.
Well, we'll take a look back here at some of the highlights from Choi Se-hwan throughout, but just came in and widely just played the Pharah pretty much the whole time. The Genji for a brief little bit on the side of Midtown and whatnot, but dude's Pharah, incredibly clean. I thought it was, you know, surprising considering that he has been very in and out alongside Jaewoo, who has looked like, I'd say maybe even a slightly more reliable Pharah, which that's not to take away from Choi Se-hwan at all. It's just praising Jaewoo. But they said, you know what, Choi Se-hwan, you're going to play the whole series, and Jaewoo, you get the day off.
Yeah, I mean, we know Choi Se-hwan. If you look back to the Kongdu days, like, he's a pretty good Pharah player. That was a very different iteration of Pharah, but he's very experienced with the hero and knows what he's doing. And I do think that, again, a lot of this was about the fact that there was no answer. And so he's just dropping on top of people.
Well, he's about to drop into the stage and into an interview, so we'll get ready to pass it back over to Quest once more as we hear from Choi Se-hwan.
Thank you very much, Achilles. We are here with the second POTM interview of OWCS Asia Stage 2 Day 1. Of course, we have the man of the hour himself on stage.
네, 안녕하세요. 포커페이스에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 최세한이라고 합니다.
This is Choi Se-hwan.
네, 최세한 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 스테이지 2 일본 1위 팀을 꺾고 승리를 추가하게 됐습니다. 오늘 승리 소감.
You got your first victory of the tournament by defeating the Japanese #1 seed. How do you feel? We just said, hey, let's just play as we play during scrims, so it was a pretty easy match, I would say. Can you tell us about the game momentum? It's our first time playing on an international stage, so we were a little bit nervous, but we kept our composure.
리장 타워에서 히든 선수의 팬미팅이 열렸는데요.
Of course, during Lijiang Tower, a lot of the focus was on Hidden. So, can you tell us about what happened? And Choi says, Belisariya said, okay, no matter what, we're going to get Hidden. Does Poker Face have a specific game plan for Clash? The map is either very short or long, but we got very lucky in finishing the map pretty early. But I think there will be things that we need to work on to perfect our gameplay for Clash.
겐지, 파라, 벤처 그리고 솜브라까지
From Genji, Pharah, Venture to even Sombra.
오늘 또 솜브라로 갑자기 또
Put on one hell of a
봤잖아요.
performance.
그때 좀 감정이 들어가셨는지 궁금한데요.
아 석진이
So did you get? Was there a little emotion behind the switch to Sombra pick?
막내 도와주기. 아 막내까지는 아니고 뭐 동생 도와주기 정도였던 것 같습니다.
네,
So it was a pick that was to shut down the enemy Widowmaker. So it was just to help out my. It was a pick to help out my team.
오늘 픽사 선수의 기선제압
Tomorrow,
눈빛이 통했던
Poker Face is
탓일까요?
playing
자, 내일
Team
팬분에게도
Falcons.
기선제압 눈빛 한번 보여주세요.
Can you maybe just stare them down? Stare Team Falcons down?
네, 팔콘. 네, 굿게임 했으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 자,
Oh, he added a little message saying,
자, 내일
"Hey,
경기도
I hope we
기대
have a
많이
good game
해주시기
tomorrow."
바랍니다. 자, 그리고 마지막으로 팬분들께도 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
Lastly, please say a few words to the fans.
처음으로 국제전 출전해서 이제 첫 경기 치렀는데 내일도 많은 응원
This
부탁드리겠습니다.
was our first match of our first international showing, so please support us until tomorrow and beyond so that we can win. And that was the POTM interview with Choi Se-hwan, and before we head into match 3, I'm going to send it back to Achilles and Wolf.
Thank you very much, Quest. As yes, we are about to go into our third series. So far, it has been nothing but 3-0s. Can that change? Can Bleed contend against Crazy Raccoon? Well, we're going to have to wait to find out. We're going to have another little break, and when we come back, we'll be getting into the action once more, so don't go anywhere.
health bar just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hard work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the Nano 2. This might just be enough.
Alrighty, we're back and we're at the halfway point of the day. 2 series done and dusted. It's been 3-0s thus far. We'll see if that changes as we get ready to go into the third set. It's going to be another Korean squad. We've got Crazy Raccoon, former kings of the OW world, have recently fallen and given up the title basically over to the Falcons, but they'll be going up against Bleed, one of our Pacific representatives.
They lost one series, the whole tournament, to Falcons.
One that mattered.
The one that mattered. They won every regular season game. They won all their games and seeding deciders.
And they weren't even dropping maps.
Yeah, they weren't dropping maps. Extremely dominant team against Bleed, who fell to 99 Divine, but then were able to beat them in the rematch when they went through the lower bracket and took out, what's the card?
Full House.
Full House, thank you. I was like, something with cards, yeah. Full House, which was a really fun team to cast when you and I got to cast that together. Anyways, so both dominant teams, right, in their region. Bleed was able to win because they have a double elimination format. Crazy Raccoon never got their second chance. So excited to see how Crazy Raccoon will potentially match up against Falcons later on in this tournament, deeper in that bracket. But they have to get there first. And if you consider how one-sided our first series was, then, you know, you consider that Bleed beat that team. Like, we could have a similar situation on our hands here.
It's very possible.
That, you know, won't be necessarily pretty. We did see some signs of life, though, for 99 Divine. Like, they made the first map very winnable. And, in fact, probably should have been able to take it, but they were unable to do so.
Yeah. I think it's a decent way to kind of summarize all of that, but this is going to be a bit of a tough one here for Bleed for sure. You know, this is a known quantity team. A lot of these players have an immense amount of experience, have played in a couple different things. Obviously, Bleed is you know, formerly known as DAF, undergone some changes compared to what we saw from them back during Stage 1 when they were able to make their way over here. So I'm very curious to see how they look and what Crazy Raccoon's you know, iteration on the meta is going to be like. 'Cause we've had some very different looks.
슈라고 합니다.
탱커를 맡고 있는 맥스라고 합니다.
힐러 맡고 있는 초롱이라고 합니다.
딜러를 맡고 있는 리지원이라고 합니다.
탱커를 맡고 있는 준빈이라고 합니다.
CR에 새로 들어온 딜러 나이프라고 합니다. 딜러를 맡고 있는 이상입니다.
지고 나서는 좀 뭐 분해있던 감정도 많았었는데 다시 돌아가 보면 코리아보다 좀 더 중요한 대회들이 아직 많이 남아있기 때문에 거기서 좀 이기면 더 졌던 게 좀 서력이 되지 않을까라는 생각으로 그냥 그렇게 지냈던 것 같습니다.
조합에 대한 확실한 그런 게 없었던 것 같아서 그 점이 너무 아쉬웠던 것 같아요. 저는.
그 의견에 동의하지 못하고요. 그냥 저희 스스로가 좀 메타에 대한 이해도가 조금 떨어졌기 때문에 저희가 좀 패배의 원인이었다고 생각하고 준호 조합을 잘 못 써서 저희가 졌다라고는 생각 안 합니다. 뭔가 좀 의미가 다르긴 한데 메타를 조금 늦게 찾은 것 같았습니다.
믿기지 않았었는데 들어온 만큼 최대한 열심히 잘하도록 하겠습니다. 형은 아닌데 일단 맥스가 말이 좀 많이 걸어주고 있어서 근데 동갑이라서 그냥 친근하게 말 걸어주고 있는 것 같습니다. 제가 딜러 제일 잘한다는 마인드로 게임하겠습니다.
거의 지금 메타가 꽝 붙는 조합인데 격돌 맵이 꽝 붙기 좋아가지고 맵이 그래서 좀 괜찮은 것 같아요.
팀적으로 격돌보드랑 맞는다는 건 모르겠고 개인적인 생각은 좀 이상하다고 생각은 하긴 하는데 이번에 새로 합류한 나이프 선수를 좀 봐줘야 되지 않을까. 저든 뭐 희상이든 둘 중에 하나를 대체해서 나올 수 있는 선수다 보니까 좀 많이 관심 가져주셨으면 감사하겠습니다.
네, 저를 좀 지켜봐줬으면 좋겠습니다. 네, 그래도 새 팀으로 들어왔으니까 더 잘하는 모습 보여서 이번엔 꼭 우승하는 모습 보여드리고 싶어서.
얘들아, 형이 캐리할게. 나만 믿어. 나이 주목해줘.
불쌍하냐?
괜찮았지?
다른 해외 팀들은 좀 보이지 않고 저희 한국 팀들만 보고 있습니다. 제 눈앞에는 이제 또 팔콘이랑 제타밖에 없기 때문에 또 다른 바램으로는 이제 그런 다른 지역 그 팀들이 조금 더 잘해져가지고 조금 더 저희 경쟁 상대가 돼서 조금 더 즐겁게 좀 더 재밌었으면 좋겠습니다. 경기들이.
우리 뺨 한 대 맞았으니까 이제 정신 차리고 이겨줄게.
달코나, 코리아는 너네가 먹어라. 아시아는 우리가 먹는다.
팔콘은 뭐 코리아만 우승하고 우리는 뭐 스톡홀름이든 뭐 다 우승할 테니까 평생 코리아만 우승했으면 좋겠습니다.
팔콘 같은 팀 경우는 그냥 제타나 이제 밑에 포커페이스 팀 잡아가면서 이제 2등으로 유지하고 저희가 그 팔콘 잡으면서 1등 계속 유지하는 모습 보여드릴 것 같아요.
일단 저희 라쿤이고요. 두 번째는 블리드, 세 번째는 양게이밍. 한국 팀들은 좀 떨어졌으면 좋겠긴 해요.
1등이 일단 크레이지 라쿤이고요. 2등은 너구리고요. 3등은 라쿤이요.
아마 풀세트 갈 것 같은데 다들 재밌는 경기 봐주세요.
지금 저희가 우승을 하지 못해서 좀 분한 상태인데 가볍게 이기고 가도록 하겠습니다. 딜러가 한 명 더 생겼다고 너무 이제 상심하지 말고 각자 맡은 역할 잘 해내길 바라겠습니다.
이미 너무 훌륭한 팀원들이어서 저는 나만 잘할게.
선우야, 못하면 죽는다.
그랬다 못하는 놈 있으면 죽인다.
응원하러 직관 와주시는 분들과 온라인으로도 응원해 주시는 분들 다들 정말 감사하고요. 저희가 이번에 아시아전이랑 스톡홀름 전 저희가 좋은 경기력 우승 꼭 해드리겠습니다.
いつも応援してくださってありがとうございます。
頑張ります。
The Korean squad for a Japanese org showing their thanks to the fans around the world. And they will make their way out here in front of the audience. But I mean, we heard it there from them. Plenty of disappointment as far as not being able to close things out in Korea. Not able to get that title, one that will elude them the entirety of this year. But as Lip was saying, there are plenty more that can yet still be collected.
Yeah. I do love the answer, like, "Hey, any Japanese or Pacific teams you're interested in?" No, not really. They're not good. They're not good enough for us. Basically, they're not up to our standard. A very honest answer. A lot of teams would just give a polite answer. They're like, "No, only focused on beating Falcons and making sure we can actually solidify ourselves as the best team in the world."
We're looking to regain that title through this tournament here. Bleed. We'll get ready to bring them out on stage as well as, of course, have our intro video for the team. We'll get a closer look at these guys, and I'm very curious to hear what they have to say in regards to going up against a team like Crazy Raccoon, because even though they couldn't get the title here in Korea, they are still very much a team, if not still the team, to be feared around the world. So for Bleed, we'll get ready to go ahead and hear from them.
My name is Havishan. I'm playing DBS for B Esports.
저는 블리드에서 서빌러를 맡고 있는 마카입니다.
My name is I'm playing DPS for Beat Esports.
My name is Pali. I'm playing support for Bleed.
I'm Lumi. I'm playing tank for Bleed Esports.
블리드에서 탱커 맡고 있는 승한이라고 합니다. 사실 이런 오프라인 경기를 한번 뛰어보긴 했는데 아시아에 오니까 오프라인 한 번 더 뛸 수 있는 것 같아서 너무 행복하고 저희 팀원들한테 너무 감사한 마음이 듭니다.
I think it feels really good, especially since it's against some of our old friends. I think R3K is a good friend of ours, and as well as Soggy. So yeah, it feels good.
The Korean player have a lot of high experience in the high level compared to C player. So Maka and Sungan help our team improve a lot by using them experience.
저희가 좀 다이브 위주로 좀 연습을 열심히 하면서 이런 식으로 플레이하면 좋겠다 말하고 그게 좀 정 안 된다 싶으면 이제 스크림 때 화 조금씩 내면서 이제 했던 것 같아요. 좀 강하게 키웠어요. 아니 이걸 왜 못하지 하면서 이거 해줘야 돼 얘들아 하면서 했던 것 같아요. 다 손 많이 가긴 했는데 이게 아무래도 탈이랑 저랑 같이 해야 되는 듀오다 보니까 합을 맞춰야 되는 부분에서 좀 같이 얘기를 많이 했던 것 같아요.
Yeah, he right. because Maga playing the same role as me, so I changed role to flex support to main support. I have to learn a lot about the role, and I have to improve a lot because like Maga was high tier level of flex support, and I just like beginner of main support, so I have to improve a lot.
I think it's Zeta winnable because last time we got 2 maps of them. Korea always say this, but last time we got 2 maps.
For our team, definitely Maka, because he's the Ice Overwatch League player, so he has the most experience in the team. I would say High Vision. High Vision is a really like flashy player. Like, you should keep eyes on him.
첫 경기 상대가 크레이지 라쿤인데 개인적으로 떨리긴 하지만 어떻게든 상대 허점을 최대한 파악해서 빠른 피드백으로 한 세트라도 무조건 일단 따보는 마인드로 해보겠습니다.
Gonna be honest, we didn't really watch the Japan games. We were very surprised when Vero lost, but it should be an easy 6-0 for Pacific again.
I think Pacific gonna TO Japan like usual.
꼭 한국팀이 이겨서 얘네 좀 빡센데? 이런 느낌이 들 수 있을 정도로 열심히 노력해서 잘 해보도록 하겠습니다.
열심히 해서 언더독 느낌으로도 좋고 갑자기 퍼시픽 이렇게 각성했다고 하는 느낌으로도 좋고 그냥 어떤 느낌으로든 부산 여행 한번 가고 싶네요. 그렇게.
Thank you to all the fans that have been supporting us. We'll try not to disappoint this stage. Hopefully we'll make it to Busan.
Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
You heard it there from Maka saying, yeah, I am a little bit nervous going into this series versus Crazy Raccoon. Honestly, can't blame him, but that's something that you need to be able to put on the shelf very quickly once you get sat down in that chair.
Yeah, where's their show
Yeah.
quote? No, I do think that Bleed have a certain air of confidence about them, but I think an air of realism as well, and that this is going to be a really tough matchup against Crazy Raccoon. But Crazy Raccoon, not a perfect team, did falter there at the end. We're not able to get a great read on the Juno meta very quickly, and hopefully for their sake, they've improved a lot. As here's their starting lineup: Junbin over Max, Knife starting over Lip.
Okay, I honestly chuckled to myself when Lip said, like, oh yeah, Knife can come in, he can play for me, he can play for Heesung. And I was like, yeah, like we're ever gonna see Lip subbed out. But it's happened.
Yeah.
Lip is not starting for Crazy Raccoon. I mean, it's just the first time.
Yeah. No,
the whole year.
I'm really curious to see if, this is a composition-specific choice that they're playing, or if it's just going to be Crazy Raccoon saying, like, I want to prove that we can play Knife against Bleed Esports in this first round. Maybe if they play against a tougher team like Zeta in the next round, that we might see something different. But for the side of Bleed Esports, Lumi, he had a lot of nice things to say, but he will not be starting today. It will be Sungan in the tank role. One of our Korean players alongside Maka. So interesting to see Pali also, changing roles with Maka joining this team and really having to adapt to main support, and whether that's going to be enough against an insane lineup like Chorong and Shu.
All right, well, maybe we can get some more insight on the substitutions as we get ready to hear from our team reps.
이어서 펼쳐질 세 번째 경기 크레이지 라쿤의 초롱 선수 블리드.
Thank you very much. We are here with the third pre-match interview of the day as we continue on the OWCS Asia Stage 2 Day 1.
1위를 기록한
We have the two team reps on stage.
챔피언 자리를 다시
Each for
찾아와
Crazy Raccoon and
분이
Bleed
블리드
Esports.
e스포츠. 서로 좀 상반된 분위기의 두 팀이기도 합니다. 자, 오늘 첫 경기 어떻게 생각할지 먼저 크레이지 라쿤 팀부터 들어볼까요?
So the first question, how do you think about the match today?
작은 물에서 안 놀고 저희는 큰 물에서 노는 걸 좋아하기 때문에 일부러 3등 했습니다.
야,
We like to get down and dirty, so there's and we wanted to prove ourselves on the big stage. So there's a reason why we finished third in OWCS Korea.
물에서 놀고 싶다 저 말을 해가지고 저희를 만나게 되었는데 굳이
So
그래 써야
he
되나
said that he
싶기도
wants to
하고
play on the big stage.
정민용민이 조금
Where's
믿긴
his
하네요.
were his words actually necessary?
자, 오늘도
But
좋은 경기 모습 보여줄 테니까요.
I'm a little
자,
scared, he
그리고
says.
마카 선수가 초롱 선수의 얼굴 컨디션이 요즘 안 좋다고 하면서 디스를
So Maka
했어요.
said in the previous interview that Chorong's visuals are kind of falling behind.
조금
And he says, bro, did I really get ugly? Did I really
네,
become
자
ugly?
그렇다면 우리 마카 선수는 좀 요즘 어떨까요?
외모요?
So what about Maka's visuals? Is he falling behind or?
마카는 여전하네요.
자, 자, 이
Maka's still the
여전하다.
same
굉장히 좀 많은
as
의미가
Chorong.
담겨 있는 두 선수의 말일 것 같습니다. 자, 스테이지 1 때 한국에서 뛰었을 때도 크레이지 라쿤을 상대로 좀 패배했던 전적이 있습니다.
Of course, we have to talk about when both teams faced off last time, back when OWCS Asia Stage 1. It was a 0-3 loss, so... What about this time? How do you feel about today's match? And he says, we're not going to go down without a fight, so we're at least going to struggle.
이번에 아시아의 칼을 갈고 나왔는데요. 자, 나이프 선수의
Of course, Crazy
영입으로
Raccoon,
전투력을 끌어.
they are quote-unquote the angry Raccoons right now because they finished third place. So we'll be able to see a bit of a bloodbath.
영입 때 우리 나이프 선수를 샤라웃
And he
해주셨어요. 자, 그리고 마카 선수
just watch
블리드의
Knife's
경우에는
POV,
퍼시픽
okay?
1위로 이제 마무리를 했고 한국팀 3위와 경기를 펼치게 되는데요. 우승팀으로서 3위 팀에게 한마디 해주자면.
So this match is Pacific number 1, the number 1 seed versus number 3 seed. So from the spot of a champion, what would you like to say to them?
이번에도 뭐 이겨서 어떻게든 유관 또 만들어 볼게. 좀만 져줘.
You know, just go take it easy. Please lose to us, and I am going to create that upset victory.
현장에서 팬분들이 많은 응원을 보내주시고 계신데요.
There's a lot of fans watching from the venue and online, so please say a few words to them as well. Feels like I always say the same thing, but from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much.
똑같은 마음으로 항상 또 사랑을 보내주시고 계십니다. 자, 그렇다면 마카 선수는요?
As for Maka,
온라인 대회 뛸 때부터 계속 방송 찾아와 주셔서 봐주셔서 너무 감사드리고.
thank you so much, even when we were playing online,
최대한
to watch our games.
잘하는 모습 보여드릴 테니까 잘 지켜봐 주세요.
And we'll make sure to give it our best and put on our peak performance. So please watch us, please support us, and thank you.
지금까지 크레이지 라쿤의 초롱 선수.
And that was the pre-match interview between Chorong and Maka. And before we head into this match, I'm going to send it back to Achilles and Wolf.
All right, thank you very much, Quest. We'll pull around to the next window. Crazy Raccoon coming in, looking to defend their title from OWCS Asia Stage 1. Will they be able to do so? It all starts here with Bleed, but I like sort of the honesty that we're getting there from Maka. Just please lose to us.
Yeah. This is an uphill battle for them, for sure. And we'll see what Knife ends up bringing to the table here, because he was always a very flexible DPS, whereas Lip has always been more hit scan oriented. So if you want to run something like Vara Tracer or something like that, you know, you want to be able to have Knife to be able to play both. And you know, that's what he and Viper brought to the table when they were the Yeti DPS lineup. There was so much flexibility there, so strong, and they kind of carried that team to a lot of crazy victories. I think it just gives Crazy Raccoon extra depth. So, you know, when I first saw it, I was like, well, this seems unnecessary, but it's also just, I mean, it's like adding one extra tool in a Swiss Army knife when you are a team with this much depth like Crazy Raccoon. So, looking forward to it. On the other side for Bleed Esports, you know, I mean, they regained their lost pride, right? Because they did take back the throne in that double elimination format that Pacific has, but ultimately, it's going to be a matchup today where you really have to play better than your best. And the time between what we saw from them in the finals for Pacific and now, it's pretty short. It's pretty hard to level up that much in that time. But, you know, players like Pali, who, you know, role swapped and have been improving, becoming a main support, will have some extra time. Some synergy's been built here, some communication issues potentially solved. So hopefully they can have a good showing for us today against Crazy Raccoon.
That is what we are looking forward to here. But, I mean, uphill battle doesn't really fully begin to really describe it, but you never know. Crazy Raccoon, they have had their stumbles. They, you know, them losing to Falcons, it cost them that #1 seed. It cost them being able to get another title that had eluded them back in Stage 1. They cannot claim Korea until next year. So that's something that will not be added, you know, to the trophy cabinet here for this squad. But we fully anticipate that that is going to lead to them being a bit angrier in their play as well. Teams keep saying that it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath here, that they're going to get down and dirty. So I think that they are ready to absolutely brawl. It's going to be Lijiang Tower once again to start things out here for us, as Bleed Esports have elected to take us here.
Yeah. They are the higher seed because they are the champions of their region versus Crazy Raccoon coming in as the 3rd seed. I was told the predictions were 92-8 in favor of Crazy Raccoon. A very, very strong favorite coming into this one despite that hiccup. You know, that was a bit of a rough day where they didn't have the right read on Juno, and I am hoping that they have solved that because there's been plenty of time and she is perma-meta. Really the only hero right now that you can't swap out in almost any composition.
Yeah, I mean, it sounded like Shu honestly was a little bit offended by the question that was posed to them, saying like, okay, you know, do you guys think that you're not just really that much of a Juno's team? And he's just like, no, what are you talking about? We're going to be fine. So we'll see if those corrections have come through. But we still do have, of course, this curiosity around Lip being subbed out with Knife starting with Heesung. Because I'm really interested to see if this is going to be Knife coming in, playing a lot of Tracer on Lijiang, or if they maybe want to even do something a bit more mixed up with like Knife on Genji and then, you know, a Pharah in the sky, that kind of thing, and go for like a double projectile.
Yeah, that, you know, those are the questions we will have answered momentarily here on Lijiang Tower. I imagine that you could play Pharah, you know, here because it's quite common, it's very strong. But I think part of why we saw Pharah in the last series was just because they had the read that it was going to be Mei only from Nevis, which came true. So I think both can be true, though, and that Pharah is still strong on Lijiang, even if your opponents are going to be playing a little bit more standard. So the anticipation, the hype is there. The game is not ready yet, so I'm starting to get a little bit antsy, Achilleos. I do love Janggu drawings, though. But I didn't put the Janggu drawing back. I wanted to figure it out what it means. Ham King. But I don't know who it's for. It doesn't say.
You know?
Crazy Raccoons, I guess, so for Jinbin?
I suppose so. That would be the most likely. See some smiles there on the face of Singon, so maybe we're just a couple moments away. We wait for these final little ready checks to come through. Make sure that everybody is nice and prepared, but as we fly the graphics, we should be getting closer and closer to hitting the dubstep button and getting the action underway.
I am ready for this one. Knife thrust into the spotlight so suddenly and put in game one, and it almost feels like they're saying they're playing it for the whole series.
Alrighty, well, there we go. Series is ready to kick off. Lijiang Tower selected by Bleed Esports, our first map here in the 3rd series of the evening. Let's see if Bleed can draw blood over Crazy Raccoon.
I cannot help but wonder how our base lost contact with Lijiang.
Okay. Okay, Juno.
Alright, Juno.
You know, it's a pet peeve of mine when the flex support is at the end and not the main support, you know? Well, I'm gonna have to have a chat with the observers later. Trong should be on the end. Anyways, Jinbin showing the Hammond for now, and it looks like they have their read with the Lucio Ana. Knife on Tracer. He's sung on the Pharah as we'd expect. And for Bleed Esports, is running a very weird Ramatro variant here instead of the Winston, basically.
Unscouted so far, waiting for his moment to strike. There's a crash across, quick little swing, and a bit of a botch, and Knife is going to be taken down. Welcome back to the stage, and welcome to Crazy Raccoon. He ends up falling, and Chorong will be hounded down by Singon. So a really good start here for the side of Bleed Esports as the point gets ready to unlock.
Just a complete botch by Jinbin on the set play, and he's going to still get a pick here with Shu.
Sleep comes in, there's the ante, but Jinbin able to just go ahead and roll out. Real way to try to hound him down. Bleed halfway towards the cap, but now Jinbin is able to find Ace. Takes him out. Heesung just hovering here above the Juno, who just cannot escape, so Pilot will end up falling. Move to the side as they look for a punish onto Maka as well. Won't be able to find that, but this should lead Crazy Raccoon actually getting this cap for themselves. Just have to clear out the point here, and they finally do as Singon will fall.
Yeah, I think they wanted to stagger him a little bit longer, but then they're like, okay, well, he's on the point, so I guess we'll kill him. Actually ends up being fairly... Yeah.
Jinbin's having some fun.
He certainly is after the mess up on the rollout. It's okay. It's all right. It happens to all of us. And they didn't get the cap lead after those initial picks came through, so very frustrating.
Oh, dear. Well, Maka going to be assassinated. There's Jinbin able to find that pick. Wings over, just looking to isolate High Vision. Will be able to take him down. Trong loses his life once again, so it's going to be slow moving towards getting that self-destruct, or towards that sound barrier online. I'm like looking at Sungan's face, so I'm saying the wrong ability here, but getting that sound barrier online. But right now, it seems like it might not even be that necessary.
I mean, this is just domination we're seeing from Crazy Raccoon. I mean, they lost the fight, still kept the point, and then have been getting picks consistently as Bleed Esports weren't able to group. High Vision swapping into Sombra because it's a great answer to... Yeah, we're really...
He's up there.
I don't know.
He is up there. Look at the hack. It gets it on the back end, but it doesn't matter because Heesung is able to just go ahead, take out two. Both supports now High Vision all taken down, and this is without the barrage coming into play. Hoop over onto the side. Jets are off cooldown, so Sungan does keep himself alive as High Vision now, swapping over to the cast. So it's actually going to be Maka who takes him out as Heesung kind of botches and bonks his head on the way out.
Yeah, it's very silly. But it feels like Crazy Raccoon could do no wrong, despite some bizarre mistakes.
Okay. Well,
DPS Lucio coming.
Will swing out into the pile driver, looking for the setup of the knock-up. Naka under some fire. Will get taken down, sends out the nano here onto Pilot to just try to keep one of these supports online. Will be able to utilize it to pick off Knife as the orbital ray does come down from above. Jinbin similarly nanoed up here, playing the point, keeping things contested. Shu under a little bit of fire, going to be taken low, gets a little bit of shielding there from Jinbin, but ultimately it's not enough for him to stay alive, but Jinbin still gets the fight victory over Pali, and that is looking like 100-0 as Crazy Raccoon. Just looking for a couple more picks to go ahead and finish things off. Ace trying to stay alive as Jinbin will just roll back over onto the point. The overtime starting to bleed down. He's going to be dropped aggressively. There's the barrage. Heesung bringing down health from above as Maka will fall. High Vision going to be taken down. And this should just be a matter of a couple of picks for Crazy Raccoon to get themselves a 100-0 victory here on Night Market. But the start goes in. Sungan does manage to get back into the mech, so a little bit more delay, but ultimately this is going to be Crazy Raccoon's sub-map.
There is such a feeling of desperation, a feeling of like, no, let me just have one more chance here in the gameplay from Bleed Esports. So the self-destruct aim was good, and he gets the remake, but everybody knows that there was no way in hell Bleed Esports were going to be able to turn that one around in those final moments. Protesting, it felt like the map that constantly belonged to Crazy Raccoon. I mean, some of these moments here where he's just able to find backline access is really what this first map was, or this first sub-map was all about. I mean, he's dealing with the Sombra incredibly well. As you mentioned, he did actually get hacked on the back end of that right click, but still got away, you know, like still escapes despite the hack, still has the momentum. His piloting of the Wrecking Ball is what he's very famous for, I mean, amongst other things. And it's fun to see him just get to have this international performance and have fun while also dominating.
Yeah, maybe he's just vibing out. Here he goes again. Flashing forward, just looking to try to get some damage in where possible. Ultimately, we'll have to backpedal after taking quite a bit of a beating there. Dynamite connects onto Heesung, but no real threat as he breaks line of sight.
High Vision here, not getting any limbs now. He's kind of out and exposed.
Into the open is Pile Driver into a direct rocket hit there. Can't quite confirm the kill, but Knife does swoop in, finds High Vision. Now Maka going to be taken out of Pali. It will just fall to the wayside, just not enough HP. Bleed, they get their first bits of percentage here, as the cap was theirs. Looks like Ace off screen is going to be delaying the point as much as humanly possible, but Knife swiftly shuts him down with a melee hit. And Sungan will make his way back over towards the dropship, but now Crazy Raccoon gaining control, just 12% build up here for Bleed.
And Bleed just can't keep up with the tempo of Crazy Raccoon. They're just so slow comparatively. Even though they have a Diva, a Tracer in their composition, they're just getting run around here.
I mean, look at Shoes, all charge.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, he's got the nano ready in this fight, essentially. He can use it on Junbin to keep him alive, may have to.
He knocks Pali out into the open. Junbin will get taken down, so yeah, still just a hair away from having that nano online that can't sustain the tank, but trade out one, and the HP bars still are not great here for the side of Bleed, so they do get slowed up there. Still not capitalizing on being able to get a flip, and that means that Jinbin is right back into things. He's respawned, and he'll be rolling out over onto the point here in just a moment. Nano now invested onto Heesung, gets a couple nice shots, takes him low, but cannot take him down. He instead does fall, and Pilot receives that nano once again, utilizing it to find the kill onto the enemy farm, but Maka now is going to be traded out as Strong moves forward, finding the elimination, making sure that there is always a cost here for Bleed. In all of the chaos, though, they've managed to clear out the point. They get the flip here into their favor, but for how long is going to be the question, because Knife swoops forward, High Vision going to be taken down. Delay can happen here from Sungan, but I'm not sure if the self-destruct is going to be worth admitting, especially as he swings out of the point. Maka swapping over onto that Kiriko tries to just swift step over to really delay as much as humanly possible, but in the end, it's going to be another flip.
I mean,
Bleed can't even find the lead.
Crazy Raccoon is just playing with their food at this point, and I mean, Chorong is having fun. He's zipping around, cleaning up kills. Jinbin is like, you know, it's fine, just nano Hisan. Like, you know, it's very chaotic, and Bleed are getting only small victories, never able to regain any sort of real footing. I mean, this is the first fight that they've had in the last like 30-40% where they actually are grouped. Barriers out.
Oh, beat aggressively, looking for high vision. They talked about it. They said, yeah, this is kind of our star player and the one to keep your eyes on. Well, all eyes are on him from the side of Crazy Raccoon. They get the pick off. Maka able to find Wanashu, will get taken down once again. The flip getting ready to come through. As Crazy Raccoon just not allowing for Bleed to really rack up any percentage whatsoever. They grab it, they lose it just as quickly.
I mean, at least Bleed are able to get the cap. I mean, in the chaos and in the crazy chase down for Crazy Raccoon, but it's only small inches they gain.
Oh, okay. Little nice shots coming through. DPS duo taken down here from Crazy Raccoon as Jinbin rolls out. Do some healing somewhere as Bleed try desperately to threaten this flip, which they very much need. Barrage going to be sent down there from Heesung. Yeah, does manage to find Sungan, breaking him out of the mecha trade here on the tanks for the most part. Sungan just going to be stuck in that baby diva form. Pulse bomb at the ready here from Knife. A lobbing from Ace in desperation, unable to find a connection. Nana once again out onto Heesung, finds a direct hit as Sungan gets taken down. Blown the smithereens. High vision with a swap over onto the Echoes, just widely being sniped out of the skies and taken down as soon as he hits the floor. Knife is there ready to collect. Finds the kill, swings in, gets the stick. Pala gets annihilated. Bleed somehow, in all of the chaos, have gotten the flip once again here into their favor. But now it is once more here for Crazy Raccoon, hitting 99%. Swinging on the swap over onto the Doomfist, desperately tries to delay, but there is just no peel possible. He will fall to the wayside. Maka will die, and that is going to be the cleanup coming through as Crazy Raccoon will look to get themselves a 2-0 victory here on Lijiang Tower. Orbital Ray going to be invested here to try to further extend things. Sungan maybe can rejoin with the Doomfist. Pile Driver looks for the knockup, finally just hovering around there, up into the skies. Heesung got it for the moment, pushing forward, direct hit. Just has it lined up right along the wall. Elimination going to be found. The anti, the sleep. Sungan likely to be taken down. His Knife will be able to find it. Incendiary Rush and Desperation will be used here from Maka to try to keep them in this one, but it's only a kill on the Chorong that they are able to find. He and Ace just will not be able to hold out any longer. And there you have it. 2-0. A little bit of an extension on the back end from Bleed, but just unfortunately nowhere near close enough.
I mean, if you told me that it was Lip playing Tracer, I would have believed you. Knife's Tracer looked insane on that first map. I mean, they said watch his first-person view. We saw it a little bit. You could see it in the kill feed when they weren't, because he was killing people non-stop. His target selection and his pivots when he's chasing somebody, he's like, nope, that's not going to work. I found another target. How quickly he was able to pivot between targets was insane. And Ace on the other side, you compare the impact that they had. I mean, all Ace was able to do was go, all right, we lost this fight. Let me get a back cap real quick. At least I could do that, you know, because there was just no control for them whatsoever. Way outpaced by the insane lightning fast Lucio composition that they're running with Wrecking Ball, who's super speedy, Juno, who's super speedy, the Tracer, obviously. It was just so difficult to keep up with what Crazy Raccoon was doing. And they constantly just overextended and threw themselves into bad fights as well, and were sometimes winning them. And even when they lost them, they're like, oh, you guys have to regroup. We killed half of your players. Yeah, we got wiped, but like you get a cap for just a moment, then we get it back because we have better ults. It was a thing of beauty, but it was like a splatter painting, you know? Like you can like look at it and be like, wow, that's art, but it wasn't clean, but it didn't have to be.
Yeah, I mean, they said it was going to be down and dirty. They said it was going to be a bloodbath, and they have already delivered on that. Granted, Control leans into that playstyle a little bit more than some of the other map types, but I mean, if we're going to get just this type of play where it's just crash into one another over and over again across the series, then I, for one, am fully on board because it was damn entertaining. But for Bleed, unfortunately, the map pick on Control not working out in their favor. They will have another one, though, coming up, and we've been surprised already with, you know, Clash being played in both of our opening sets of the day. Does that happen again here?
Yeah, I mean, that is a good question. I think it suits their playstyle, but it definitely suits the playstyle of Crazy Raccoon when they said they really like Clash for that reason.
That is a good point. So maybe something to be avoided. We'll see what the map pick looks like, though, on the other side of this break. Okay, we are back, and one map into our third series of the day. Crazy Raccoon out to a fairly dominant start with that victory on Lijiang Tower. Bleed left reeling from it. They have their pick of the litter as far as the maps are concerned to try to bring us back to parity.
Yeah, we haven't really seen any team try to deny Clash from the pool by sniping a flashpoint early. We're not seeing Escort favored at all today so far. I'm just noticing small trends. Maybe they take us to like New Queen Street since Crazy Raccoon doesn't play on that map. Like, we don't really see that map played in Korea at all. That would be a pretty smart tech if they're really confident on it. It's 100% win rate for them. I don't know how many games that is, but that would be a nice like strategic move. But if you think that Crazy Raccoon are just better than you, maybe don't play push. Oh, okay, they'll take New Junk City.
Okay, so we will get Flashpoint here today. So that means Clash not going to be making the three-peat happen. Could still see it in the last series of the day, of go. But for now, we'll get ready to go into this one. We'll see how this is going to fare for the squad. I mean, we saw a decent win percentage from Crazy Raccoon. Overall, I believe it was 67% on this map.
Yeah, it's way less common than Saravasa, but Crazy Raccoon love to play dive on this map with Genji, so it suits what we saw from them already, but Max is coming in.
Okay, so a map that I'd say like in the past before Ball kind of, got the tweaks and improvements that he has now, this was kind of the map that you would see Wrecking Ball on.
Yeah.
But instead, it's going to be Max stepping in. So Junbin out for the moment. We'll wait and see if Lip perhaps is going to be joining us on stage. But like you said, Genji, something that certainly could come through. So keeping Heesong and Knife in seems like wouldn't be too bad of a setup here for them.
Yeah, no, I think that does make sense to me. I wonder if he'll play Diva, like if he's interested in doing something like that. I always associate Max with Sigma most of the time, coming in on like Circuit Royale and Midtown when it was meta on Midtown. So maybe he plays that, but it feels like a very weak map for Sigma. So I think I'm leaning towards Diva, or maybe he's just going to play Wrecking Ball or something standard and they just don't care. Because it's been a little bit weird what Crazy Raccoon has been doing with the roster changes, the playstyle, a little trolling maybe in that first map, but they're ready to have fun. One of our teams earlier, I think it was actually 99 Divine, said the most important thing is to have fun. You can't win if you're not having fun.
Yep.
Crazy Raccoon's taking it to heart, I think.
It does seem to be the case. Oh, why do you have it? Was there an MBTI sign?
I'm trying to read it. It covers. It's covered.
I think they're saying that my MBTI is like something to do with Junbin.
Yeah.
So they're just a big Junbin fan. That's at least kind of clever, I suppose. But
the bottom is covered. It's the most important part. So I just don't know what her Junbin personality type is.
Either way, worth noting, for the side of Bleed, this is a map that they have yet to lose. They've played it 4 times, and so 100% win rate for the squad. We'll see if that is going to be able to continue. If this map pick will be enough to be the first team to get a map off of our Korean squads.
Says you can win from me, right, Crazy Raccoon?
Chorong with the Life Weaver. I'm not sure if we'll be seeing that at all.
I wouldn't put it past them with how it's been looking so far today.
That's a fair point. They could.
It says that he said that he would show Life Weaver there. Maka Ping Haiting with a very happy Jangu.
You got the Maka jersey.
Yeah. Which is kind of impressive. I mean, considering this is not the home region of Maka. Even though he is Korean, of course.
Yeah.
We have a ton of Korean fans that watch the English stream for Pacific and for Japan as well, cheering on the Korean players. So shout outs to you guys if you're in here just because you're like, you know what, I came to like these English casters. There is an official Korean broadcast, of course, for this, but this is a big turning point. I mean, Bleed Esports, obviously, their first map pick failed pretty disastrously. This is a huge moment if they can bring it to 1-1, momentum-wise.
That it would be. Let's see if they can get it done. The game is ready to go, so New Junk City for map number 2. Bleed Esports looking to try to maintain that 100% win rate on this map. Can they do it, or will it fall down to 80? We're about to find out. Looks like Max coming in to play some Queen. As for now, Crazy Raccoon showing Knife with Adventure and Heesung with the Genji.
Interesting. I mean, Dive, again, as like I mentioned before, what is most standard on this map in Asia, especially Genji Dive. For Bleed, though, they're bringing out the Ramatra Mei, so can be circumvented. Like, you absolutely can just get outpaced by Crazy Raccoon's composition, but if you can get the cap on the point and hunker down, it becomes very difficult for Heesung to actually get eliminations. And they are going to spot this Genji right away, and likewise Crazy Raccoon will know Raccoons are up against the Ramatra.
Ooh, that's an immense amount of damage that Knife is putting out. Bars right now in tatters for the side of Bleed Esports, looking for some stability. It seems like they will be able to find it. Late and Maka, go ahead, stream everybody back up. Now, Cap being threatened here by Crazy Raccoon, occupying the point down below. Knife charging forward, looking to try to get into the back line, wanting to really isolate and pick off Maka. Gets a drill dash. Suzu cleanse to buy himself a little bit of time and get that immune, and Ace is able to collect one. Maka will still get taken down, though, as we get an explosion of death here on both sides. DPS-less here are Crazy Raccoon, but they have the cap in their favor, and Bleed still suffer some heavy losses here without their Kiriko. Can rejoin quickly, though, of course, with the swift step. It's Churong going to be hounded down. Singan swinging fists, able to find that kill, and now that leaves Max in a poor position as well, as he's consistently slowed up by High Vision. Bleed now will go ahead and work their way down to the point as they clean up a couple additional kills. So it's looking like 50% or so here for Crazy Raccoon, as Bleed will gain control.
This position is really strong for Bleed, though. They ended up getting the Blizzard off of this, most of the Annihilation, and an overextension is punished without DPSs. I mean, Junker Queen's damage output just isn't that high. They eventually get taken out, but it's a lot of High Vision ult charge.
Oh, now they're looking for the aggressive fight. Orbital Ray going to be coming through. Shoot, holding his here for the moment as Heesung hightails it away from Singan.
Yeah, they have some extra time. They could just avoid this
fight. Look at
fight.
back cap, actually.
Yeah, I actually really like this call from Crazy Raccoon.
Chorong goes back in, but they miss it by a hair. This actually could have been theirs, but Chorong was not playing the point. Tries to replace himself, tries to put himself there to be able to get the cap, but it does get interrupted. He gets taken down as drill dash comes in from Ace, but it's going to be 3 kills now here for Heesung. Very much looking alive and well on the Genji. Max will find Ace, and now the cleanup can come through, so Crazy Raccoon will get the flip back into their favor, and they can gain the lead from here.
Yeah, it looked weird, but it was really smart for Crazy Raccoon. If they end up getting that cap, it's even better for them, obviously, but still, they repositioned Bleed Esports. They circumvented the choke point. They did not allow Bleed to take that choke point fight with the Mei. So the Blizzard is very low value, and Heesung just completely outpaces them, outspeeds them. It's exactly what I'm talking about what this comp can do, but you have to be smart about it. You have to pull them with the back cap. That was genius.
Now they're looking for the aggro play. They have that Rampage ready to go. Heesung quite a bit of damage somewhere off screen. Shoots similarly under some fire. His Knife is just trying to find a target. Does manage to spot out Maka. Ult now going to be invested here from Ace. There's a Rampage. Solo onto Singan. Gets the anti, but he's not really taking too much damage, as he will be able to keep himself alive through that one. Pally going to be taken down right as the Kitsune Rush gets committed to by Maka. 99% that overtime is going to start bleeding down very rapidly here the longer. The Crazy Raccoon can keep this one occupied, but the flip does come through, so now Bleed Esports with an opportunity to get a bit of a rug pull here on this opening flashpoint.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the Rampage was a good idea if there were teammates to follow up. As
Max needs to survive here. Chorong now similarly going to be under fire, taken low, but Blade gets pulled, and Heesung able to collect 2, gets himself a 3rd. His High Vision will fall. Cap already getting ready to come in, and it looks like just that one little moment, that ult being invested here from Heesung, it's enough to get them the flashpoints. The first one is likely going to be going their way. Still touches coming in. Push back over onto the point, but now probably going to be taken out. Maka similarly dead, and without any supports, there is no hope in hell, so that first point goes the way of Crazy Raccoon in the end. Yeah,
I'm not sure about trying to slow that one down, because you're just feeding ult charge over as well as giving them prio for the second flashpoint. Definitely ends up being an overextension there for Sungan, where his teammates are not able to help him out, and he dies, and it's a shame for Bleed Esports because they had so much control until that moment. And at least Dragon Blade is down for Crazy Raccoon. That's the only bit of good news here for Bleed at the moment, as they do have point priority here, and this choke point is controlled by them with Tectonic Shock at the weight.
They're just greeting each other there, but Chorong, he's there. There's a little bit of reinforcements, so Ace will fall. Shu, however, picked off. So there's an orbital ray advantage here for the side of Bleed Esports as the point does unlock. It's going to be committed to. Sending out some torpedoes, looking to just try to weave in some additional damage here. For now, Crazy Raccoon will be staved off. That cap cannot come in. Speed boost, pile forward. Singan just swinging fists, is able to find one. His Knife will get taken down. Looks for a little bit more. Has he overextended? Will lose out on that Nemesis form, and yeah, he will get taken out before the Annihilation can come through. Shu again, though, getting Death Cycle as High Vision is able to find that kill. Ultimate, however, is still in play, and now there's going to be a rally rolling on the back end. Shield Bash ins, gets the stun on the Ace. Whip Shot will confirm the kill. Kitsune Rush still going to be committed to here, though, from the side of Maka. Looking to try to turn the tides of the fight. High Vision comes into the Ice Block, down to 20 HP as the Rampage goes across. Helps find the bleed out there on a High Vision. It's going to be Choron collecting these eliminations. In all of this chaos, Bleed Esports were in control of the point. They get up to 41%.
Yeah, I mean,
Raccoon now have control.
That's really the shining light here for Bleed Esports, because the ult economy and the way they used their ults in that fight was very poor. Poly's ult, very desperate and weirdly timed. Shu's, even though he died, was way more high value. But because they were able to get the cap in all of that extended fight, I mean, it feels worth it in the end, despite the loss there. But now they're up against another Dragon Blade here, and Hisong's last one was pretty fantastic.
Take this a little more aggressively. The blade going to be pulled out, seeking target, dashes up over the top, finds Kale just completely on his own, isolated. Choron, however, going to be traded out as the Annihilation is able to take him down. 1-for-1 on the supports. Shu now desperately trying to keep everybody sustained, but he can't keep himself in the fight. Raccoon will be able to collect that kill, and Ace finds a knife. One traded back as Max gets on top of High Vision for that elimination, but ultimately he himself is just going to be whittled away at and killed off. So Bleed, they lose the lead, but for a very brief period, they will be able to regain it here and potentially be able to tie things up.
Crazy Raccoon, actually, this time they're the ones getting a little bit outpaced. I mean, the target selection a little bit weird there. They're chasing Poly, pulling a blade when he was almost certainly dead, and then losing control of the front of the fight against a Ramatra composition. You can't go that deep. Bleed Esports punishing them incredibly well, and now have the ult advantage for what could be the final point of, or the final fight of this second flashpoint here. Feeling really good about their chances of evening it up.
Barring getting picked off, Piley will be able to have that orbital ready to invest as he builds it up very quickly. Get your ult online, send. Ace, more charges left. Making his way up onto the high ground, just seeking a target, but all of them widely just playing away. Managed to wait it out. Hold the charges. Crazy Raccoon to try to contest. He's going to be taken down low as the orbital ray gets committed to here by Poly. They're trying to keep him in this fight. Hisong does end up falling. Maka able to collect the kill. Slowfield's going to be sent, dragging him down here to the floor, and Shu immediately just gets taken out. Continuing to push forward, looking for that elimination on the Choron. Will not be able to make it happen, but Bleed will be able to get the cap, tying us now up at 1-1.
Really ult efficient as well. Tectonic Shock allows them to get the positional advantage. Poly's ult is on the point this time, well timed. Pushes Crazy Raccoon away. They get split in half. Don't have to Blizzard. They have the Kitsune Rush for the approach for this next flashpoint as well. The Crazy Raccoon definitely have the better ults coming up here, but there's a really nice window of time where Bleed Esports can get the first cap here if executed properly. And that Kitsune Rush is the biggest part of this. It cannot be used if he gets picked, but he has TP. So should be able to get out of here, no problem.
Throw into the drill dash, they're looking to try to isolate, but there you go. Maka just playing with time, has the swift step, immediately gets himself out right as they see Choron arriving, and Hisong does get picked off once more. A little bit of further delay here on that blade build, and allows for Bleed Esports to once again get the opening cap.
And they didn't have to use the Kitsune Rush, they just used the Kitsune, the Fox to pull Crazy Raccoon away, bait them out, then teleport away. A really tricky move here, and Crazy Raccoon kind of fall for a hook, line, and sinker.
Vision trying to get it cut off there, but something over the top of the wall. Dose Max. Rampage now going to be used again. A bit of a solo ultimate, but does manage to find the kill. Vision going to be bled dry, and Shoot will find Maka. The Kitsune Rush not going to be holding water here for the side of Bleed Esports, it would seem. Similar scenes to that last point as we move up past 40%. Pushing on down to low ground. Flip gets ready to come in. Will be controlled, grabbed up here for Crazy Raccoon.
What's so frustrating about watching Bleed Esports play this map is sometimes they have this beautiful set of plays. The decision-making is genius, and then you have fights like this where they get caught off guard by Crazy Raccoon. Everyone just presses Q, but there's no synergy with the ults, and it ends up being very poor and very expensive uses of ultimates there for Bleed Esports. So Crazy Raccoon have all the wind back in their sails now, and Hisong still holds on to this blade. Bleed Esports trying to wrap around, but they're seeing...
Let's break down the wall, final charge to find a smattering of damage there on the Singan, but the Unburrow ready to go, looking for the isolation pick here onto High Vision. They take him low, drill dash will force the tank forward. His blade now pulled out with the pressure out. This Ramatra, a couple more swipes would get the job done. Has to sheath it though. He's going to be taken low, and Max going to be punished. Have they overstepped? It certainly seems like they have. Singan now very much reinvigorated, charging forward, swinging away, taking out Choron. Crazy Raccoon bite off more than they can chew.
It's another Dragon Blade as well that's not used on priority targets, but just being tossed right into the tank there on the front line. There's just not enough damage to cut through a Ramatra, even with the nerfs. And now he's swapping, so at least there's that, but I only feel like the target selection once again a little bit off here for Crazy Raccoon. Bleed Esports stave off the pressure. might miraculously take a lead here.
Yeah, I mean, they have the lead on this flashpoint itself. Pali and Maka both under some fire will fall. Heesung over onto the Tracer, immediately going to be finding value as Ace pops his ultimate, but now he doesn't have any supports to try to rely on as Heesung has just gone ahead and clipped both of their wings for a little bit more as that overtime has been forced out, but with Sungan falling, that should be the flip coming through. So Crazy Raccoon not done with this flashpoint quite yet.
I think Bleed Esports should let this one go. They don't have a Kitsune rush. They can't close the gap on the point. Crazy Raccoon are already better set up. Trying to bleed members in, no pun intended here, I think would just do you way more harm than a potential flip.
I mean, the ult cycle right now is not great.
Yeah. I mean, they could have maybe tried to force some ults if they were grouped a little bit faster there, but with the timing of that, it was best to do as they did and just wait for that next flashpoint to spawn and try to win the race. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to back off here and try to set up for a blizzard in the choke point. Sungan holding the flank angle there. Heesung trying to find his way into the back line, but is denied.
Oh, and Ace trying to find his way underground, but just gets punished far too quickly, cannot escape. Solid opening kill here for Crazy Raccoon, who looked to try to bring this map to a conclusion. Right-click headshot, though, from High Vision. Able to find Heesung, puts the Tracer on the floor. Pulse Bomb, no longer a concern here for them. Overall, though, Crazy Raccoon able to wait out that Annihilation. Get it back on cooldown. Kitsune Rush going to be committed to. Rampage going to be sent. Max, however, going to be frozen in the corner. They desperately try to keep alive. The rally now rolling. Gets the shout across, and he is not going down. The knife goes in. The Mei ends up falling. Sungan now corralled upon, ends up getting picked off. Strong will get taken out by Ace, but that's about as good as it gets here in the fight for the side of Bleed Esports. Maka now with nowhere to go other than the respawn room. Will get picked off, and Crazy Raccoon get the first grab.
It was a very risky ult there from Max, especially considering the Blizzard placement, but you couldn't have known, obviously, that the Blizzard was going to be where he ended up, but he still goes for the Rampage, trying to get a high-value target, and the team supports him. They keep him alive. He has the shout, and he ends up surviving. Bleed Esports put everything into the tank, and they fail to take him out.
I mean, it looked like it was going to be a catastrophe considering the Rampage hadn't hit onto anybody, but look at that. Knife up in the air, drill dash forward, Maka destroyed. Pulse Bomb ready. The timing is just gorgeous. High Vision blown to smithereens.
And I mean, I could start to see the knife signing here when you have the Venture Tracer composition on a flashpoint like this. It's very powerful when you have a player who's so flexible like Knife who can play both. And you can see how well coordinated they are already. And this is a signing, by the way, that happened very recently. I mean, he hasn't had that much time to actually work with this team and build that synergy up. And yet it looks like he's been playing with this team for a year. And it's a very scary thought when you could consider how many new compositions are unlocked now for this team. Lib's still waiting on the bench. If they need him, they can pull him in at any time. This is looking like this might be the end of the second map.
Gonna have to get the touch here soon. There you go. Overtime going to be forced. How about Ace gives his life forward. Chung finding the punish. Now High Vision going to be taken down. DPS-less here are the side of Bleed. And after the initial touches, nobody else can make their way over onto the point. So a point capture found for the side of Bleed. They also find themselves with their first loss of the year on New Junk City. Now 4-1 in that regard. And Crazy Raccoon are up 2-0.
Yeah, for the side of Bleed here, I think, you know, I think you got to be feeling okay about how that map went. I mean, it's Crazy Raccoon defending world champions, right? Like, this is a team that is incredibly strong, went undefeated in a regular season, and you actually played them pretty close. There were a few fights where you outpaced them. You were able to catch up with their tempo. So even though you just lost your first New Junk City of the season, and yes, you're now match point against you, about to potentially drop your first series of the tournament, you're probably walking out of that map being like, maybe we could win a map here. Like, maybe we could bring this series back.
I mean, that point A, it looked like it was going to be theirs, and it just narrowly got away from them. That big Bleed coming through, just costing them everything. But here's the quandary that I have as we get ready to go into the break and then come back for what could very well be the last map. Lip, does he get subbed in?
I think so. I was thinking the same thing.
Because
I'm like, you got to put him in.
I'm pretty sure that this would be the first series that he does not play at all in his career.
Yeah.
I cannot think of another time where he was on the bench for an entire series. I could be wrong about that. There might be some lore masters in the chat that would point out.
But his debut season, though, like, he didn't play.
But for an entire series?
I think in his debut season, he, like, there were. Oh, yeah, for an entire series?
That's what I'm saying.
That's a tough one. Because he was 0-2, right? Like, originally? I want to say he was 0-2.
I don't know. Either way, we'll have to just wait and see if he is going to be back in. But now it's time to go to our break, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we're back, and right now Crazy Raccoon find themselves in a 2-0 lead in the driver's series here in this set. Now looking to close things out with yet another 3-0. Would be 3 consecutively if they can make it happen. Bleed, last map pick, last ditch effort to try to recover the series.
It's tough to guess where we'll go. Again, New Queen Street just keeps sticking out to me as a map that just, again, isn't played very much in Korea or in Japan, and Bleed Esports have won a map at least on it. So, you know,
yeah, they played it once.
Just once, but maybe if that's something you feel really comfortable with, taking us there could be a good idea. It's just scary to play push into a team like Crazy Raccoon. They're going to take the standard push map, though, and go to Colosseo, which is, again, a risky call, but if everything you do against Crazy Raccoon seems risky, if they pick King's Row, I'd be like, well, that's just risky, you know? I don't know. Let's see if they have a good game plan here. Compositionally, you know, they've played 2 different styles. They tried to match Crazy Raccoon. They were like, nope, we're playing Ramatra. That didn't work. And the question becomes, do we have any subs as well? Is
Yes.
Lip playing?
Because I look at Colosseo, and one of the things that's going to come to my brain is Lip playing Sojourn.
Yep.
You know, that's something that I would not be surprised to see, and something that I would be surprised to not see. So you have some very nice drawings
Guess
there for
who
Max.
is the real Sigma? Max. He's the real Sigma. Except they didn't play Sigma.
Yes.
But he did show it in the spawn room for a minute.
Turns out in current meta, Sigma kind of dead. haven't really seen him, and even on Circuit Royale, he's unfortunately kind of lost out on his one map that was a bit of a guarantee to be played on.
Well, there is no Lip substitution. Achilles, it's Knife for the whole series if they win it here. And like I said, I think Lip O2 Orient days, there were some series before he had ever played in his debut where he didn't play at all, but it has been a long time.
That it has been. No Lip here. Let's see. Crazy Raccoon are going to be able to deliver another 3-0 victory. Bleed here on Colosseo will be able to fight back. As I'm not believing in anything that I'm seeing from Bleed right now other than the Tracer as well as the Juno.
Sungan showing the Ramatra again. I mean, it worked fairly well for them on New Junk City. Very slow for push, and it is going to really make it tough to win that first team fight. But if they do, I think they have a real chance of this. But it's not a standard Sigma comp or a Ramatra comp. It's Ramatra Tracer Ashe, because you need the Ashe for the long sightline on A, or not A, you know, A, but on the neutral of the bot.
Sure.
For first fight, but it's a little awkward.
Max taking a lot of damage there early. Some bit being pumped out here from the DPS lineup of Bleed Esports on Burrow, looking for a target, but ultimately not going to be finding much of any there. It's going to be Crazy Raccoon, though, just shoving him back and getting a minor amount of distance here. Still have to win out the neutral fight, but deflection comes in, and Hisang able to find a headshot there, putting down high vision. That makes things a bit more difficult here for them, but Hisang nearly traded out. Does manage to survive, dropping down right in front of Sungan's face, just spamming out these right clicks alongside Knife. They will be able to go ahead and fold the enemy tank, so now push can actually get started for Crazy Raccoon, as Max will still get traded out by Ace.
Arguably, this first corner where the bot pushes would be the strongest point for Bleed, but because of these stagger kills, they don't get the corner, they don't get this high ground. I think it might be time to swap, to be totally honest, Achilles, because this Ramatra just isn't going to cut it into a comp that is going to outpace it and just get past it. Like, frankly, like they could just get into the back line.
Yeah, I mean, you see
there's too much space.
Still looking to work their way back over to join in with the rest of the team, even with the stagger on Pale. It's just takes a while for Max to rejoin, so they can't really continue the push. We get up to 38 meters here. There's Orbital Ray now online. Pally still 24% behind. Pulse Bomb from Ace, though, now ready to go. See if he's going to be able to find a pick. Sends it, and yes, he does. Knife is going to be taken out. So very solid opening kill here. That's a lot of the damage eliminated here from the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Good hyper ring there to get him out of dodge.
Bring into the beam, but the anti comes across here. Maka able to nail that on the 2, so Chorong does still fall. Max getting whittled away at.
Shoes and power torpedoes and left clicks actually getting 2 kills.
Okay, Blade's going to be pulled here, but Hisang spotting out multiple players around the corner. This is widely going to be a complete air blade here for him. So yeah, nothing to be found except for death as the bomb off on the flank manages to gun him down. And this is a big costly whip here from Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, very bizarre, especially with the control that they had and choose double there.
I mean, I see why he went for it. He saw that Maka, he whiffed the sleep dart on
Yeah,
him,
he's like,
so he
maybe
thought
I
he had
kill
the
him.
opening, but then as soon as he saw that it wasn't just a singular Ana by themselves, it just becomes unobtainable.
Yeah, and then there's also the Bob angle, so he doesn't have that much space if he tries to chase them down. Rampage at the ready here for Max, and he's got a good angle.
Rampage goes across, connects onto 3, supports and the tank. While getting tagged up by that one, so I'm going to be popping the ult, but Polly with the torpedoes is able to find both Knight and Isang. Something that we see too much of every day there, but now Pulse Bomb layered in. Ace taking out Chorong. Does end up falling as the knife comes across, but Max now himself in a bit of a poor spot, stuck into the corner as Isang a little bit of maybe tech there on the grapple to try to get out of the spawn room, but goes right back over onto the Genji. Sungan just really trying to fight back here, but cannot pursue deep enough to find the kill
Yeah,
on Max.
they don't actually really get that much distance here. I mean, they don't actually gain that much control, and once again, Crazy Raccoon are just knocking on the door.
It's not going to be taken out, though. High vision with a headshot. So the enemy Genji, it's going to be a very slow build towards that next blade. Beam for beam going to be coming through. Now, Rally rolling. Nano across onto Sungan. Keeps him empowered, keeps him relatively safe, but the rest of the team is very much left out to dry. The team will be able to find one short. I'm going to be taken out, but not before they lose out on Maka. So still the control just not quite there here for the side of Bleed. They managed to take a step forward, but then it's 2 steps back as Crazy Raccoon continue to find these picks, and distance just cannot be improved. Pulse Bomb gets the stick. Sungan now at risk down to a sliver of HP, and Shu is able to go ahead and scoop up the kill.
I mean, we had some questions about whether Crazy Raccoon are ready for Juno or not, and Shu has frankly been insane today on the pick. He is really crushing and getting a lot of limbs, a lot of kills, even in lost team fights. He's making high-value plays. Look at how quickly he's building another ultimate here, 40%. His knife is going to push away here. Isang does end up getting the health pack hacked, and he's looking for backline access.
Oh, well, right now, this Juno potentially at risk, does have Sungan nearby. As they haven't been able to spy check him quite just yet. There's the hack coming through. Stay from the virus, looking for a kill. In the meantime, fighting off on the flank as Max will just be holding the bot in position, making sure that they can get this push really going. Max across, taking him down low, trying to force out anything that they can. At risk. Rampage goes across. High vision going to be antied out, bleeding down a bit, but Widely doesn't have too many other threats, so he's able to stay alive for the time being. Annihilation going to be popped. The Bob again going to be finding value as Max ends up losing to that, and Chorong taken down by the Annihilation. Sungan, fists raised, trying desperately to stay alive, gets the armor back, puts up the slow field, looking to try to get the kill here onto Knife, who's desperately backpedaling but cannot find that. In the meantime, Hisang is able to kill 2, and now finds a 3rd because the Mega Pack was hacked out.
Sungan, he's got that laugh, the knowing laugh of like, okay, I made an outplay, but I'm still trapped out here. I'm still dead. And Crazy Raccoon are still in control. 1 step forward, 2 steps back again, and Sungan will swap to the Diva. His composition, it keeps making less sense, unfortunately, but we'll see if they can make this happen as EMP is ready here for Hisang.
Yep, Orbital Ray invested. There's the EMP going out. Doesn't get much of a catch, and in fact, he's going to be just dead on the back end. Pulse Bomb lobbing here from Knife. Going wide. Kill not found. Still, though, a back and forth, a 2 for 2 on the trade out. Bot continuing to be contested here on the ramp towards the underpass. Wall goes up, and that just completely pins Max into the corner, so it's a very easy takedown here for Ace. Really had to go ahead and finish off that Baby Diva, piling down to a sliver. Will somehow stay alive. Just unable to find that elimination as Knife will get punished, and now the chase comes in looking for Chorong, but he will be a little bit too elusive. So still no checkpoints obtained, but it's been over 6 minutes drained away, and Bleed are just now getting ready to move up to 20 meters.
This fight is really critical because it can be the fight that gets them a Blizzard play and gets them that second checkpoint. And this is the one that I think Bleed need to win, and they need to win it in a longer fight fashion, outlast the sound barrier. Otherwise, they're in deep trouble. Kitsune rush first, and that's a pick they need, and they don't get it.
And the beam coming across from the Echo. Able to take him out of the mech. Can they get a punish? Looks like the answer is going to be no. Tucks away here onto the low ground. Back into the mech with Chu. Going to be traded out. Probably able to find that kill. 30 meters now crested from the side of Bleed. Still a little ways to go to try to gain the lead here for themselves, but if they can make it happen, given the time bank remaining, it would put Crazy Raccoon very much on the back foot.
Need a pick, they need a punish here. Barriers up, and Max denied entry, but the rest of the team's over here.
Yeah, 2 quick kills going to be found there. It's probably down the back end. That Blizzard is ready to go, but this just is not going to be the fight here for it. Have to just save it for a future one as Hisang continuing to go ahead and scoop these up. The bot now being ushered back across towards the opposite side of the map.
I mean, I don't want to say that's GG, But, you know, we've cast enough push matches to know that Bleed Esports losing control here, not able to set up the Blizzard fight they want with this composition. They're hard forcing on this map, their map pick, their potential final map pick of the series. This is not looking hopeful. You know, they don't have any line of sight. They don't have any control for high vision. They don't have setup for the Mei, and the Ramatra doesn't have any synergy with the rest of the team. So Crazy Raccoon are just sitting pretty with a healthy lead. Okay, Blizzard's out.
Blizzard's out, but it's Eaton. Max is able to just go ahead and nom that one up and then finds the punish at the back end. The Mei eliminated, so unable to find one. Shoot will fall. He's already committed the ult there. So I'm going to be taken down. The bot just pushed so very far here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. 2 minutes now remaining. Bleed, they need to win this fight. They need to finish this fight right now, and they need to get their push started up once again.
Yeah, and I mean, they end up getting this pick on the knife, but ultimately it's a trade as Max does trade one back. But, you know, there's nothing in this composition anymore that says, I need the Ramatra in this comp. I mean, there's no part of it, you know, the speed of the Ramatra is very slow. A lot of single target heals, but again, this puts high vision at risk. Nisong is ready to dupe and go in. And here's the push, here's the dive.
Goes for the dupe, copies the Juno, looking to just add another orbital ray here into the mix. His piling head senders out, but Maka gets taken down. Auto but a kill found. Hisung already building it up, rapidly sends it. Max in the meantime, self-destruct going to be used to get himself back into the mech. Shu gets traded out. As long as Hisung is still here with the dupe, they're still in an okay position, especially as Pali now gets cycled into the spawn room right as Maka looks to rejoin. Ace is going to be taken down, Knife finds the kill. Sungan going to be taken out, staggered here. As the bot once again starts moving forward the checkpoint in their sights with just 1 minute and 3 seconds left.
That's the first time I've ever seen a duplicated Juno. I've never duplicated one as Echo myself. But if the game would let you, I feel like you could build 3 orbital rays. That was insane.
Oh, yeah.
He just one clips and tosses it out. That was actually a really clutch move there and a huge win in the fight for Crazy Raccoon. High Vision is now on the Mei as the musical chairs of this composition continue.
Jerome does get taken down. He's been having a bit of a rough game here on Colosseo, so he ends up falling. Shoot, similarly going to be punished. So now supportless on Crazy Raccoon. This is likely going to have to be a full reset, but Hisung is deep into enemy territory alongside Max. Let's see if they're going to be able to slide out to safety. It's up and over the rooftops to try to escape.
I mean, this is the first control they've had in a while, but it's hard to call it control. Bot's contested. They need a kill, and they need it fast. Just no one's dealing with Hisung.
Realistically, no one can. You don't even have an Ana on the opposite side to try to just get those tags and force them off line of sight. Instead, it's going to be Ace down here on the low ground, being eliminated. The Annihilation coming through, but this Townberry shielding on the opposite side. Hisung will eventually fall. The Annihilation able to claim one, but Maka is dead. Sungan will die. Bleed. The push coming through here, a bit of a backcap opportunity, but High Vision eventually will go ahead and fall down as the bot goes running away with Crazy Raccoon, who run away with the series. It's another 3-0 as Korea continues to reign supreme.
Another 3-0, another dominant Korean win. Crazy Raccoon looking like it's another day at the office. The gameplay didn't support that theory, though, as we did see some weird stuff out of the team today, and with how Bleed was playing that final map, I feel like I walk away from this feeling like we have more questions than answers for Crazy Raccoon. I think Knife proved himself. That much we know for sure, is that he's flexible and he's incredibly strong. He has synergy with his team. Hisung, on the other hand, had some bizarre Genji plays. We saw some overextensions from both Junbin and Max. The support line seemed solid, that's for sure, but while it was a dominant 3-0 and Bleed Esports did some weird stuff, it's hard for me to definitively say Crazy Raccoon are back at full form. I don't think I could say that after watching this series, but there's still a lot of tournament left to play. Hisung will actually end up getting player of the match. That's very bizarre to me, considering his Genji was quite suspect at times in this series. There were some good moments for him, too.
Oh, yeah.
But I feel like his inconsistencies really pushed me to the Knife vote.
I ended up on going for Knife as well. I felt like the Tracer and the Venture play from him was overall pretty damn clean. Hisung, you know, EMP, questionable. Some of the neutral play on the Sombra itself, though, very, very nice from him. And then moves over to the Echo as well on Colosseo. But yeah, the Blades left a lot to be desired. He peaked with the first one, and then it just steadily kind of got worse and worse with each
Are we going to actually have like his highlight be that one blade?
I think there's enough.
I think it would have been ready if it was.
I think there was enough from his other performances as well. When he was, you know, bringing out the far and whatnot. So I think that there's a decent amount to pull from. But either way, I'm in a similar position where am I fully convinced that Crazy Raccoon is back on top and that they are just the kings of the world in Overwatch? No, not yet. Need to see a bit more from the team, but overall, a pretty decent start. I think that they did get dragged down into the mud a little bit. I think that they got a little bit silly at times with, some of the maneuvers that they were going for, as well as some of the picks. But ultimately, it was still more than fine for them to be able to get the victory.
Yeah. I do think that perhaps there was some hiding of what their true read on the meta is, what their real strength is in this series, especially on Lijiang Tower, where it felt like there was a lot of, I don't want to say trolling literally, but it felt like they were having more fun than actually focusing on playing the highest level ever. I mean, this was a good play. His echo was good. I forgot about the far out, frankly, on map 1, so that does kind of save the vote a little bit. It's not ridiculous, but I thought Knife deserved it. And maybe he'll get another one later on this tournament.
There's plenty more matches to be played, of course, but let's go ahead and hear from our player of the match in the winner's interview.
Thank you very much, Achilles. We are here with the third POTM interview of the day. And of course, Crazy Raccoon taking the dominant 3-0 victory over Bleed Esports. We have the player of the match himself on stage, making his introductions. This is Hisang.
네, 희상 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 3대 0으로 이제 큰 물에서 놀 준비를 시작하는 크레이지 라쿤인가.
They're now ready for the big stage and taking this match 3 Overwatch. So how do you feel about the win?
이길 줄 알았는데 생각보다 뭔가 게임이 잘 안 풀려서 좀
I thought we would have an easier time winning, but there are things here and there that went wrong. So I think that's why it felt a little bit tougher.
상황이 이거 어떻게 된 일이지라는 생각이 들더라고요. 무슨 일이었나요?
무슨 일이었는지 저는 기억도 안 나고 그냥 지나가 보니까 1라운드가 먹혀 있더라고요.
So can you tell us about, when you gave up some of the rounds for the Bleed Esports? And Hisang says, honestly, I just didn't realize it.
처음으로 호흡을 맞춘 첫 경기였어요.
First, today's match is the first time playing with Knife, so talk to us about your synergy.
못해서 아쉬웠던 것 같아요.
I think I could have played a little bit better, so it was a little bit disappointing. But all the fault is on me.
한것 같은데 좀 비슷했다고 한다라는 좀 많은 의문점이 듭니다. 자, 오늘 POTM 희상 선수가 차지하게 됐습니다. 파라, 겐지, 또 솜브라로 또 좋은 플레이를
파라, 겐지, to Sombra.
요즘에 이제 시즌
Put on a stellar
후반부터
performance
메타가 계속해서
for
이어지고
POTM.
있어요. 좀 어떤 것 같나요?
So we're seeing a lot of double flex supports.
되고 있는데 저희 팀한테는 좀
Talk to us about that.
안 좋은 소식이었던 것 같은데 지금 그래도 나이프 선수 들어와서 투석딜도 되고 하니까 앞으로 더 좋아지지 않을까 생각합니다.
And sorry, not two flex supports, two flex DPSs. My apologies. And of course, with the meta shift, it hasn't worked out the best for us. But now Knife on board, I think we are on our way up.
둘 다 마음에 안 들긴 하는데.
And he's talking about the fan signs that are on in the venue, of course. And it makes him a little cringe, because it's showing the fan affection. And you have to choose between one of them, and he says, I like them both. I don't like them both.
감사합니다.
And he closed the interview out by saying,
네, 이렇게 세 번째 경기가 마무리됐습니다. 이제는
Thank you so
마지막
much for the
경기가
support.
기다리고 있는데요. 냠게이밍과 제타 디비전의 경기가 앞으로
yeah, that's the end of the
펼쳐지게
interview.
되는데요. 잠시만
And before we head into the
기다려주세요.
match, I'm going to send it back to the casters.
Thank you very much. Well, good to hear there from Hisang, but we are not done yet. We have one last series here tonight. It's going to be NyamGaming from Japan going up against Zeta. See who comes out on top of that one when we come back.
discussed. I'm sorry, what just happened? See, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hard work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the nano too. This might just be enough.
Alrighty, we're back. It's now time to go into our final series of the evening. We've got a showdown between two Japanese organizations, NyamGaming versus Zeta, but of course Zeta being a Korean squad. And, again, favorites coming into this set. But so far, it has been a very Korea team-dominated day. 3-0s across the board. Can this series make it different? Can we have some more contention? My goat Violet should be able to deliver on that front.
I mean, I do think that...
all it takes is one Ajax, baby.
There you go. Double-edged sword Achilles coming in. Of the 4 series today, I just want to get my correct papers right. Of the 4 series today, this one seemed to me to be the most interesting one. Like, I think Zeta is not, infallible by any means. I think NyamGaming is very strong and a lot more flexible than what we've seen from, for example, LAZULI today, who showed that they were not meta-proof. Like, they definitely were like, we're just going to play what we were winning with before, which is nerfed and no longer as strong. So I think Nyam will have a little bit more flexibility. Scarlet and Daisy both have played through several different metas with a lot of dominance. Mimosa is very good. So they also have a roster that is not like everyone is role swapped suddenly for a meta that's no longer relevant. They're still playing all their main roles, so I feel good about it.
라고 합니다. DPSを担当しているデイジーです。サブ딜러를 맡고 있는 스칼렛이라고 합니다.
メインサポのミモザです。
サポートを担当しているワイドットです。タンクを担当しているチャングです。 발해를 이긴 것은 만족하지만 이제 마지막 결과는 만족스럽지 못한다고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 준비됐던 것이 잘 되지 않았던 게 제일 아쉬웠다고 생각합니다.
で決勝戦で負けた要因としてはバレル戦だけに向けての練習ばかりしてて、そのラズリに対する対策を何も取ってなかったのが敗因だったと思います。 正直インソムニアとラズリ同じぐらいの実力だと思っててんで分からなかったです。そんなことないと思います。
もう最高に気持ちいいです。チームみんなが頑張ってたんで。
아마도 메타 체인지 때문이 좀 크다고 생각합니다. 그러니까 그 전까지는 이제 다이브도 쓰고 뭐 그럴 수 있는 메타였는데 이번에 메타가 이제 준호가 넘어오면서 준호브리 쪽으로 바뀌다 보니까 그것 때문에 약간 이변이 좀 많이 일어났다고 생각합니다. 아마도 팔콘 쪽이 좀 그러니까 1인칭으로 디테일을 좀 많이 도움이 됐던 것 같습니다. 한빈 선수 1인칭 개인 방송이라든지 그런 걸 좀 많이 참고했던 것 같습니다. 한빈 선수님 개인 방송 열심히 챙겨보고 있고 도움도 많이 받고 있습니다. 정말 감사합니다. 아시아 스테이지에서 상금을 많이 받게 된다면 한빈님 개인 방송에 가서 도네이션 하도록 하겠습니다. 만약 이길 수만 있다면 네 하겠습니다.
メンタル韓国人選手は負け始めるとどんどん弱くなっていくイメージがあります。
대지 선수가 한 말이 반은 맞고 반은 틀리다고 생각을 하는 것 같습니다. 지기 시작하면 일단 멘탈적으로 좀 흔들리는 건 맞긴 하지만 지면 이제 더 열심히 해야 된다는 생각으로 하는 선수도 있기 때문에 반은 맞고 반은 틀리다고 생각을 합니다. 그나마 희성 선수 아무래도 제가 제로 때 같이 팀원을 같이 했던 선수기도 해가지고 어느 정도 알고 있다고 생각을 하기 때문에 희성 선수이지 않을까. 희성아 너만 볼게.
희성 포커싱 가자.
즐겁게 하는 것 때문에 약간 이기는 한타도 질 때가 좀 있어가지고 방심한다던가 그런 거.
その常識を覆しに来たんで、ゼータ戦、ゼータをボコボコにします。
プサンに来れると思うなよ。
応援してください。ありがとうございます。
응원 감사합니다.
냠게임 가자!
Well, there you have it. NyamGaming coming out here saying don't expect to make it to Busan so easily. They're looking to stand in their way. And what an achievement it would be, not just because, Japan taking down Korea, who has so far been pretty much untouchable here today, but it'd be them taking down what is one of the biggest organizations in Japan with Zeta Division, if not the biggest organization.
And the glow up from this team, from this org, they were 0-8 in stage 1. They won a single map. They made some pretty broad sweeping roster changes, and then this org is now here at the international. They made it to finals, and even though they looked much better in stage 2, no one thought they would actually make top 2 and just go directly to Korea for this event. I think a lot of people were doubters. There were a lot of haters. And NyamGaming proved that they can hang with the best.
제타에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 바이올렛이라고 합니다.
탱커를 맡고 있는 베르나르라고 합니다.
필러를 맡고 있는 핀이라고 합니다. 딜러 맡고 있는 플로라라고 합니다.
탱커를 맡고 있는 희성이라고 합니다.
딜러를 맡고 있는 펠리칸입니다.
딜러 맡고 있는 알파이라고 합니다. 첫 결승이었는데 못해가지고 안 좋은 기억이네요.
좀 설레기도 했고 못 이겨서 좀 아쉬운 것 같아서 다음에 다시 한번 밟을 수 있도록 노력하면 될 것 같아요.
저희가 준호 조합을 제일 잘한다고 생각을 했는데 결승전에서 그렇게 좀 쉽게 져가지고 그 부분이 좀 아쉬운 것 같고 다음에 더 잘하면 될 것 같아요.
기강이 안 잡혀 있어가지고 좀 많이 아쉬웠던 것 같아요. 그 부분이. 제가 이제 만약에 뛰었으면은 이렇게 쉽게 지지는 않았을 거예요. 이긴다고 장난 못한다. 팀에서 기강 잡는 역할. 애들 못 나대게 그냥 게임만 시키는 그냥 제가 악역을 맡고 싶습니다.
솔직히 이번 결승에서는 팔콘이 좀 메타바를 좀 볼을 좀 잘 빤 것 같고요. 그리고 시얼은 솔직히 볼 아니면은 아무것도 아니기 때문에 아시아전 잘 준비하고 하면은 두 팀 다 이기지 않을까 싶습니다.
상대는 안 해봤지만 왜 그쪽한테 계속 지는지 모르겠고 제가 그냥 수해버리겠습니다.
좀 피지컬적인 부분이 많이 중요한 모드라고 생각을 하는데 저희 팀이 저는 이제 굉장히 피지컬이 좋은 팀이라고 생각을 해서 다른 팀들보다는 유리하게 작용할 수 있지 않을까 생각을 하고요. 저희 팀은 그러면은 이제 민기 바이올렛 선수를 제가 뽑겠습니다. 이 친구가 이제 또 에임도 좋고 비교할 만한 사람이 없으니까 바이올렛이 있는 저희 팀이 강하다고 생각합니다.
한국 대회 말고는 다른 곳은 안 봅니다. 봐도 도움이 안 될 것 같은.
이번에 아시아에 떨어지면 이번 연도는 끝인 거잖아요. 그래서 일단 스톡홀름을 꼭 가고 싶어요.
저희가 준우승을 해서 좀 아쉬웠는데 많이 저희가 4등도 했고 3등도 했고 2등도 했으니까 이제는 1등 할 차례가 아닌가 싶어요. 저희가 상대팀을 좀 껄끄럽게 하는 걸 잘 못하고 이제 저희가 이제 상대가 이걸 하면은 저희가 이걸 하고 이런 걸 되게 잘했거든요. 펠리칸 선수가 들어와서 펠리칸이 또 남 놀리는 걸 잘하거든요. 피에로 같은 존재라서 다른 느낌으로도 이제 많이 이길 것 같습니다.
좀 돋보일 수 있고 또 팀원들이 저를 이제 믿을 수 있는 그런 탱커가 될 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다. 잘 믿어주는데 이게 좀 더더욱 서로 이게 좀 끈끈해질 수 있도록 잘해주도록 하겠습니다. 휴스턴 때도 같이 했었는데 이번에도 좀 잘 믿어줬으면 좋겠습니다.
であと日本でもゼータ応援してくれている方たちも本当にありがとうございます。これからも頑張るのでもっと応援お願いします。
계속 응원해 주시면 감사하겠고 꼭 우승으로 보답하고 형이 먼저 보여줄게요.
오, 나로 그래.
형이야.
A team that has certainly had their ups and downs this year in Zeta Division make their way out onto stage and look to back up some of the words that they had right there in that video, saying we don't really think about too much of the other, we don't think too much of the other regions. We're just very much focused on beating our fellow Korean squads. That could end up costing them if they become a little bit too complacent and underestimate their opponents, because NyamGaming have certainly shown that they are here to play, that they are very much a team that is capable of vast and rapid improvement.
Pelican will get real mad if they say that again, because he's going to be the villain who pushes the team to be disciplined and work harder. But here's NyamGaming's starting roster. Will be Docs on the tank, and support line, of course, and DPS line the same. And NyamGaming, again, an org that people did not expect to make it here. Kind of similar to Yeti, last time around. People weren't ready to accept that they were a top 4 team in Korea, but they earned their spot to come to this tournament. And, this roster has an insane DPS line. Docs is very talented as well. Mimosa, extremely strong. For Zeta, they have Hisung on this team now, but it has largely been Bernard the entire time playing through. And you have Alpha Yi and now Pelican, who will be starting over Flora today in the lineup, Finn and Violet. Pelican, of course, most recently playing for the Houston Outlaws, has not played in OWCS Korea and is joining and playing on this stage for the very first time today internationally. Very exciting to see.
The Houston who?
Outlaws.
What's that?
The Houston Outlaws. The Houston up the ante! Hashtag up the ante!
Yep, Texas hard. Anyway, Pelican will be coming through, but we also have Bernard, who's going to be starting for the side of Zeta. Been seeing a decent amount of Hisung, and maybe Bernard being in throws a spanner in the works for the side of NyamGaming, given that they said that the game strategy was to just focus Hisung as much as humanly possible.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get into the heads of Zeta here a little bit. Bernard and Violet, two of the longest standing Overwatch players that we have in this tournament, both debuting in 2016, 8 years ago. Crazy to see how their careers have really grown and blossomed and how they've evolved into multifaceted players that are incredibly strong. And we'll see which ones of them we might hear from here.
I'm curious. We have a couple different people down there on the stage. Let's go ahead and pass it over and hear from the players.
Thank you very much, Achilles. We are here with the final pre-match interview, of the day, as we are heading towards the end of OWCS Asia Stage 1 or Stage 2. And we have the 2 teamers on stage, one for NyamGaming and Zeta Division. So, Finn, what do you think about the other team, your opponents today? And Finn thinks it's going to be a very, very easy victory. He also said it in Japanese as well. So, what are Mimosa's thoughts?
準優勝、韓国で準優勝されたチームで初めての競技をされると思うんですけど、それに対する意気込みをお願いします。
ちょっとお腹が痛いんですけど、目をつぶっても勝てると思います。
살짝 배가 아프긴 하지만 눈을 감아도 쉽게 이길
He
수
says it hurts a little bit, but I think we'll be able to beat them while closing our eyes. With our eyes closed, essentially.
서로 한 방씩 주고받습니다. 자, 냠게이밍 팀에서 희성 선수의
From NyamGaming, of
멘탈을
course, they said,
인터뷰에서 이렇게 말을 했는데요.
NyamGaming in the earlier interview, they said they're going to break Hisung's mental.
가만히 있을 수 없을 것 같은데 어떻게
So, you know,
생각하나요?
as the bigger bro of the team, you can't just stand there and take that.
怒る方がいいので、ありがたいと思ってます。이제 희성이는 좀 혼내는 게 좋아가지고 좀 감사하게.
Hisung likes punishment, so you know, I think it'll work in our favor.
라고도 말씀을 해주셨어요. 자, 그렇다면 제타 디비전은 냠게이밍의 어떤 점을 공략할 예정인가요?
So, what are some of the
아무것도 생각 안 했어.
weaknesses that you can exploit from
자,
NyamGaming.
아무것도 생각을 안 하고 왔다. 그냥
And
우리
he
하던
says,
대로 하면
yeah,
우리
I don't. We can just play the way that we usually do and we
독수
win.
선수가 팔콘의 한빈 선수의
Not really
영상을
thinking too much about it.
참고하면서 연습을 했다고 하는데 이모자 선수는
Or Stock
혹시
said
제타
in
디비전을
the earlier
제타
interview
디비전
that
영상을
he's
보면서
been
참고한
studying
적이 있을까요?
Team Falcons' VODs. So what about you,
ゲーム
Mimosa?
のドックス選手はハンビン選手の動画を参考にしていると言っていたんですけれども、ミモザ選手はゼタディビジョンのチームの中で参考にされている選手などいらっしゃいますか？
フィン選手の動画をたまに参考にして見ているんですけど、バイオレット選手が一番大好きなので、バイオレット選手の動画をよく見てます。
이제 핀 선수 동영상은 가끔 보긴 하지만
I sometimes watch Finn's VODs.
미모자 선수의 최애
But,
선수이기 때문에
Mimosa's favorite player is actually Violet.
선수의
So
동영상을 많이
he actually watches more of his VODs.
네, 이렇게 또 바이올렛 선수에 대한 또 애정을 드러낸 미모자 선수입니다. 자, OWCS 아시아 스테이지 2 첫 경기인 만큼 현장에서 그리고 또 온라인에서 많은
This is the first match
계신
for
팬분들이
OWCS
계신데요.
Asia Stage
팬분들께도
2
한마디씩
voting.
해볼게요.
So please say a few words to the fans.
지금 여기 멀리까지 와주셔서 다들 감사하고.
Thank you so much for coming all this
이번에는
way
안
to watch our
미끄러지고
games.
이제 부산이랑 스톡홀랜드 다
We will make
가겠습니다.
sure to not slip and make it to Busan and Stockholm.
이번에는
Very much.
스트레이트로 쭉 가겠다라고 말씀해 주셨고요. 그러면 미모자 선수는요?
As for Mimosa,
ここまで応援してくださったファンの皆様に対して意気込みをお願いします。
頑張ります。
I think he said I'll work hard.
라고 하셨습니다.
네, 저도
Kept it
들었습니다.
short.
간발의 자, 이렇게 지금 얌게이밍의 미모자 선수, 제타 디비전의 핀
And that was the
선수와
pre-match
인터뷰
interview between these two
나눠봤습니다.
players.
오늘 마지막
And
경기
before we head
많은
into
기대
NyamGaming versus Zeta Division, I'm going to throw it back to Achilles and Wolf.
Thank you very much. Can NyamGaming finish their anime arc with a happy ending? We are very close to being able to find out, and if they can get this first series win, then yeah, I think we will be on that arc.
So the Korean specifies too that it's a shonen anime.
Oh yeah, it does.
Just saying.
Well, it says Sonyeon.
Yeah. I feel like I think that's referring to a shonen like anime. I assume, but either way, if it is, then this is maybe going to be the middle arc where things get a little bit tough. You know, this is going to be the part where the main character gets split off from his sidekick. You know, Edward and Alphonse are apart. You know, that one has to go the other way. So I think yeah, this is going to be I think kind of a reality check for NyamGaming, because this is a team that didn't compete in Stage 1. This is a team that hasn't played against the best players in the world, on a stage like this yet. And I don't want to say it's a reality check in that, they don't know that this is going to be a tough one, but I think realizing just how hard this match against Zeta is going to be is going to be potentially a big turning point for them. And if they can overcome it, then maybe the anime will have a happy ending.
Will the addition of Pelican be able to add wings to Zeta Division? Only sponsored by Red Bull, so I don't think that they're going to be having too many issues in that regard. But it's a curiosity, because like you said, it's been a while. I might jest about the Houston Outlaws, but we haven't seen them in quite some time.
Yeah, we haven't. Pelican, a player that you and I cast in Contenders a really long time ago, and we were talking to
Pretty much everybody is a player that you used to cast in Contenders a really long time ago.
That's true. And now it's like, or they're a Japanese player we cast like in OWCS Japan. But yeah, I think a player that a lot of people slept on for a really long time until he came over to the Overwatch League and now has a bunch of accolades. Very strong addition to this roster and shores up some of the weaknesses, frankly, of Flora, who I think is still a strong player but hasn't shown as much flexibility or consistency as Pelican has. So I think it's a good addition to this team, and I expect that we'll probably primarily be seeing Pelican in this meta for a majority of, if not all of the tournament, just based on what we've seen so far. Whereas Lijiang Tower is Nyam's pick because they are... Actually, I don't know why it's their pick. Because they're both equal seats. Maybe they want a coin toss. But either way, they're taking us to Lijiang.
Lijiang Tower once again, as we stick with an old classic to go ahead and round out the evening. So last series of the day of the Japanese v Korean matchup here. And can NyamGaming be the ones to kind of rewrite what has been happening here today in this tournament and kind of in the year when we have had these international clashes? Can they be the ones to take down a Korean squad?
All right, chat, we got it. He was on M80. All right, yes,
Okay.
we know. I wanted to make an Outlaws reference. Come on,
And
chat.
I wanted to make fun of them.
Exactly. See, everybody wins, chat. Just calm down, YouTube. It's always YouTube chat. It's always YouTube chat.
Yeah. Saw some people talking about Apex in there as well. Glad that we got the clarification that Envy had won Season 1, not Season 2
Yes.
of Apex. Season 2 was, of course,
Because
Lunatic High.
the Twitch chatters know. YouTube chat's just catching up.
And Season 3 was Lunatic High.
Yeah.
And then Season 4 was GC Busan.
Can you name every MVP of Apex?
Oh, probably not.
Mickey?
Mickey was the first one. Second season, hang on, was...
Oh, you know this. Come on, think about the finals.
It was just Jaehong, right?
It was Jaehong.
Yeah, Jaehong, and
Season
then
3.
Ito.
Ito. Season 4. Come on, you know this.
Is it Prophet?
Yes.
Okay.
The GOAT. There you go. See, I knew you could do it.
I genuinely...
I wanted to see Achilleos in YouTube chat.
I genuinely... I wasn't sure. I was pretty sure that Prophet would have gotten it just because he's Prophet. The Season 4 final is a little bit of a blur for me. The only thing that really sticks out in my brain is the Tizzy jump. Is the Tizzy jump on Temple of Anubis.
Yeah. You know, you did say a very controversial thing when that happened.
Yeah. I know.
I won't repeat it this time.
He had no other recourse, but you know, he left off the point.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like you remember Strong Bad Danger-esque? Looks like I'm going to have to jump.
I was like, what the hell? My brain had forgotten that Strong Bad was a thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a few decades since he was relevant, but
a couple. And good lord, I mean, like Trogdor was a meme and popular when I was like starting high school and like the end of middle school with like YouTube getting ready to come out.
I think I first watched Trogdor in middle school. But I mean, like, it wasn't viral at that point. Now, obviously, very known. We have a little bit of a delay, guys, but I'm sure it will be resolved soon. That's why we're talking about Trogdor and Apex Finals and Tizzy.
That guy who posted start the game already when we first came back from break.
He's been saying it every time.
He's got to be furious that this has been going on as long as it was.
Why are they yapping?
The countdown timer came out, and I was just like, welcome back, everybody. And I think pops up in chat. It's just like, start the game. Back on camera for 10 seconds. Cool your jets there, bud.
There he is. Yap Best 2024. I don't think that's the same guy. But I don't see any referees or anything like that walking around, so I think we're nearly, probably about to go soon. That is pretty terrifying.
Getting final ready checks is what I've heard. And oh my good God, yes, that is. That is that is kind of horrific.
Yeah, I'm a little bit scared, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a weird looking Kiriko. That's not the Kiriko that you want. That's like mom saying we have Kiriko at home. Like, it's just not exactly what.
No,
you
that's like mom saying like, don't go to Kiriko's house like three doors down from us. Stay away from there after dark. Kiriko.
It's just horrific.
Yeah.
Any ready checkers in the house?
Not in my house at the moment.
Well, hopefully it'll be ready soon, and then we can get everything underway. I mean, I'd say, not to jinx anything. I'll knock on the wood. Like, it's been overall, but it's pretty smooth today.
Yeah,
it's like one audio thingy earlier on.
All right, we did the.
Now we got the graphics up.
Yeah, the 5v5 anime sponsor graphic here. So I'm ready to start. Scarlet looks very ready. I'm looking forward to seeing some Mimosa play today. Played so much fantastic Ana all season long. All right, The button has been pressed.
The button is pressed, and we shall jump into the action. NyamGaming versus Zeta Division to round out the evening. Yes. I'm starting to lose my mind, I think.
I think you are.
Even though it's been a fairly fast day.
No, it's been chill, yeah. You and I have a little bit of a tougher one ahead of us tomorrow.
Yeah. It's still been a lot of Overwatch, so brain starting to get a little bit fried, but I think we can focus up long enough to be able to get through this one, as it's going to be night market every single time.
Yeah. Bernard Orisa is always a treat to watch. I've enjoyed his Orisa a lot, especially in the Orisa meta in Stage 1. As Docs and Nyam are sticking with what was meta in Japan a few weeks ago, we did not find success with that earlier today when we were watching LAZULI, so let's see if they can make it work.
For now, just neutral fighting Alpha Yi, staying grounded, not wanting to give any kind of line of sight over to Daisy. Could get clipped out of the sky. Bernard having to spin this spear as that wall comes up, looking for the catch onto the Orisa, but it's just not enough damage throughput to actually be able to take him down. So there will be a wraparound coast side over in towards the point. NyamGaming straight up the middle here. Get a quick touch in, but cannot deny the caps. It's going to be Zeta Division in control here to start things off, as Alpha Eastern's looking for a bit of a flank angle, puts quite a bit of damage down on the Daisy, but can't quite confirm that kill. Pelican as well swooping in, looking to try to get an assassination across, but just can't quite make it happen, so still so far going to be killless here in the game, but it's going to be a neutral flip as Scarlet does end up falling into NyamGaming's control, but how long can they hold it without the Mei? Docs is going to be rushing forward, Alpha going to be taken out of the skies as Daisy's able to find one, Fist going to be raised, but Doc's going to be falling lower and lower as they try to set him off the side of the map. They can't quite make it happen, but those actually ended up getting pushed off, as that will be the closeout here, and the reflip back into their favor for Zeta.
Yeah, a lot of ult charge here for Bernard. Finn ends up having his orbital ray ready as well, and they have a rally, so it's really hard for Nyam to crack on this push, but they can try to treat it like an eco push since they were able to keep Zeta low on percentage with that fast flip. So not all hope is yet lost, but this is Alpha on such a good angle. It's hard for Daisy to actually deal with him. And Bernard is just kind of walking in and holding the door.
I mean, look at the ult economy right now for Zeta Division, about to have 4 ults online, and Alfie is only 20% away from having the barrage as well, as Docs is just going to be taken down. Ult's not required. Finds him, and that's going to have to be a reset here, as Nyam now are in bad spots, and likely suffer quite a many few staggers, as you can see. I mean, they're just hanging him down. They're like, yeah, Mimosa, just...
Yeah. He knew he was going to go down, but he finishes the last, like, 10% of his rally off of that, so... This was definitely just an eco-push situation. Unfortunately, Scarlet will have a very late death, but he also finished his Blizzard. So, eco-push success. The problem is it took so long that they really only get one more fight. I mean, basically, if they lose this one, that's game.
It could end up being a 10-ult fight, as the Annihilation is nearly there, as well as the bomb.
They do have a good setup here if the orbital ray is placed on the point. It's getting to the point that's the real challenge.
Oh no, he's completely unscouted. Waiting, sends it in, but okay, we'll just end up getting annihilated. Alpha just gonna take it down. Daisy with that kill. Rally now rolling, orbital ray invested on both sides as Finn looks to try to keep everybody alive. Also similarly, as that rally.
That was a bit of a whoopsie.
And yeah, a bit of a whoopsie indeed. Wydot, however, will die on the back end. Dash forward here from Pelican, blinks in, try to keep things contested, but the flip comes through, so NyamGaming now in control. Scarlet tagged low, as is Mimosa, and reminder, he is on his lonesome, does not have that other healer back with him quite just yet. Eventually, he will die. Bob going to be invested, but Daisy swiftly falls on the back end of that one, as Scarlet will similarly suffer the same fate. And now it's just dealing with Docs and Wydot. Really be able to just go ahead and flip this back in and look for the finisher, but Bob has managed to find one from beyond the grave. Docs, while backpedaling, takes down Violent. Finn is dead to Wydot's hand. This is still fairly winnable for the side of NyamGaming if they can just get reset.
Yeah. They had to use all their ultimates, though.
And Bernard is trying to cap the point and keep them off, but all at the same time, but ultimately he just cannot make that happen. He will fall as the dynamite comes through, and NyamGaming managed to hold.
It was a very silly set of moments there. NyamGaming were being super greedy. They wanted to win the fight and hold the point without using ultimates. Lost the fight, but had enough stability and ultimates still left in the tank that they tossed out the last possible second to then keep control of it. So they barely win it. It wasn't the cleanest fight. Bernard then gives over a ton of ult charge, trying to stall it out, and staggers himself. So now we're looking at a fairly competitive first round here.
There we are. Pulse bomb at the ready for Pelican. Now the Terror Surge online as well. Bernard pushing forward, shoves him back with that Javelin. Still just keeping the ult in the back pocket for the time being, but 80% crested here for the side of NyamGaming.
Good position against his potential Terror Surge here from Nyam.
Pushes him back. Bernard having to respect that barrier. Kites back, allows for the healing to come through, and Scarlet's going to be taken down. Now Doc's isolated, pushed away from the point here. That's going to be Bernard putting his focus back over towards the point itself to try to clear things out. shoves them back. Mimosa's off the side of the map as Violet's able to find the whip shot, taking him down. Daisy just being held at bay here, slightly contained as Javelin going to be going wide, cannot find the connection. Orbital Rays invested on both fronts. Wideout's going to be eliminated, the barrage comes through, and this time finds value as Docs will fall. Cleanup comes in, Alpha U with a quick smack, shuts down Scarlet, and they get damn close, 2% separating, but Zeta Division finds the win.
I think for Zeta, this is a very frustrating win because you had a lot of control. You kind of whiffed that last fight with the barrage attempt from Alpha Yi. And then you're like, well, we just can't... Like, their comp actually has some extra stability because they have the Ashe in it. And, like, it gets a little bit trickier to actually break this composition here from the side. I just want to watch this again. Yeah,
you just had Daisy off on the side, just sends in the dynamite. It's got a nice line of sight. There's nothing further to protect him. And I think they thought that Alfie was going to be safe playing in that corner, so there was just no healer focus at all.
Exactly, and it was a really good punish from Nyam, but that moment really cost them big because it was difficult then afterwards to crack the defense of NyamGaming on the point, which is why that comp is strong. As now, they're going to be playing the Orisa themselves, where Zeta are like, nah, we're going Genji, we're going Junker Queen. Complete change up here. Scarlet stays with the Mei though. And this comp is very strong here from Nyam with no Pharah, no space for the Pharah. It's actually, you know, it's pretty robust. There's no big weakness here.
Yeah. See the nail the piloting of the composition here as Scarlet tracking Pelican there in the burrow. Jump up over to the high ground. Pelican still at a risk. Javelin coming through. Yeah, fantastic wall from Scarlet. Sets up for Docs on the Javelin. The kill does come through. Rock solid start here for the side of NyamGaming as they go ahead and get this initial cap once again. Bernard is going to be finished off. Finn is able to find a parting good kill there with the torpedoes onto Wideout.
This is
trading it out, but this is a really solid start here for Nyam.
Now Zeta have to decide, do we want to swap to an Ashe or something and actually try to outrange this Mei, because they have choke point control with this comp now and it's so difficult to break in. And Genji is fairly weak into this because if you end up not getting that kill, you can't kill Docs. Scarlet's going to freeze you, so you really have very little leeway. And it is tough to pull off, but they're going to keep it. They're going to try to force this. Another wall, denying Pelican.
Sticking with it for now, just going to be a drill dash back over to the point. The flip has come through though. Zeta kind of able to just steal this one away as Pelican desperately is backpedaling in the heels, stream across from Finn and Violent. They managed to keep him alive. Orbital right now invested from Wideout, keeping Docs in the fight. Just bring down to about half HP, but kill cannot be confirmed. But Bernard killing him absolutely will. Finn able to trade one back as Mimosa will fall here through the torpedoes. They're still trying to win this one out, committing the orbital right in, but Pelican is going to be frozen up as the blizzard comes down from Scarlet. Blade pulled. Alpha E trying to turn the tides of this fight, where Zeta Division are still in control, and he's managed to find three. Why not Scarlet, Daisy all going to be taken down by his hand, and Finn gets the killing blow onto Docs, and somehow, some way, Zeta managed to hold.
Yeah, Alpha E is chuckling, man. It makes you wonder if they just like, okay, fight's over, let's see what he can do with this blade, and then we'll swap because their comp is so good into the Genji. But he ends up just carrying the fight, getting those Swift Strike resets, and then ends up keeping the point here for them. Nyam got to be frustrated because it was going their way, going so well. And then Alpha E clutches it out. Almost feels like, based on his facial expression, accidentally saves the day, as he is just going to keep the Genji now because he has to, and he's built 35% of a blade.
And they've managed very much to take away the lead here now, up to about 60%. Quick tuck into the corner there from Bernard. Rampage is about to be online. There's a Terror Surge going to be started off here. Bernard just fighting back, avoiding the majority of the damage. Rally rolling here from Violet Mimosa. Ready to match. Now goes ahead, sends it. Pop is in. Some of the Bernard, but it's going to be Daisy taken down as Violet finds that kill here onto the enemy Tracer. Bernard, once again, just being pushed back away, but the rest of the team is suffering behind Docs as Mimosa will fall. Pelican able to isolate, conquer there with the ultimate, finds Scarlet, and now looks for a little bit more on the exit. Wideout narrowly will be able to escape.
Yeah, this dive composition works really well when Nyam are in setup, when they have control on the point like
meanwhile,
this.
Docs is being staggered.
Yeah.
Oh, no, no, no. This is just brutality.
I mean, that's probably just the game.
That should be the game.
Yeah.
Daisy's going to have to go crazy here on the delay tactics. As Wideout using the orbital ray, trying to stay alive through that one. The Rampage still connecting onto three, not hindered at all by the wall. As the cleanup will come in, and that is going to be the overtime now. They ready to bleed down. Daisy with the pulse is only able to find Violet, and the Doomfist, well, it's just not going to be able to last this time around. So there you go, 126% in the second round of Control Center. Zeta Division will take Lijiang Tower.
Pelican looking pretty good, Achilleos, and utilizing the dive composition there. Tough to play into what the NyamGaming comp was, especially on Control Tower, just in general, it's hard to actually use your lack of mobility to great effect. But Alfie pulled it off in that critical fight, and then once Nyam have to approach the point, then you have a lot more angles. Then you can actually get to the back line. You can circumvent their positioning. So
shout out to these guys. They've been having fun.
Yeah, and making funny faces a lot. But you know, I feel like Nyam gave them a bit of a run for their money. Like on that second round, there were some moments, there were some opportunities, there were some good fights there. Had a good read. Let's see what they could do on the next map, though. Like, can they play other heroes? Can we see different compositions from them? Because it was a more well-rounded version of what we saw from Lazuli, but they still have to show other stuff on more open maps. They will just get crushed by this team if they just keep trying to run that.
Yeah, I agree. I think that we just gotta wait and see some more here. But for Nyam, it looked like overall, even with some of the blunders that were happening, the staggers that were coming through from Zeta, they were still high spirited. We saw laughter on their faces as they're just wildly spinning around, just saying like, "Okay, I'm ready to die. Just take me out so I can reset." So it looks like overall they're still having fun, and as we learned today, that's one of the keys to victory. So we'll see though if Nyam what the map pick is going to look like. Do they also stray towards playing Clash like some of the other teams?
That's kind of what I was thinking. Maybe we will see Clash, but
could happen.
Tough to say. Tough to know at this point in time.
Well, we'll find out. We're going to go to a quick little break. We'll come back and we'll get into map 2. And we're back. Zeta Division off to a 2-0 start on Lijiang Tower. Scoop up the first map win and keep the perfect run for the Korean squads going thus far. NyamGaming, though, will have their map pick coming up. We'll see where they elect to take us and whether or not it is going to get them a victory.
I'm wondering if they want to keep running this type of comp or if they want to go to a more open map, because they don't have great options in this map pool to keep playing what they were playing. Like, Lijiang is frankly the best that's in the pool for this. Maybe King's Row, like, you could make an argument there, but I think they're just going to change it up and play a more standard set of picks.
Yeah, I think losing Shambali from the escort, that
yeah.
ends up costing you quite a bit, because running that Mei Ash with, you know, a Brawl tank would be overall very good for the side of Nyam, but it's not there, so can't really rely on that anymore.
You could, like, run it for parts of Gibraltar or something, but
you could also potentially get away with Midtown a bit.
Yeah.
Less so after point A, but I could see it being overall pretty good to use a Mei wall, try to catch somebody on the entryway underneath the train, but instead it's going to be Runasapi, so we're heading to push.
We are going to push, so...
Oh, I see the game strategy here.
Yeah.
They know that this is the famous moment. This is the 80k beat from Violet. They think that this is going to be the weakness of Zeta Division.
Mental warfare. I did enjoy the mental warfare from Mimosa earlier, where he was like, oh, so do you also watch Finn? And he's like, no, I
watch
Violet, actually. Yeah, we'll see what they want to run here. If they want to try to force Mei, then I think they're going to have a bad time. And we have seen push look pretty rough for our Japanese teams so far today, and it hasn't really historically been a map type they enjoy it domestically. Flora is coming in for Alpha Yi and not coming in for Pelican either, so...
It's the one swap that we do have, so no changes, obviously, on the side of Nyam. We don't really see Chang pretty much ever. It's always really been Docs as far as that is concerned, so not expecting any swaps on that front. But for Zeta, obviously with Pelican coming in and Heesung also on the bench, a little bit more opportunity to make some changes. But it is going to be Bernard sticking through with Flora joining instead of Alpha Yi.
Kind of an interesting look. Hashtag Zeta win as well.
It's like Flora in quotations.
Yeah, or it's like Flora with some sparkles.
I'm assuming it is Sparkle. You made me remember.
Yeah.
But
my name is Sparkle.
Flora, if that's your real name.
I just talking about it briefly. Flora and Pelican together as a duo, you know, we've seen before. I think it's a really interesting lineup. I guess it might be like Ash Tracer, because Alpha Yi, I mean, he can play Tracer, but maybe that's what we're seeing, Ash Tracer, Arisa or Winston, whatever they think is best. We haven't seen Winston at all today, and the nerfs hit pretty hard, so I'm guessing maybe that's just off the cards for Korea for now. But I am curious. Finn is very aggressively punching towards me, but in a playful way. It's aggressive yet playful.
He's reaching out for a fist bump. It's not punching. Otherwise, it would have like a whoosh around it.
All right, look, you guys can't see it, but I returned the fist bump.
It would have been very funny if you just bricked the monitor somehow.
I mean, I did it lightly, okay.
It just cracked and shattered in comical fashion. Would have been pretty good. But, all right, we'll get it ready to go into this one. I mean, honestly, Flora coming back through, I could see this just being a bit of a Cass angle as well for them.
True,
I think that his probably best performing hero across the year has been the Cassidy, and especially when we were in the Space Cowboy meta with, you know, Zarya, and Bernard being a fantastic Zarya in his own right. He was very much deadly on that front, so could see that coming through. Words are difficult, but let's go ahead and get loaded up into Runasapi and see whether or not Nyam are going to be able to tie things up. What's Def doing here?
Yeah, the most important thing is an unbreakable spirit, Achilles. Toucan, I didn't know it was a toucan on this map. That toucan's got hair too, that's wild.
Yeah, he's got a little alfalfa on there.
A little cowlick.
Okay.
Anything is possible in Runasapi. Toucans get Cowlicks, and you can play May, I guess. That's what NyamGaming are saying.
That's what they're going to do.
At least they still keep Daisy on the Ashe. That is at least going to give them some flexibility. Flora is on the Cassidy that you predicted, so you were correct. And that means that he's outranged by the Ashe. So this could work out for NyamGaming. If they win the first fight, maybe we'll see Flora swap. But I think this first fight is really critical because if you can win this one, you can keep that momentum. And it gives some longevity to this composition, which is otherwise outdated.
Dynamite there. Flora taking quite a bit of damage as headshot goes out on the Pelican.
This is really Daisy. He has to be the main character, and so far he's done a great job here at chipping away, keeping that distance. He's done so much damage, 40% of a bob off the first 2 reloads.
Solid damage thus far as they try to isolate here onto Flora. Can't quite get the catch. This is still a decent amount of space control here for the side of NyamGaming. Obviously need any kind of neutral pick to open up the push for realsies. Daisy still just sat here on the center point.
They got
for
the
a little bit more charge. Wydot going to be taking a bit low off screen as Burrow's there from Pelican, but desperately needs some healings down low. As far as the HP bar is concerned, into the ice block goes Scarlet, but he's completely surrounded. Can they bail him out? The answer is going to be absolutely not. The wall is not even fast enough to try to keep himself protected. So Pelican is able to find that kill. So first blood going to be going the way here of Zeta Division as they look for a little bit more. Roll back, the push forward, just disrespecting the shields here. As Dox gets corralled, and Will can take it down. 16 meters established, but Zeta now looking to very much expound on this.
Even with the range advantage, if you give Zeta Division one opportunity, like it was just so greedy there from Scarlet, the angle he took, you get caught, you get isolated, you get punished. But this is what Korean teams will do. You had the control, you had the edge, but you make one mistake. Mei steps forward, trying to get a little bit more Blizzard charge, and then boom, it's over. Scarlet's going to swap over to Genji now, which has been his other pick that he's really enjoyed here in Stage 2. But all that ult charge is gone. And Zeta Division, they have still the Brigida in this composition to deal with the Genji, so it's going to be a while before he can be relevant. He needs a blade, and the cart is already doubling the distance, tripling the distance.
Oh, that last shot, not quite able to find it, but Scarlet into the back line. We'll be able to go ahead and take down Finn right as that orbital ray gets invested, but Wydot has his own on the opposite side. And with the kill advantages, this is going to be a very solid fight response here for NyamGaming. As they just need to get the cleanup, start working the bot back into position. So now at a point where they can start gaining some distance here for themselves. Like you said, lead is gained for Zeta Division, and they nearly got the checkpoint there.
Now, if they win this next fight, they can gain distance control. They can get that checkpoint. They're able to deny it from Zeta, so this is a really pivotal fight, a really pivotal moment. They have a bunch of good ultimates coming online here. Bob can buy time for Scarlet to hopefully get a kill, and
he's already up to 70%.
Yeah, I mean he's built this quite quickly. I mean there's a blade in this fight potentially.
Oh, Daisy on the flank, sending out the Bob here, looking to try to get a catch. They do manage to go ahead and bash it back. Violent rally rolling, keeping himself alive here for the moment, but it's going to be a full disconnect here from Zeta Division, just pulling back away from the angle. This opens up more space here for Nyam. We're now just 10 meters shy of tying things up and taking the lead here for themselves. They're not going to be popped from Flora as they go rushing forward here, trying to get in on top of the Cowboy. Slides away as best as possible, but a couple punches there from Dox into the headshot from Daisy. They find the kill, and Finn similarly going to be taken down. Violence only able to find one as Bernard will get the enemy Ashe, but now the aforementioned tank is going to be all on his lonesome and swiftly cleaned up. So NyamGaming going to find themselves now in an advantageous position with the checkpoint and the forward spawns.
NyamGaming really patient through the rally, really good crisis management there, and then not being able to use the blade just yet, but actually still winning the fight. Now get to hold it as well as the orbital ray, which they have a small advantage on. I don't know if they'll realize that or not, but either way, NyamGaming in a very favorable spot now. And if this blade is big, I mean, it might be map winning for them. Scarlet, with a swap that was risky, it felt so expensive to do to lose all that Blizzard charge, but is absolutely working out. Flora was greedy. He's now swapped as well to the Ashe.
Okay. Brings out for the move speed, orbital ray. Again, it's widely just going to force a disconnect here from Zeta Division. So just pulling back, respecting the space here, but into the back line goes Scarlet. Seeking a target. Gets pushed away there by Violet. Shot takes it down, but it's bought enough space for Flora to be able to go ahead and line up the shot, and the kills come through. So this one very much being turned on its head as Dogs gets juggled into the corner by Pelican, assassinated in the end. Zeta Division, a very nice response, shutting down the blade.
Yeah, that wasn't an Arhan level blade or anything like that, but he misjudged the distance. Like, he dashed but didn't actually have the first slice in range of the support, so he couldn't take them out fast enough there and is just instantly punished by Violet. So misjudgment there, as well as his teammates not able to collapse fast enough. So they ended up getting the distance lead, and they can try to defend that right here in this fight, but they don't have any tools
Checkpoint still has to be waited out here for the side of Zeta Division, so the delay will come in once they are able to continue. You can see 2.45 meters left to go ahead and gain the lead for themselves. Orbital right now invested from Finn. Docs under fire, just backpedaling up the staircase, but the heals are just not going to be enough. Falcon eventually will be able to go ahead and claim the elimination, as that is going to be the lead now, once again reestablished for the side of Zeta Division. Pull in on the Terra Surge. Wydot going to be taken down as Benar able to go ahead and find the pick. Cleanup continues, and so too does the push.
Yeah, it's just a really nice angle there for the Terra Surge for Benar. They're corralled into that room, and it's high value in a meta where it's very difficult, especially into a comp like when Nyam is running, to actually get value out of the ultimate. He's probably jumping for joy that he could actually utilize it in a huge moment like that. Now Flora has high ground control. They have a massive distance lead, and they didn't really have to use much for that. Yeah. Just a Ray and a Terra Surge, and they still have a rally for the upcoming fight.
I mean, Wydot needing to get this Orbital Ray online as fast as he possibly can. 20% shy of the mark. Pelican will get taken down off the rip. So still a solid opening kill found here for them. It's Flora dancing around trying to keep himself safe, but Benar in the end is going to fall, and this rally is not adding much value for the side of Zeta.
Yeah, weird that Violet held it so long after the initial pick. Like, he had decided, okay, this fight is lost, I'm not going to use it, but then uses it at the very end when it's certainly lost. So, weird judgment on that. Perhaps someone was calling for it, so he just gave in and pressed Q, but now he doesn't have that rally. Could have actually held the advantage for the next fight. Now, I'm still have a lot of pushing to do. For Scarlet, this next blade is going to have to be bigger than the last. And they will have an orbital ray advantage here as well that they should be able to identify that they have this time around with Finn's time at the last.
Daisy
good angle.
Yep, just taking the shortcut. Gets his way across, gets some decent line of sight. Flora blows himself up, I believe.
Yeah.
Ends up getting taken out there.
That's rare, that's unusual.
Very much is. Scarlet pushing forward, doesn't want to pull the blade quite just yet. Just trying to exert some pressure here. Docs does end up falling though. That's a critical kill found here for Pelican, and once again, it's just burrowing down into the ground. Scarlet dashing forward, looking for Finn. Final shot goes across the right click, and he will be able to go ahead and claim it. So, let's get that assassination, but Widely has to backpedal. A bot not in a good spot here anymore for the side of NyamGaming.
Yeah, this is really rough. I mean, after the freebie from Flora, I thought they'd be able to capitalize, but Scarlet wanted to hold the blade, doesn't actually commit, and then they lose the longer fight there. Bit of an overextension, or kind of half committing. Scarlet, is this the angle? I don't think so.
Has to take the dash on the safety. He's just eating way too much damage. But for now, NyamGaming have at least been able to go ahead and contain the bot, keep it locked in position.
This could be his moment.
Maintaining their forward spawns. Terra Surge going to be coming through here from Docs. See a fairly quick cancels. Benar goes in for one of his own. HP bars go low, and Benar is able to find the headshots at the back end of that one as Daisy will get taken down. Push back there on a Scarlet, making sure that Genji has no access whatsoever as Benar just continues to collect kills, and the bot gets ushered away. Violet will get traded out. Wydot able to find one. Finn, similarly, we get picked off, so now supportless here are Zeta. And that stops them from going too far forward.
Honestly, the lack of synergy between Docs and Scarlet in that moment when they both had good angle for both Terra Surge and Blade combo there was pretty unusual, especially considering these are the Korean imports together. The communication wasn't there. Docs pulled the trigger too fast. Scarlet wasn't ready. Still has the Blade, but you know, time's running out. We have 2 minutes left here, and you still have to cross that distance.
Crucially, though, they had to back away, so the forward spawns aren't activated here for Zeta. Would have been just a slight bridge too far for them. Way too far out into the open, so they are playing without those, but the supports have been able to join back in. Riley's going to be rolling from Mimosa, but he just gets absolutely annihilated. Flora taking him down with the help of Pelican. Rally, zero value found. A minute and 25 seconds now remaining here. Wydot desperately trying to weave in some damage with those torpedoes. Scarlet will be able to get on top of Finn to find that elimination, but the cleanup is just so damn good here from Zeta Division.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no way after you lose your rally that you're going to commit a blade like that. Scarlet just has to hold it for another fight, another push through, and now it's just like you're defending, you know, your game from ending sub the finish of the time bank. Is what it feels like here as Flora's on this angle, kind of greedy. But let's see if Scarlet can find one of these. Oh, he's spotted again.
Shoving them back. Bob goes out from Daisy.
You gotta pull the blade.
I mean, it's just a disconnect here. Zeta, they're just running away. They respect the Bob. They say, okay, go ahead, send the ultimate. We'll just back off. We know that we have the lead significantly. We know that we have forward spawns, and you only have 40 seconds to try to retake this from us.
Yeah, exactly. They're not going to make the same mistake we saw from Falcons earlier either. And Daisy, no Bob. And they're just doing such a good job of denying Scarlet from finding that entry.
Yeah, Pelican's going to pop the ultimate. Widely is pushed back away, but I think he's in behind. Gets a A nasty chunk there on Mimosa, can't quite confirm the kill. Blade gets pulled here from Scarlet, seeking a target, but Finn shuts him down. Floor does end up falling a trade here on the DPS as far as that is concerned, as Riley now starts rolling here for Violet. Finn falling low, Orbital Ray going to be invested, just sending out in desperation before he can take it down. It's that extra healing here into the fight for the rest of the team. As the bot now just going to be locked here on this corner. NyamGaming, so much distance to try to cover. The forward spawns still active here for Zeta. Bob gets invested, Flora sends it forward. Terra Surge available here for Benar. Just continuing to lock this bot in position. As soon as you can get out, he rushes forward. He's eating a lot of damage. Terra Surge is going to be pulled. He manages to pull back around the corner, but Violet still with the shield patch. He's able to find Dox. Mimosa taken down. Daisy eating the javelin, and that is going to be the overtime. Bleeding away. Runasapi is theirs. And Zeta Division, like all the other Korean squads before them here today, are looking for a 3-0 as they obtain match point.
Yeah, and for Nyam, this is just not the same coordinated team I saw upset to make it to the finals. This is not the same team that crushed in the May meta. And just not finding that success, and it's Scarlet's Genji getting nothing is crazy to me because we've watched him get so much value. He's found perfect angles. He's been so clean on the pick. It's been one of his most iconic, and yet, you know, here domestically, you know, he's back in Korea, right? He's playing on a stage in front of Korean fans. It's his real home, right? Even though he plays in the Japanese region, and yet he's fumbling and he's not finding that synergy with Dox. So it's I think a little bit of nerves coming through here, but NyamGaming, this is that kind of reality check I was talking about before. Like, this is a tough team. You can't just go, I have Dragon Blade, we make it work. You will get punished. They will find you. They will check angles. This is a higher level opponent than Varel or anything you've ever seen before. So,
yeah,
you know, I think this is a huge learning experience for this squad, but they're going to have to pivot. They're going to have to play better.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth reiterating for, you know, people who didn't follow the Japanese region too much. This is the first time for so many of these players to be on any kind of just land setting. I mean, they had, you know, we did have a land final rather in Japan. So like that, you kind of got out of the way, but now you're no longer on
home tournament.
Yeah, you're not on home soil. You're here. You're international. You're overseas, and you're playing against, you know, what is now kind of the home squad. So there's a lot more pressures that do come with that one. I think that overall, decently competitive on the map, but just so very close to being able to win out in certain scenarios, but just not quite min-maxing where they needed to. But now they find themselves in a position where they need to get a reverse sweep. Zeta looking for yet another 3-0 here today. We'll see if they can make it happen when we come back. We are here at the end of the evening, potentially, as NyamGaming are on the verge of being knocked down into that lower bracket. Right now, 0-2. Zeta Division just able to save them off, got the victory on Lijiang Tower, and shut them down on Runasapi. So it's one last map pick for Nyam to try to turn their fate around.
I think Kings Row and New Junk City are the best Genji maps if you want to keep running Genji. I mean, you could play it on Eichenwald, I suppose, but it gets a little bit tricky on B. Clash is too ult economy dependent for the style they're playing. Like, it's just too snowbally, and Zeta Division have been winning fights without ults, and you're going to find yourself by. It's just, you can't play Clash against a better team. Like, if I've learned anything about Clash today, it's that if one team is significantly better than you mechanically, you should never play Clash against them. They will just win one fight and win the whole map off of it. So we'll see what they end up picking here. New Junk City, more Scarlet Genji is the expectation. They haven't lost on it yet this season. So we will have to see if that trend continues, because they need to start a reverse sweep here.
It didn't work in Bleed's favor, given that they had also been undefeated on it. But New Junk City to come through here for Nyam. Let's see how this ends up going for them. I mean, granted, Zeta Division in their own right, 3-2, 60% win rate, so is a decent one to try to tackle, but we've only seen it once from NyamGaming.
Yeah, again, rarer in Japan. We just see Surabasa every time, so I know it's a niche pick. I think it's a pick they put out for Scarlet's Genji before, and I think likely will be using it for here. You can play Mei here, but I just don't think it's as effective, and I think the Genji is wiser and more common. Just a lot more space to work with, a lot more access to the back line. It's hard to trap people with ice walls here, even though Scarlet's been very good at his walls today. Less likely.
Alrighty, well, maybe for the last time, we have the dubstep button pressed as we get ready to go into New Junk City. NyamGaming needing to pull off a reverse sweep if they want to be the first team to even take a map off of the Korean squads so far here at OWCS Asia. Let's see if they can make it happen with this last map pick.
That's not how you spell fire.
Not?
It's an E, not an A.
Is it?
Isn't
it?
it?
An A.
Is it?
I thought it was. I mean, but I'm not the best person to ask because I'm stupid.
No, you're not. We already confirmed this. You knew every Apex MVP. All right, so Scarlet is on the Genji, and we do have Pelican piloting the Pharah, interestingly, with Flora on this Cassidy. So, you know, a lot of safety into this Genji. Daisy is okay.
Well, Florida's going to be taking down Scarlet. I was going to say, needs to have an immense amount of impact compared to what we were seeing on Runasapi, and that's a decent way to start, but eventually does end up overstepping, so does get taken down. Point is unlocked, but 2 players now gone as Pelican. Well, I'm going to say not done yet, but he will get put down. Wide out, able to find that kill. Could at least be able to trade one back. Cycling these DPS players at the very least. Spin for spin. Nox, however, falling lower and lower. Mimosa is the only one that can really try to keep him alive. The Orisa battle will be won by Bernard with some outside interference, and Zeta Division will get the first cap.
Just like old Roadhog, the second spinner is the winner. And Bernard is going to be able to, obviously with numbers advantage, take him out. Does have about 20% faster Terra Surge, and because he has the control of this choke point, it might actually be relevant. And Scarlet is doing a good job building these blades quickly, and it's been his non-ult Genji we've been more impressed with today. It's the ultimates that have left us a little bit wanting.
Yeah.
So we'll see if he can have a more high-impact one this time around. I don't know if he's going to get his chance on this first flashpoint, but time will tell, as he is just sitting on the side here, looking for an angle.
Oh, looking to get on top of Pelican there. This is going to be the Orbital Ray and Visit from Finn. Key advantage here in the support ultimates for the side of Zeta Division as they commit the first. Stocks will fall. Wide out Mimosa just going to be cleaned up with Pelican. He gets right in on top of the enemy Genji, so Scarlet does get annihilated. And that should basically be this first point going the way of Zeta Division.
Yeah.
Just not a lot of time to try to get a full reset in, especially Scarlet just now respawns and Daisy's being staggered.
This comp actually doesn't get that much value out of the Orbital Ray on attack. If you're defending, sure. So, I mean, the fact that they have the Ray advantage doesn't necessarily mean that much here for Nyam, and it looks like they've already just conceded the point. point. I mean, maybe Scarlet can get a back cap here.
Does manage to go ahead and force out the overtime, so it seems like they want to try to play it out. Looks like he's going to be burnt. Does get that blade online, but he's just corralled into the corner. And it makes for a very easy pickup. Pelican able to go ahead and take him down. But in the meantime, Fortified just rushing him. Does manage to get the flip here to NyamGaming. In control here for the moment, but Laura finally a headshot on the Mimosa, taking it down. So it's overall just going to be a bit of a delay here on the finish on this first cap. So Zeta Division will go ahead and regain control. Overtime will bleed down. And that does lead to Zeta Division going ahead and locking this one in. They get the rally out of Violet.
Yeah.
So ultimately, not too bad. They trade an Orbital Ray for that, and it builds a lot faster.
Sure. I mean, I think once Scarlet dies, though, and you don't have that much control, I mean, at least you're going to get value on the Orbital Ray in that fight. You wouldn't have gotten it otherwise, but it felt like maybe you could have just conceded the point there. If Scarlet lives, I think it's a different story. Zeta Division here setting up for this next fight. Again, outranged by Daisy, but if he doesn't have line of sight, it doesn't matter. And they're just going to avoid him as the point still hasn't unlocked. They have a little bit more time. Blade
is pulled. He's looking to get into the back line, but he's going to be staved off. With just a couple seconds remaining in the Deadeye as well, that is just going to ultimately have to be a resheath. He has been spotted.
Ooh,
knocked off the side of the map, and huge javelin there from Dox. Sends Flora down to the depths below. Solid opening kill found as Orbital Rays committed there from Finn. So far, everybody else being able to keep it sustained, but eventually torpedoes come out from wide out. Pelican does get eliminated. Dox now trying to lead the way, just saying, get behind me. They do so. And that is going to be NyamGaming winning out the fight and getting the cap here on the second flashpoint.
Ironic the blade does nothing, but Dox getting that single javelin pick is huge, and also Finn getting staggered here.
Yeah, makes his way over to the side of the map, and then they'll go ahead and kill him off.
Yeah, so that's pretty significant. You know, that's 40% of another blade. Dox can try to hold this choke point here. They have the Orbital Ray advantage as well. Like, everything's coming up Nyam right now on the second flashpoint. It'd be hard to imagine them losing control here with the tools they have now. Because what Zeta has is so difficult to utilize here, as you can see. But they're fighting in.
Yeah, coming through, looking to fight their way out, away from the point here are Nyam. Shoving Zeta back over towards their spawn. And once again, just looking to play similar to what we were seeing on Runasapi. Go for the disconnect, just pull back away, keep everybody alive. As they try to deal with Scarlet, who's here into the back line. Barrage, however, from Pelican does get invested, and that's going to be Mimosa taking down Scarlet now, dead as well. This is a window back in here for for Zeta Division over NyamGaming, as that is going to be the team kill.
That was our head scratcher, Nyam. I'm not gonna, not gonna lie to you guys. Like, they could have just held the choke and used the Orbital Ray there. Instead, the Orbital Ray is so slow. You have to place it really well. They placed the Orbital Ray and then ran away from it and then fought Zeta out in the open where Zeta could actually surround them and have an advantage instead of fighting on the point where they had so much control. It's a very surprising decision considering the lead they had there.
I think the problem is Scarlet wants to backline. He wants to be in there. He wants to be vibing and thriving and trying to pick off these players. But when all of Zeta Division just disconnect away from the front lines, Scarlet is now surrounded.
Yeah, exactly.
And Mimosa, trying to help him out, and then they just end up both getting picked.
That was not what they were looking for. That was not ideal. They still have one more shot at taking this second flashpoint, but their chances are dwindling. Now, Scarlet will have an opportunity for another blade.
Bob invested there from Daisy. Rush forward, Dox just getting in on top of floor. The peel attempt coming through, pulls him back in, but it's going to be Dox giving up his life with the ultimate. Terra Surge value not going to be found anywhere.
No one's with him. He's just going out alone. He found a nice angle, but there's no damage. There's no follow-up. He just threw his life away.
Therefore, now just pushing forward. He gets a flashbang, but I mean, this is new Diva, I suppose. Juno might not have a mech to play with, but she still certainly does get brutalized and staggered very much the same way.
Yeah, and I think teams have really started to adapt to figure out how punishable this can be.
This is map and match point
now.
Right
here. I mean, this is everything. Scarlet's blade has to be huge. Dox wasted his ultimate. He doesn't have one. Bob was utilized to try to set that up. That's gone. Zeta Division have so many ways to shut this blade down. They have the rally. They have a Brigitte. They have Barrage to punish when the blade comes through. And even Deadeye can be quite a strong deterrent. And that's not the angle he wants. He's got to find a different one.
Oh, there's the Barrage opened up. Daisy going to be taken out. Taken low, but his kill cannot be confirmed. Point out getting ready to unlock. Zeta's still looking to just take the fight here, try to find some additional picks before turning their sides over towards that. And there you go, the cap now coming through. This floor continues to headhunt.
Scar, that's not your angle. Unfortunately, has to wait for the respawns to come through. And now, I mean, Zeta backing off, playing respectfully.
Are distracting all these movements here from the side of NyamGaming. Orbital Ray going to be committed, but again, it's a fight away from the point, which is where NyamGaming need to work their way over towards.
Yeah, I mean, they really just need to put somebody on it while they're using that tool. They will do so.
Blade is pulled, but oh, the shutdown is swift. Pelican with a rocket floor with a flashbang. Scarlet just not having a good time. Ends up getting picked off. The Deadeye quick cancel, not going to be necessary. As soon as Flora hits Q, he realizes, oh, everybody's already dead. Daisy will go ahead, burn out. I think an attempt actually to kill himself off just to be able to get a faster reset, but it's 70% now here for the side of Zeta. It's Nyam. It's going to be a frantic scramble to try to get back into position.
They're just so dejected. I mean, they're not playing as well as they did in Game 1 or in Game 2 even. Like, this team is falling apart here. I think feeling the pressure of this international tournament. Zeta is
on the
crushing
hunt.
them.
Scarlet knows that he needs to make his way over to the point, but Pelican also joins in. They manage to find the shutdown. Can they get any kind of overtime force out? Mimosa tries to make his way there, gives his life for the attempt, but ultimately falls just shy of the finish line. Zeta Division will go ahead and ensure that we have a full day of 3 Overwatch as all of our Korean teams sweep their way to success.
Yeah. Will mean also we have all Korean upper bracket tomorrow as well as an all non-Korean lower bracket, just like we had last stage.
It's about to get scrappy between all these teams.
It's going to get messy, but tomorrow, you know, is your last life for the losers today, right? So, you know, you're going to see some eliminations. It's going to get messy. It's going to get emotional. It's going to get tough. Zeta showed no remorse. They showed no fear.
These guys are cracking me up.
Yeah, I'm loving them. But there was really, I felt like from map to map, the coordination got worse for the side of our Japanese squad. They're going to have to really focus up tomorrow. As Pelican will get player of the match. I voted for him.
Welcome back to Korea.
Yeah, welcome back. He had a very consistent performance today. So, well-deserved in my mind.
Got to play throughout the whole series, both alongside Alpha E as well as Flora, but was just putting up really, really solid damage the whole way throughout, regardless of what he was playing. I mean, even just swapping over to the Pharah, you could tell that the communication between like he and Flora was really, really on point. Flora going for that chase to just get the pick off on a Scarlet with the Tracer, deny the touch. He says like, okay, I got him to 1. Rocket comes in, boom. This is just a fantastically piloted, just comp and team play here from the side of Zeta across the board, and Pelican was a very key fixture in all that.
Yeah. By the way, chat confirmed Refinery was an E.
Oh.
Double E. No A's. Well, nice try, Junkrat, but I think you're going to have to work on your spelling.
I'm stupid. But I mean, it could be that silly, you know, like British and Australian spelling that they have, where they put like U's and color and that kind of stuff.
Maybe they did. Maybe that is it, but I don't know. I think it's just supposed to imply that the people of New Junk City are not smart, so they can't spell refinery right.
It could very well be the case.
But that's where Achilles is from.
Yeah,
we're getting these clips ready.
There's so many of them that we have to load.
Nyam. Were they patch zergs? Like, were they actually just... Did the upset happen because they had a better read on the Mei and a faster read on Juno? And now that is no longer their edge, they just can't get it together? Like, I don't think that's necessarily the case, but I think there will be some people who wonder that. I think there will be some people who worry about that. I think we'll get our answer tomorrow when they play against Bleed. But it is... I don't know, a little bit shocking to see the coordination fall apart so hard, especially when you look at Dox and Scarlet together, the Korean imports who obviously can communicate well, who work together a lot all season long. Just getting completely dismantled by punish plays here from Pelican, from Flora, and frankly even from Finn, who was picking up a bunch of kills, was getting some big moments. Violet also outclassing his counterpart in Mimosa today. And yeah, Pelican, he had run of the show.
That he certainly did. Well, our last player of the match interview of the evening, our last outing here for the evening with Captain Quest. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Achilles. We are here with the final POTM interview of the day. Of course, we have Pelican on stage, the new member of Zeta Division.
안녕하세요. 제타 딜러 펠리칸이라고 합니다.
Pelican making his introductions.
인사를 건네주셨습니다. 자, 3대 0으로 승리를 쟁취하면서 OWCS 아시아
It's a clean 3-0 victory.
좋은데요. 승리 소감 들어볼까요?
3 Overwatch. How do you feel about it?
당연히 오늘 이길 게임이라고 생각해서
It's a game. It's a match that we obviously know. It was an obvious win.
쉬워서 그렇게 기쁘지도
So,
않다라고
I
말씀을
think it was
해주셨습니다.
so
자,
easy
그런데
that
오늘 승리에
I'm
오늘
not
이기긴
really too
했지만
happy about the win, if that makes sense.
굉장했거든요. 오늘 전반적으로 게임은 어땠나요?
Can you talk to us about the game the momentum of the match?
질 뻔한 게 조금 약간 걱정됐는데 그래도 다음
We almost gave up that one map, but after that, I think it was pretty smooth sailing.
자, 펠리칸 선수 OWCS 아시아에 합류하고 나서 바로 이렇게 또 POTM을 받게 됐어요.
Pelican received POTM right after he joined OWCS Asia.
퍼포먼스 만족하시나요?
So, are you satisfied with your own performance today?
뭐 물론 잘했지만 근데 만족합니다.
I think I played well, and I'm pretty satisfied. I can give myself a little credit.
팀원들 반응은 어땠나요?
제가 이제
So how did the team react?
그런지 잘했는데 자꾸 저한테 억가를 하더라고요.
But you know, because he is the newcomer of Zeta division. I think they're purposely hating on me a little bit, but it's just all.
피해 끼치지 않고
And please say a few words to your teammates.
1인분 이상 할 테니까 걱정 마시고.
I'll make sure to do. I'll make sure to carry as much as possible. So keep going.
자, 펠리컨 선수의 복귀를 반기는 팬들이 굉장히 많습니다. 저기
There are a lot of fans welcoming Pelican's return.
있고요. 이길 자신 있으면 볼콕을 해달라고 해요.
A
앞으로
lot of fan
다 이길 자신
signs
있으신가요?
indicating to. Are you confident in
다 이겨버리겠습니다.
winning the future matches? And Pelican says yes. They will try.
한마디 부탁드립니다.
Lastly, please say a few words to the fans.
경기에서 너무 좋고요.
It's really good to be able to return to play in front of the fans, and I will make sure to live up to their expectations.
지금까지 펠리칸 선수였습니다.
And that was the POTM interview with Pelican from Zeta Division. Before we to close us off for the day, I'm going to send it back to Achilles and Wolf.
Thank you very much. Well, let's go ahead and take a look. Look at that. It's all 3 zeros the whole way down. Korean teams just continuing to remain dominant.
That's right. I mean, we'll see a much more close field tomorrow, I would say, with, you know, Korean squads battling against each other. We'll have Falcons, Poker Face, and then Crazy Raccoon, Zeta, Nyam Bleed, and Lazuli, 99 Divine. I think I've been watching chat feel very confident about the Pacific chances against Japan, just like we saw last time. I'm going to have to echo that sentiment a little bit. I do feel like 99 Divine pushed Falcons a little bit. I do think Bleed had a pretty good read. But, you know, anything could happen. Nyam might actually play like they did at the end of the season, or honestly for most of the season tomorrow. Like, that was not the same team I watched today. And Lazuli, on the other hand, might actually rack their brains and figure out a comp that is relevant in today's meta. Like, I feel like our Japanese squads both came in a little bit hindered today.
Sure.
And maybe if they play at their full power, tomorrow will be very interesting.
Yeah, it certainly could be the case. But I mean, we, heard it. I believe it was Bleed who said, like, yeah, we're going to continue to reign supreme over the Japanese squads. You know, they're not too concerned about that. But we'll see if that comes back to bite them in the rear, because Bleed does have Nyam, as you said, 99 Divine versus Lazuli, and then the double Korean face-off matches. All that is going to be happening here tomorrow.
Yeah. Crazy Raccoon Zeta, Team Falcons Poker Face is really hype, and if the favorites, who are Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, both win, then we do get that rematch, decide who gets that first spot in the finals. And unlike the Korea playoffs, it's actually double elimination, so maybe there'll be an even bigger revenge opportunity storyline for whoever loses that match. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, because we could see an upset tomorrow too.
Yeah, it certainly is possible. I mean, Crazy Raccoon, we mentioned it, they make the addition of Knife. Overall, he looks incredibly strong, and it looks like he meshes really well with the team. But the team still looks like a bit of a far cry compared to Crazy Raccoon at their peak, when they were the most dominant team and kind of the unbeatable team in the world. So there's still some improvements to be made for them, and Zeta Division certainly could find the gaps in the armor, especially if we're going to be leaning into a bit more of a, an Orisa meta where Bernard is just absolutely phenomenal at playing that, So anything very well could happen there, and Poker Face, maybe the young guns will be able to surprise us versus Falcons.
So we had about a 6-hour day today, almost exactly. So if you were watching the start to finish, you got your viewership incentives. We dropped them
As long
for
as you tuned in right at the start.
Yeah. So if you didn't, you'll have more than 6 hours tomorrow, I'd say. Tomorrow is going to be a lot of closer series. I think we'll have some back and forth. It will not be 3 Overwatch. I'm calling it at least one of those series. Like, at least one's going to go.
I'm going to guess...
I'm going to think 2. I think 2 tomorrow will go at least 4.
I'm going to guess 11:30 p.m. is when we get out of here.
I think that's reasonable, yeah.
It's going to be like a 10-hour day for you and I.
There'll be like a little tech pause, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe a little like 20-minute tech pause.
Yeah, I think if everything goes about as smoothly as it did today, we're looking at about an 11:30 finish. Something like that.
Yeah,
So.
I think that's reasonable, yeah.
But you know what? It's fine. Don't mind it. More action, some
Yeah,
closer
I'm just
series.
talking about these drop chasers.
That's going to be, well, you know.
Some guy just said, "Oh, I missed everything."
You'll get
it's
your
cool. We
goods.
just showed you what's happening tomorrow, when it's happening. So come back tomorrow.
Exactly. So yeah, if you didn't complete them somehow, maybe you tuned in a little bit late, you were at work or at school, and then you show up. You got plenty of time because we got this for the whole run of the tournament, including next week when we have the grand final down in Busan.
Yeah,
so
if you're like sleeping the whole time, then you're not paying attention. That's the only way you could miss it.
yeah, you could also just leave the browser open.
Yeah.
That also works. So,
We'll take your viewer number.
There's a couple ways to do it. The caster's not sitting in the U.S. No, we are sitting in South Korea.
That's right. In a top secret location.
Yes. A government facility.
Yeah, they leave us in here. They lock us in this white room that only has Overwatch logos on over the walls and make us eat Korean pizza. It's terrible.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
This is where we live.
It's a secret.
There's one toilet in the corner, and we have bunk beds.
We're not in the arena where the Korean casters are.
Yes, we
But
are in a
hopefully
facility
next year, maybe, who knows?
nearby. Yeah, fingers crossed for that. Be neat. Always good to be in with the crowd and see the vibes, hear the get the energy and everything like that, and have that translate into the actual casting itself
We're
as well.
right now a piggyback stream, as Tasteless once said. And that's why we're still talking here, because we can't close the show until the Korean casters close the show.
Korean casters are still chatting, probably thanking the audience for showing up today, and looking to usher them back in for tomorrow's games as well. So we're just here. But there we go. I got told it's time for closing comments. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. And myself and Wolf will be back to guide you guys through all of those matches tomorrow as well. So it's another 4-match banger day. But that does it for us here today. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.